the Wii Remote. It only occurred to me maybe 20 minutes before I started the stream that, hey, I could use my Super NES Classic Edition remote for this. So it's a good chance to whip it out and then get some use out of it. I have not played this game since 2003 or 4. Yeah, just turn the brightness all the way down and it'll be like we don't have a backlight too. Now, that sound. Now, my history of this game. This was the first Metroid game I played after. Oh, I played Super Metroid first. I got that Super Metroid in the lead up to Metroid Prime coming out. Then I got Metroid Prime, and then I didn't get Super Metroid until a little later. It was like my Game Boy Advance, my purple GBA, got water damaged, and the Game Boy Advance SP had been announced. And I imported a black Game Boy Advance SP from Japan. I pre-ordered the import, so I had it shipping like the day that it launched in Japan. And so I got the Game Boy Advance SP like before anyone in... Like I was in high school back then. And I got it before anyone in North America who wasn't a super ultra hardcore gamer, which is not a whole lot of people in my school, even knew that the Game Boy Advance SP existed. So I went from having this dorky, toy-like looking thing that sometimes got me made fun of on the bus to having this really sleek looking device. It's like, oh, what is that? Is that a new flip phone or whatever? You got the blue SP. Like, all the SP colors were cool. The reason I went with the black one, in addition to the fact that I was already looking at getting a black Game Boy Advance... I was looking at getting a black Game Boy Advance. Like the original model GBA. The black one. Because, it looks less toy-like than the black one. I mean, than the purple one that I had. But I got the purple one so it would match my GameCube anyway, so I sort of picked my own poison with that. Then, I guess I'll just finish my backstory real quick with this before I get started, because there's some plot to get through. Now, yeah, so I got the Game Boy Advance, I pre-ordered it, my Game Boy Advance was water damaged, and you could barely see the screen. The screen was like dying, it was like flickering all the time. And so there was some kid in high school, he had Metroid Fusion, didn't want anymore, so I traded him Super Mario Advance 2, Super Mario World for Game Boy Advance, which I was done with. I already had the Super Nintendo game cartridge anyway. I traded him that, and I think like $10 or something, and he gave, and in exchange for Metroid Fusion. And my Game Boy Advance SP hadn't come yet. And so what I was doing is I would wait. Actually, I did play I played Metroid Fusion for like 5 minutes or something at a Cube Club event before Metroid Fusion even came out. Now, it's cool here is that I never really noticed this because I never saw it on such a big screen, but it has a layout here of the meteor in which the space station is constructed. Cube Club was a promotional event for GameCube, Game Boy Advance, and Panasonic products in the early GameCube GBA era. I had been assigned to watch over Biologics Research Station, so I once again found myself on the surface of SR-388. Yeah, if you look up Nintendo Cube Club, you'll probably hear some stuff about it. And I like how this here is almost like a glimpse of what it would have been like if they had remade Metroid 2 for the Game Boy Advance. It was there that I was attacked by a life form I had never encountered before. It was only later that I learned the identity of my attacker, the parasitic organism we now know as X. Unaware of my condition, I was returning to the station when disaster struck. Once the X had infested my central nervous system, I lost consciousness and my ship drifted into an asteroid belt. The screen I'm looking at, I'm just looking at a monitor. The layout is only in the broadcast software. Yeah, I'm just looking at I just have an Acer monitor sitting in front of me. escape pod before impact. Biologics research vessel recovered it and transported me to the Galactic Federation HQ. I mean, honestly, I guess Galactic Federation HQ has a hospital in it. You'd think they would sooner... I mean, I guess if they consider her a high-value person, like a VIP, maybe they have, like, special medical facilities for, like, politicians and, like, leaders and stuff like that. However, during the journey, the X multiplied within me, corrupting large areas of my power suit. Which is interesting, because then it came to light that the organic components of my parasuit had become so integrated with my system that it could not be removed while I was unconscious. Now, I always wondered with the wording of that, are they saying that the X-Parasite caused the organic components of her ship to, like, fuse with her body? Or that her suit just has biologic components to it, and, like, because she was unconscious, they could not eject the suit, like, remove the suit from her. Because kind of like with Iron Man, actually they kind of depict this before the modern Iron Man movies, the idea that Samus's suit sort of teleports over her. Large portions of my suit had to be surgically removed, dramatically altering my physical appearance. However, the X in my central nervous system were too embedded to be removed safely. I was given a minimal chance of survival. Then someone found a cure. They proposed using a Metroid cell to make an anti-X vaccine. It seemed that the Federation had managed to preserve a cell culture from the last infant Metroid from SR-388. The serum was prepared and injected without delay. The X-Parasites were immediately and completely destroyed. And, you know, and it's interesting because this is before the concept of the Zero suit, in a sense. So, like, the idea I always had was that before, like, Metroid Zero Mission, the concept I had was that they sort of, like, took sort of Jaws of Life style bolt cutter things and, like, just ripped off pieces of her suit. And that what we're seeing here is perhaps, like, some of the biological components of her overall power suit combined with whatever undersuit she was wearing. And I was also kind of under the impression that she could no longer physically remove the suit, though that was, you know, that idea was discredited and by the ending of this game itself. I skipped over some dialogue there, excuse me. Pondering this fact, I realize I owe the Metroid hatchling my life twice over. We will soon be arriving at the BSL research station. Yeah, this is a cool design for the space station. It's built into a meteor, so I guess there are these internal environments that are rotating, kind of like O'Neill cylinders. And so, like, the surface of the artificial environments are on the outer edge of the cylinder, and then on the outer ring of the meteor, they built it on the meteor. I guess that entire outer ring is rotating to make artificial gravity on its inner surface. The ship's computer has notified me of our approach to the Biologic Labs, or BSL research station. During my surgery, the research team sent the last batch of creatures we captured there, as well as the infected pieces of my parasuit. Regaining consciousness, I learned that an unexplained explosion rocked the station. For some reason, this awoke a nameless fear within my heart, and I am now being sent there to investigate. My mission on the BSL station will be overseen by my new ship's computer. Following the commands of this blunt computerized CEO is something I have to bear, as it was a condition of my taking the ship. For someone who dislikes taking orders, this is the second time I found myself having to do so. It makes me recall my other CEO. And unfortunately, at the time that was really fascinating, and then it ended us up with doggone other M, so... It's interesting how they chose not to make the ship look too much like Samus's new form. There's been an explosion in the quarantine bay. The bay currently stores capsules containing recent samples from SR-388, as well as parts of your suit infected by the X parasites. The cause of the explosion is as yet unclear. Investigate the quarantine bay is here. Move quickly and quietly. You are still unable to use most of your latent abilities. Don't forget that, Samus. Stop at the navigation room on the way. Uplink from there. Is your objective clear? Yes. Now, go to the quarantine bay. And you know what? I wonder, because this is a much more, like, because of Samus's colorful outfit, like, it's, I know, like, I like the look of Samus, especially, like, the original, like, the basic fusion suit. It kind of makes Samus look like a predator hunting down the X, in a sense, as opposed to the more mechanical-looking, more robotic sort of look of the other one, especially with the barbs on the wrist, especially kind of like Mantis-like in a way. It's a little more biological, a little more, like I said, like a little more predatory almost. But I know this does have much brighter colors than Super Metroid did, even just looking at this one area. And I wonder if this was done specifically to counteract the darker screen on the GBA. Because I know the first Metroid, the first Castlevania game on GBA was critically acclaimed, but it was criticized for the graphics being hard to see even in direct sunlight on the original GBA screen. Because yeah, the original Game Boy Color, those both had unlit screens, but something about the GBA screen had this quality where it kind of absorbed the light shined onto it, and so the following Castlevania games on GBA, as I understand, were much brighter, and to compensate for people playing on the original GBA, but by then the SP had come out. So I wonder if this brighter color palette was made, because this wasn't a first-gen GBA game. This came out in 2002, so it was a little while into the GBA's lifespan. I wonder if that's part of the motivation for the color schemes and the palettes they chose. Biosigns are confirmed. Be careful. Now, I turned down the volume very slightly for this. I don't know, just, I think I got the volume good so that you could hear the music good, my voice good. The shots are a little loud. But, I mean, for me, I always play with my sound to minimal anyway. Now, I have not played this since 2004, and this is one of the cool GBA games that had, if you press, it had a sleep mode built into it. And before DS, any GBA game that had a sleep mode was really cool. It let you play the game in short bursts if you're on the bus or waiting for something, and then you had to move on. Now, I've always felt like Samus takes a lot more damage in this game to compensate for the fact that every single enemy gives her ammunition and health back. Now, just gonna... Yeah, it's really nice playing this with the Super Nintendo controller. And I just kind of remembered that my console cam exists. I'm just checking out how it looks. Wow, the latency is not bad. It would be very hard to do, but I could theoretically play the game using the console cam gamepad screen there. But now navigation room. This is unfortunate news. The specimens brought back by the field team were infected by X parasites. The X can mimic its prey. Any specimen could have hosted it. Before the explosion, a security sensor scanned one. The gelatinous X parasites invade and rapidly reproduce, killing the host creature. They also absorb DNA and use it to mimic the host. You were almost killed by an X infection. Only the Metroid vaccine saved your life. It seems Metroids were the main predators of the X. That's why the vaccine worked so quickly and so well. But it has also changed your cellular makeup. You will never be infected by X again. In fact, you can now absorb any free-floating X parasites. Without a host, now, any X parasites... Sorry, I read that as though it was a new sentence, and it wasn't. Without a host, merely by touching them. This will allow you to replenish health and restore weapons. You may also restore latent abilities this way, so pursue free X-Parasites whenever you possibly can. The animation on the little X-Parasite, like, close-up was really well animated. The station is home to many species, some violent ones. You must keep the X out of the breeding environments at all costs. This is vital, Samus. I'm already detecting massive biosigns in this region. The X are gathering. This may be our chance to exterminate them, but you're only at 10% battle capacity. Your chance of survival is extremely low. The Federation needs you alive and on duty, Samus. Is your objective clear? Now get going. I have released the lock on level 0 hatches. Look for the blinking hatches. And of course we now know, like, spoilers for... Actually, no, and the off chance that anyone is totally fresh on this game, I just want to grab an image from a magazine from around the launch of the GBA. I know I don't have it on my new computer, but I know where I could grab it easily from my blog. Let's see. I do want to show this off. Do I? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Alright. This is some coverage of Metroid Fusion from a magazine back in, I guess, around 2000 when the GBA came out. I just want to... Okay. Image. Source. Do I have it already in here, though? I have to scroll through and carefully... Yeah, oh, I already have it in here. Alright, here we go. Now check this out. This is from, I think, Handheld Gaming Magazine, or from a third-party GBA-specific magazine. Potential games that they'd like to see on the GBA. I have to blow this up. I have to... There we go. A new Metroid is already on the way for Game Boy Advance, but what about the first 3 games? All 3 are fantastic, especially Super Metroid. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll cancel that Retroid crap for GameCube and focus on bringing the classics over to GBA. Mother Brain would be proud. I just want to, you know, it's just easy to forget how much animosity there was toward Metroid Prime when it was announced. And the fact that Retro was making it. Honestly, I think the fact that the whole blowout from the first reveal of Wind Waker kind of made people forget how much hatred there was for Metroid Prime until the game actually came out and impressed everybody. I mean, I know Tommy Tallarico didn't like the controls, but Tommy Tallarico, you know, enough said. Now this track is so hype. I love this track so much. That's motif for that motif right there. The dun 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 dun. It's such a mix of like trepidation and anxiousness, but also optimism, and so it just makes you really like hyped to. Now these guys here are kind of implied to have been human scientists that were killed by X-Parasites. They're just kind of creepy. I have received news from HQ. They can support you with downloadable weapons data. Once you have this data, you will be able to use missiles. This will help against some enemies your beam can't hurt. Head to the data room for the download. The data room is here. Is your objective clear? Yes. With missiles, your chance of survival climbs to 20%. And I didn't notice this at the time, but like, I know maybe minor spoilers for those who aren't familiar with the story, but it's like, your chance of survival climbs to 20%. Like, your chance of survival against what? Which makes me think that the Federation was aware of certain things already that they aren't telling Samus. That computer reminds me of a gruff Federation commanding officer I served under named Adam Malkovich. He called me lady on missions. From anyone else, it would have sounded sarcastic, but Adam made it sound dignified. Out of respect and with some irony, I named the computer after him. I mean, this was interesting at the time, and now that we have other M, it's like, ugh, Adam. Like, I don't want to hear about Adam. I hope they managed to write him correctly in Metroid Dread if he's involved at all, and I don't know, because... Okay, so navigation room. The data room is just ahead. I don't know if I actually had to do that to open the door. Missile data downloaded, hold R and press B. I do like the idea that you could just download missiles. Yeah, they just... You know what? Well, actually, that's not as absurd. I was supposed to say, it's like, yeah, I just downloaded a gun, but now 3D printing is a thing, and, you know, you could actually download a gun. Pretty much, but... Uh-oh, power outage. But my concept always was that these weapons, these missiles, are physical missiles that are being... that are stored maybe within Samus's ship, and that the ammunition is actually... And that when Samus has them activated, it's teleporting the missile to her beam cannon. Like, her beam cannon has a small teleporter in it, and so when she fires the missile, it's actually launching out of her ship. And the energy that's, like, the ammunition is actually just the energy it needs to open the little portal thing to be able to launch the missile remotely. Because that makes more sense than having these actual huge physical rockets somehow within her arm cannon. Electrical interference has knocked out the elevators on the main deck. This may be related to the X. I'll work on it. As for you, try to find another way to the target. It's located here. I'm reading huge bio signs, so I hope your missiles work. To reload missiles, you could use a recharge room or absorb a special type of X-Parasite. You'll see them. Try it out. Is your objective clear? Missiles are your only hope. Don't hesitate to use them. Now find a way to the target. Now, there we go. Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, we can already go in here. There's a recharge room. We don't need to use that yet. But there is a save room. We will save. And keep on moving. We'll just... Oh. No, we have to... Oh yeah, I have to... Okay. So, it's bugging me that I might as well, since I have the opportunity to do so, fill in a couple of these map spaces. Just by going up there, filling in a little more pink. Yeah, honestly, like... And I never finished that story, which is just as well. But at the time... So I was waiting for the... I already got the copy of Metroid Fusion. At what point in my life did I throw in the towel and ditch RF switches completely? It was a hard choice. I still have my RF switches. And one interesting thing I'll point out. Oh, okay. Yeah, we blow the... Yeah, I love this. I'm glad... There were chances I had to play this. I waited. Because it's, like, just enough that I'm familiar with the game in general. But, like, I am going to be sort of learning certain things... relearning certain things for the first time. And when I ditched RF switches... Well, really, RF switches... I never bothered using them. Like, when we got N64, which is the first home console we got that soon after the system came out. And I got them... We hooked it up to AV to a VCR, which was then plugged into an old TV that we had with, you know, I guess what they nowadays call the devil's pitchforks, those wires you have to screw into the back of the TV. I think that's what they were using. Or it might have... Actually, there might have been another RF switch between the TV and... Well, the point is, I never learned about, like, RF switches and everything. I never started using that kind of stuff. Ooh. Until, you know, we got our first missile expansion already. Yeah. It was the... when I got my NES in 99 or 2... Oh, shucks. Yeah, it was 99 or 2000 when I got my NES, and we used an RF switch with that, And the cool thing about the RF switches, you haven't been able to use any part of Facebook for the past 4 hours. Well, I hope there's nothing critical you need to be able to access on there. I don't use Facebook at all. I don't even have an account there, so it hasn't really affected me. I didn't even notice. On Twitter, I wouldn't be surprised if Facebook is down was trending. Oh, come on. You messed my shot up. Now, yeah, when I ditched RF switches, well, I'll tell this part of the... Okay, first, I'll finish the story about... So I got my copy of Metroid Fusion. I'm waiting for my Game Boy Advance SP to arrive from Japan. And my Game Boy Advance's screen was dying from water damage. And so what I'd do is I'd play through the game repeatedly up until this first boss right here. But I wouldn't let myself play any further past that because I wanted to be able to enjoy most of it with like the beautiful new screen on the sleek and cool new GBA. Oh, the marketplace is that kind of like Craigslist sort of thing where you could buy things if you need them? Like look for, you know, electronics or certain parts. Ooh. Yeah, this guy I think is also in Metroid 2, but I'm not particularly familiar with him. Oh, I wasted a missile there, so I'm gonna have to use my my regular beam cannon for the rest of this fight. Okay, so I was almost... So you have to hit this thing with missiles. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, I'd get up to this room, I'd collect that X, the core X that lets you... Alright, so I hope it's up soon so you could find whatever deals you need to get, or whatever shopping you like to do. And so I just play up to this section over and over, and I wouldn't play past it till I got the SP. Now for RF stuff, yeah, I would use it with NES, and because what I came to realize was that, oh, I could just go straight from the television. I press power on the system, and it just immediately interrupts the signal and puts on the game, which was awesome because I'm playing NES, Super NES, and I could just go ahead and if I just switch the system on, the game pops right up. It was really convenient. And it really wasn't until at some point I started... It was at the point where I had like at one point I had NES, Super NES, and... I had NES, Super NES, N64, and GameCube all hooked up with RF switches to the same TV. So it was really neat to be able to just turn any system on and just have it pop up instantly. But the problem was, like, I started getting a lot of interference and it was looking like snowy and crappy, and that's when I actually learned that, oh, RF switches aren't the ideal way to hook them up in terms of video picture quality, and that's when I got a AV splitter. Back when, I mean, when I got the AV splitter, like, that was like the most... Anything, I don't know if HDMI was even a thing yet. I just know, like, the component, like, was like a thing. That was like the more advanced way to hook up a system. So you had a super ancient TV from the 70s, looked like a piece of furniture, all it had was RF. Yeah, and you had a Mad Catz PS2 GameCube adapter, you swap between the PS2 and the GameCube. Now, it's funny, you know, the NES RF switch, Nintendo continued to produce that exact same RF switch up until the release of the Wii. Because, yeah, Nintendo was making that same RF switch. It was available for GameCube. No, it was originally made for NES, and then it was available, it just plugged straight, the RF switch plugged straight into NES and Super NES. For N64 and GameCube, there was an adapter that that lets you plug the RF switch into, like, the proprietary Nintendo AV out that Nintendo used between the redesigned... They used from the Super Nintendo, then they used it on the redesigned NES, certain version of the redesigned NES, and then also on the N64 and GameCube. For Wii, they switched to a different standard that I guess let them do it in analog or digital more easily. HDMI 1.0 first released the December 9th, 2002. So Yeah, HDMI would have only been out for like a year at the time I got my AV out. Samus, it is as I feared. The breeding environments have been invaded by X-Parasites. Sector 1, SRX, shows several abnormalities on biosensors. Sector 1 is a simulation of the SR-388 ecosystem. To get there, take the main elevator to the access shaft and use Elevator 1. Is your objective clear? Use the navigation room just inside for further briefing. I'm not sure, but I think that whoever allowed the X into the environment may also be linked to the earlier explosion. Okay, so we have to go to the left now. Oh, shucks. I did not. Yeah, I might as well use the recharge room. Yeah, this is the first larger game I've played in a while. On one hand, this game is made to be beaten in under 2 hours if you know what you're doing, but I never got anywhere close to that sort of time back in the day. I never seriously tried to speedrun this. Yeah, it's fascinating being so familiar with this game, but still being new, having to not being, like, knowing it like the back of my hand like how I used to. So let me check my map. So, this is the Ridley room? Yes, that's the frozen, it's the Sub-Zero storage area, where for some reason the Federation is keeping Ridley's frozen corpse. Do you see fully autonomous cars becoming a thing in the next decade? Potentially. No, I'm not. I can't. I can see that, but I can't say for sure if that happens. I can't say for sure if the technology will actually be fully developed to a reasonable extent, or if the people who have interest in that technology emerging will just have so much influence that the technology will just be introduced in the mainstream, you know, by, like, basically, you know, legalized bribery to politicians and, you know, approving things before they're necessarily ready. Alright, I gotta check something. I just got to, Alright. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Everything's good. Or, yeah, it's good enough for now. Yeah, sorry, I just had to check on something real quick. Yeah, I don't necessarily... I remember the first time, like, I was just watching some YouTuber. Well, I don't even know if you'd call him a YouTuber, but it was a... I mean, to go into the cliches, it was a crypto bro, right? And, you know, just recommending which altcoins to invest in and this and that. And I'm like, how could he be, like, he was in his car and he was moving, and I'm like, what's this guy's insane. How is he, like, why would you film while driving like this? And I realized, oh, he's not driving the car, the computer's driving the car. Like, why is he taking his hands off the wheel? Why is he holding up his phone to show things? I'm like, yeah, he's just, like, filming, he's just on his phone and filming the video, meanwhile the car is just driving itself. And I'm like, okay, that's the kind of moment I realized, like, yeah, I know they've been talking about this stuff since the mid-90s, but, like, I'm like, yeah, it's really getting there at this point. And I know, like, just for, like, I had, like, every week I buy a couple of packs of Pokemon cards. I have a lot more than these. I've been doing it for a couple of months, so I have a whole bunch. And the reason I saved them up like this is because I was thinking about when I came back to streaming. We'll talk once you start moving again. The main elevator leading to the access shaft has been severely damaged. It will be totally unusable for some time, unfortunately. Some unknown agent is at work. Something very powerful, certainly not human. I'll report when I know more. Now listen carefully. The X in Sector 1 have invaded the atmospheric stabilizers. They must want to alter the environment to their needs. They are already reproducing. Clear all 5 atmospheric stabilizers to stop them. Is your objective clear? Now get moving. Now, Yeah, and what I was thinking was like, oh, I could do Pokemon, maybe do some card unpackings, you know, on stream, maybe when I come back, or do YouTube videos of it. And then I didn't realize it at the time, but a lot of those videos, particularly with Pokemon, like, people are going out buying entire stores worth of Pokemon cards so that, like, casual players that are just interested in the cards and the game can't get it. And to fit the, I don't want to stereotype people, but like the videos I've seen and the streams here on Twitch of people like unboxing like entire factory cases of Pokemon card booster packs, they're kind of fit the investment bro cliche where they're just in it for the money. And it's like, okay, if you're buying precious metal futures or stonks, as the kids say these days, like, okay, fine, or even like altcoins and stuff like that, which are in a sense, you know, are sort of just glorified gambling currency in a sense. You could argue whether or not it's a stable form of exchange or whatever. I'm not making up a necessary, but I'm not going to get into that now. But at least they're okay. But like the Pokemon cards, like, yeah, like there's some magic, there's some unique standout cards, but it just sort of became a fad again where people who are trying to get rich off of this and have huge audiences of people donating to them, and like audiences with like hundreds of people watching them unpack cards with like, and I'm just like, this is not appealing to me. The only reason I'm buying cards myself is just to try to I decided like about a month ago, about a month and a half ago, oh, it would be cool to have a binder, because I've been in and out of Pokemon cards since the 90s. But I thought like, hey, it would be cool. Well, first off, I never had a binder full of cards. I was more just casually playing the game with friends. But I was like, hey, it would be cool to have a binder full of cards, because having a binder, it looks cool to have a binder full of those cards, right? And I thought, wouldn't it be neat to have have a binder and have one card of each Pokemon? Not trying to get one of each issue or have a complete set, or I don't care about slabbed or graded cards, but just to have one card, one example of each Pokemon. Like, I have like several Pikachus, so for this binder, I choose the Pikachu that I like best, or if I have options where it's like, or if I happen to get more than one, I could choose the Pokemon or the version of the art that I think best sort of simplifies the attitude of that particular creature. And I just want to, it's hard to, like, half the time, if I go into Target, most of the time, I can't just go in and buy a couple of packs of cards. They'll be all sold out, and there are videos online of people buying, like, entire store supplies of Pokemon cards in front of other people who are, you know, also trying to get them. Like, because they're trying to get rich quick off it and be a big shot. And it's kind of like, it's just unfortunate. It's just kind of... but the thing is, people who are, you know, who are into Pokemon cards for that reason and care about, you know, having graded cards or getting the rarest of the rare, that's fine to me. I'm not against that. It's just like I guess the overall, it's complicated. But it's just made especially hilarious by the presence, and within this sort of little, any YouTuber or anyone on Twitch is familiar with Pete Dorr and was there for the discovery of the entire, like, Gem Mint 10 phenomenon of that guy selling those graded Pokemon cards, you know, as at an extremely overpriced, extremely inflated price to people who wouldn't know any better. And even when I was a kid, I was, like, conscious more than most kids, more than really any normal kid, of, like, yeah, I was into Pokemon, but I was also aware that, yes, I'm being sold something here. Like, this is tailor-made to capture my attention and generate cash flow. So yes, I enjoyed the world and the show and the universe and all the creatures and everything, but I was also aware that, yeah, this is designed to generate cash flow at my expense. So, you know, you don't have to buy every single toy. You don't have to have every single rare card. I don't have to buy every single video game and toy. I actually had relatively little Pokemon merchandise from back in the day. Like, back in the day, I had relatively little of it. And the funny thing is, I think there's probably more Pokemon merchandise available in stores now than there was at the height of Pokemania. Because I hear about people talk about, like, even in Twitch, like, people who might follow this stuff closer than some people just talk about Pokemon in the past tense as something that happened. And I'm like, nah, Pokemon's probably making... I mean, there's more merchandise out now than there was at the height of Pokemania. It's just that in the 90s, that kind of phenomenon was kind of unheard of. So it was more of an extraordinary thing. Whereas now, I'm sure there's more Pokemon... There are more Pokemon shirts, t-shirts, for adults now than there were Pokemon t-shirts made for children back in the day. Like, there were no Pokemon t-shirts. If there were Pokemon t-shirts, I would have got some. Like, as a kid, I would have asked my parents for some. Yeah, I forgot these, like, sort of points, these sort of spawn points where they're effectively infinite, enemies spawning, because they're the ones in the background, and then they kind of re-emerge. Alright, 12. And we'll just get a couple more. Get a few more missiles, because we need the missiles. No, okay. Oh yeah, we can shoot it from up here. And exactly what the Pokemon Company wants. Now, like, I mean, when Kyle, TX500 was playing Pokemon Sword, this discussion came up a lot about, you know, is Game Freak mishandling the franchise or whatever? About people who were dissatisfied with Pokemon Sword and Shield. Like, I was dissatisfied with it, what little I played of it. But whether, on the other hand, Pokemon Legends Arceus, I'm going to give that a chance. And it's kind of funny, between Mario Party Superstars, Pokemon Legends Arceus, and then, yeah, Metroid Dread, Mario Party Superstars, and Pokemon Legends Arceus. Those are three different modern video games I'll be playing. I want to stream in relatively short succession, whereas, I mean, the fact that in over a year of streaming, I only played a total of 30 different games kind of says a lot. I don't... Whenever a new game's introduced, it's kind of a big deal on my streams. It's the type that tends to go back to my favorites a lot. I do like the sense that this new agility that Samus has with climbing on things was enabled by the fact that her suit is now lighter and less bulky. So maybe she's more agile now. Damn, it got away. Okay. Yeah, 2 missile recharge X's that both got away. Played Shield for less than an hour, never played again. Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame, because the thing is that the concept of the game, of the UK as a region in the Pokemon world, was something that was so promising that I had been looking forward to the potential of it for years. You know, I love the way they realized New York into the Pokemon world in Pokemon Black and White. I don't know, I've never been to France, but the way they or Hawaii, but the way they adapted those into the Pokemon world was cool. And when they did the Alola region and the Kalos region. But the thing is, like, those the DS and 3DS Pokemon games, actually, I feel like they used the DS to their full potential, right? And the DS and 3DS. But then when it came... But Pokemon Sword really felt like... just the sheer lack of ambition. And where a lot of times it borderline felt like an up-res 3DS game. Like, disappointing animations, especially when Game Freak was using, oh, we have fewer Pokemon in this game. For the first time, we're not going to have all Pokemon available in a Pokemon game specifically so that... Oh, we're going to have to find another way out. Yeah, specifically so that we could have better animations on the Pokemon, only for the animations to be recycled from the 3DS games, both for Pokemon and for the human characters, which was extremely disappointing. Oh, shucks. Alright, so... So we're gonna have to figure out... Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what we want. Like, there's gotta be some other way out of here. Or... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to shoot and then... Yeah, I played Pokemon Sword for, like, maybe 5 hours, and I didn't get that far because I was level grinding, and I really just lost interest after that. It was the second lowest game on my, my tier list when I did that for the 100th stream special. Alright. Hey, save room. Nice. See, like, I like just being able to play, I don't know, like, I hope this melee counter stuff, they're trying to have more sophisticated, more advanced moves in these newer Metroid Dread, I hope that doesn't make it so I can't enjoy it like I'm enjoying this right now. Because when they tried to do those melee moves and special attacks in Metroid Other M, it was one of the things about it that I seriously didn't like in terms of gameplay. Sitting on the floor of your closet where it belongs. Okay, I forgot that was there, and I was honestly like, why on earth would there be a Chozo statue on board a space station? And this implies that they are... And this implies that the Chozo statues have biological elements to them. I forgot what this gives you. Charge beam ability recovered. Press and hold B to charge. Yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Oh yeah, this feels so good with the... Yeah, this feels great with the Super Nintendo gamepad. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's like there's got to be something hidden somewhere around here. Okay, and here's the next, I also said the next air conditioner, but that's literally what it is, even if it's not... I mean, yes, it's an environmental stabilizer, but isn't that not what an air conditioner is? Okay. Okay. No, that's just me fumbling around as I try to get used to the controls again. Okay, I need to find... Oh wait, do I have to use the charge beam here? Okay, I forgot. I'll have to figure out what to do here. Okay, okay, I got it. Atmospheric stabilizer online, 1 malfunctioning unit remaining. Come on. No. Give me that missile. Give me that missile. No. Come on. Yeah, because it was a green one when I went into that creature, it should have still been a green one when it came back out, but... Because I did want my missile recharge. Save room. Save data, yes. Save complete. Yeah, sometime, like in the far future, I might go back to Pokemon X, Pokemon Sword or Shield or whatever I got, just to casually just sort of laugh at. I'll play it after Arceus. Hold on. Yeah, after Pokemon Legends Arceus, I'll play that. I need to go up and to the right. Now, this is one thing. It would be cool if this was a dual-screen game, like a Nintendo DS game, just so I could have a full-screen map. That really does make... Having a full-screen map, yeah, the dual screens, you could say it's a gimmick, but if it wasn't valuable in some way, that the DS concept wouldn't have lasted from 2004 up until 2020. Arguably 2019, I think was the last year like Nintendo released any games for it. The 3DS. There we go. There we go. This should be the last one. Oh shoot! It's a fall away. A fall away floor. Was not expecting that. And just... all stabilizes online. Atmospheric levels equalized. Those are really effective stabilizers if they could fix the atmosphere inside this section of the colony that quickly. And yeah, okay. Yeah, we're heading in the right direction. And I know I talk... oh, and see, I found that. I didn't know that was there. Do I need to... yeah, looks like... looks like I may need the bombs to get any further through there, but that's a little hidden path we will have to come back to once we have the morph ball bombs. Back to the beginning of this area. I think we do come back here later. Like, I remember in broad strokes the game, but I am kind of... there's certain aspects to it I am kind of being surprised by and will be, like, kind of remembering. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that, or oh yeah, that's what this puzzle was. Now let's... you know, there's... No, I'm not powerful enough to open that door yet. Yeah, there's some things in some of my fiction that they're very different from the Parasites, but now that I'm thinking of it, they might be very slightly inspired by them. Okay, there's some hidden doors over there. We'll get back to those when we have better weapons. Did you ever play any GTA game for DS or GBA? I never played Grand Theft Auto Advance. I do remember at the time how Rockstar was like, the map for Liberty City on GTA Advance is even bigger than the map on Grand Theft Auto 3. They're really trying to push, like, please take this seriously. This is a serious, like, Grand Theft Auto game. It's worth playing. It's not just a rinky-dink, like, kiddie version of Grand Theft Auto. And Chinatown Wars had a lot of... I just remember conceptually it used the DS... different aspects of the DS in a lot of cool ways, but I never played Chinatown Wars. What is it? Well, in a sense, but because it's not that hard because it's easier to make a larger, like, you're pushing, yeah, like the PS2 was more powerful. It can but making this big free roaming 3D environment, they're probably constrained by how big they can make it. So when you have a 2D sprite based game, you can make an even bigger map. You played a ROM hack of the GBA version that actually made it first-person POV. That sounds fascinating. Atmospheric stabilizers online. And then they tried to do the same thing with Chinatown Wars, so that they were, like, really pushing, like take this seriously. This is a full-fledged, like, we're making a serious Grand Theft Auto game for the handheld, you know. But the GTA the quote hardcore gamers who actually are more, I think, casual than hardcore, who just play like GTA, like a handful of the typical games, some first-person shooters, some Madden, GTA, and the like. The same sort of the people who make a lot of the same people who make GTA games such a mainstream hit on the home consoles are the same people who will look at something like Chinatown Wars, and I saw myself saying like, "Oh, that looks like crap. Why would anyone waste their time with this? That's not even a real video game. Like why is Rockstar even bothering wasting their time with this Nintendo crap?" Yeah, they ended up releasing it on other platforms later. But it's just the fact that it was a top-down GTA game when they're used to the more free-roaming style, I think put a lot of people off of it, that it was more styled like GTA 1 and 2. And then on top of... And what got me is that when the 3DS came out, because I liked Grand Theft Auto 3, that's the only free-roaming GTA game I played personally. I played Grand Theft Auto 3 on PS2. I didn't really play the game. I watched my friend play through the missions. I just like go around, use the code to summon the tank, and just go around causing mayhem and having fun that way. But with GTA, when the 3DS came out, it's like, okay, finally a Nintendo handheld that could handle, like, more powerful than the PSP, and the PSP could handle a fully 3D GTA game, and now you have a powerful Nintendo handheld that could handle a proper GTA game, and Rockstar never goes for it, and it's a shame. But many X have already made it to other sectors, it seems. In particular, Sector 2, TR0, the tropical TRO for tropical. The tropical habitat shows abnormalities. I suspect the X have entered this sector with the help of our unseen saboteur. He or it may be in TRO now. Samus, get over there. We need to put an end to this. Is your objective clear? Start moving. I'll brief you at the TRO navigation room. Alright, we'll keep on moving. Yeah, they released Chinatown Wars on PSP and on mobile, and I think they did on Vita as well. As I listened to the briefing, my thoughts turned to Adam. The real Adam understood me well. He would end orders by saying, "Any objections, lady?" I knew he wouldn't disagree. He knew I wouldn't disagree. That was just his way of noting our trust. I wonder if I can trust this computer, too. Yeah, this is the Metroid game that kind of established the whole thing of the idea of the Galactic Federation being like corruption within the Federation, secret experimentation, and weapons development projects that they want to keep secret from the people, and Samus being involved in finding herself in the middle of these conspiracies and cover-ups. It was cool here. By Other M, they kind of didn't handle it that well in Other M. I'm interested to see how the approach to the game, the approach to the Federation and the concept of Metroid Dread, which I'm still pretty much spoiler-free on. I have learned the identity of our mystery saboteur. Samus, it is an X mimicking you, the SAX. I have named it the SAX. I believe this SAX came from the capsule containing your infected suit parts. It used a power bomb to escape the quarantine bay. That explosion breached the capsules containing all the X that started this disaster. But the SAX is definitely your biggest worry right now. Now that line right there, and it's the first time I played this since Other M, and it's like, yeah, this is kind of the beginning of the game sort of noting the extreme danger of the power bombs. And of all the weird plot choices they made for Other M, I think the idea of placing emphasis on how dangerous the power bombs are to other people around you wasn't a bad idea. And they even established at the beginning when Samus is doing her weapons calibration thing on board in the Galactic Station, where the people observing the test put up like blast barriers before she tests the power bombs. You never played a Metroid game outside of Prime Hunters. Yeah, Prime Hunters was amazing just because it was amazing to see a first-person shooter with that graphic caliber on a handheld. I mean, when they first revealed Metroid Prime Hunters at E3 2004, that was like, wow. And this is before Metroid Prime 2 even came out. So to go from Metroid Fusion, I mean, I'm playing it right now, so obviously no disrespect, but to go from Metroid Fusion to a fully 3D Metroid Prime game on a handheld, controlled with touch controls, that was like amazing. You play that game online, you play that game online, only never played the campaign. Honestly, you played the best part of it. The campaign is mostly taking a bunch of arena maps and trying to add a story context to them, where the same boss repeated over and over. It was not very impressive. I did play Metroid Prime Hunters online with friends and even used the voice chat, which was really cool. If you see the SAX, just run. Don't even think about fighting. You are still very vulnerable to cold and unexpected side effects of the Metroid vaccine. Like Metroids, you can be frozen by an ice beam. Of course, the SAX is armed with the ice beam, so stay alert. If you see it, just run. HQ says that they have bomb data ready in the data room. Bombs will help you find a way out if the SAX traps you. The data room is here, but it's sealed by a level 1 hatch. You'll have to find the security room and release the level 1 locks. But per safety protocols, it is not marked on the map. It's cool that there's like an in-universe reason not to have the security room like denotated on the map. That's actually kind of like, there are little things like that that they could have put into Metroid Other M that would have made some of the more controversial elements of the storyline make more sense. But per safety protocols, it's not marked on the map. You'll have to find it on your own somehow, Samus. So first, find the security room and unlock level 1 hatches that go to the data room and get that bomb data. Is your objective clear? Keep an eye out for the SAX. Yeah, like, I think originally I read that... Originally they were intending to do a more traditional first-person Metroid Prime campaign. I really like that early Wii and DS Nintendo era when they were bold enough to release online games left and right. You know, it's kind of funny because I remember, like, early on in the DS's lifespan, I felt like so much of my DS experiences were online. DS was my first real online gaming experience myself, with Mario Kart DS and Metroid Prime Hunters. But I remember before they actually announced Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. Yeah, when they announced the DS, they announced that yes, it would be Wi-Fi compatible, but they didn't give any details on online gameplay. So people could not assume that Nintendo would actually follow. Oh shucks, you couldn't assume that Nintendo was actually going to follow through with that and have online games. All right, we're gonna have to. All right, can I use the charge beam on it? Okay, I can jump over it. Oh, not quite. How do I get out of this? Okay, I'll have to... See, this is the wonders of not having played a game for decades. Well, nearly 2 decades. I'll turn the volume up a little bit. Yeah, I forgot about the music in this section. It's pretty cool music. All the music here is cool, but I remember, like, the first Super Bowl after the launch of DS, there was, yeah, so it must have been Super Bowl 2005, before they announced Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. On the official Nintendo Insider forums, yeah, Nintendo released a USB Wi-Fi device for people who did not have Wi-Fi compatible routers at home. I almost got that. Instead, I got a cheap, like, refurbished, a cheap refurbished wireless router from, I think, from Amazon, and I think I got it from Amazon not long after they first started selling things other than books, when it started to become a general merchandise site. And I got that router specifically for Mario Kart DS. And yeah, it was like Super Bowl 2005, so it was not long after the DS was announced. Somehow a rumor started on the official Nintendo Insider forums that... Okay, so that's the data room, so now we know where that's at. That little USB Wi-Fi device was very poor. Wow, so I'm glad I got that router. Because I couldn't find it online, and it's like I could just get a router cheaper that will work for it, so I just got it. Yeah, so the first Super Bowl after the DS was announced, what happened was, after the first Super Bowl after the DS came out, so Super Bowl 2005, like, there was a rumor that started on the Nintendo Insider forums, which is like the official NOA forums, by the way. Like, Nintendo used to have official forums where people could just casually discuss Nintendo and video games, and somehow a rumor was spread that Nintendo was going to have, like, a Super Bowl commercial, and they were going to surprise announce that they'd have a remake of GoldenEye 007 for the DS that would be online. So it'd be the surprise announcement both of GoldenEye DS and Nintendo's online service for DS. And then there was also, before Nintendo Wi-Fi connection was announced, some people from, like, Warp Pipe Industries, who was the fan project that started... that was doing the fan-made online stuff for the GameCube they could have any LAN-enabled, like, local multiplayer game where you could link up multiple GameCubes through a LAN connection. There was a tunneling service, I guess. Oh, security room. There was a tunneling service that let you play those games online. Nintendo even had a N64 port for a GoldenEye 64 port for Virtual Boy being worked on at some point. I'd love to hear more about that, because, yeah, I guess, actually, yeah, the actual GoldenEye movie came out early enough that theoretically some parts of development could have overlapped with the lifespan of the Virtual Boy. Yeah, but this GoldenEye DS thing, that was just a total rumor some kid probably started. Or probably some older teen started so that the kids on the forum would fall for it. And people were really upset when that turned out to be fake. But then Warp Pipe Industries also started a... Actually, I just realized the chat window only has the bottom row. Can I... The Xbox 360 remake that got canned? Okay, there we go. That's more like it. There, now it'll be more. So let's look at... Yeah, so we went through... So we, unlocked the level 1 hatches. So all the blue hatches are accessible now. And there's something in here, I don't know what. Yeah, the people from Warpipe Industries started like this viral campaign teasing a service that they were going to make for Nintendo DS called Demasked, which never went anywhere, but at the time, like, Demasked was causing, well, the fake Halo DS game, apparently there was a point in which that was genuinely being worked on, but it just sort of just never materialized. As I understand it, at some point that was legitimately being worked on. Now that may have coincided or not with certain rumors about a Halo DS game, because sometimes things can be rumored, and then coincidental to that rumor, there are actually negotiations going on to potentially make the game. Were you able to source a ROM for the fake Halo game and try it back then? Yeah, there was this online service called Demasked, and they're really mysterious about it, and there were these cryptic images that you had to decode, and it became kind of a sensation within the Nintendo community for the brief while. But then once Nintendo, because I guess the assumption was that Nintendo, yeah, it was like the Nintendo GameCube, where, yeah, there was a modem for it, but, like, barely used it for any serious purposes. Where I guess they were afraid Nintendo was never going to actually take the DS online via Wi-Fi themselves. So Warpipe was going to work on a service that third-party games could use. You don't think the prototype was officially backed? Well, I think they made the prototype, like, I think the prototype was wasn't it being worked on and then presented as a potential official project? Because sometimes, like, there's a PC DOS build of Super Mario Bros. 3 that id Software made. But, like, so you could say it's fake, but the thing is they made that specifically because they actually got an appointment with people at Nintendo of America to propose actually making the game. And apparently Nintendo was genuinely impressed with it, but it turned them down. And so they used that engine to make Commander Keen instead. Because it's easy to forget now, there was a while where, in a lot of ways, PC gaming was far less advanced than home console gaming, at least in North America, the way the technology markets were trending. And getting smooth, side-scrolling action going on a PC was kind of a big deal and made the Commander Keen games uniquely appealing. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't like a hoax that was made. It was something that was made, like, to explore the potential of actually, like, pursuing this as a official project. Okay, so we could morph ball bomb jump now. Yeah, Samus takes a lot of damage in this, which makes sense because her suit is less bulky, maybe it has less armor on it. But that sort of balances the fact that every enemy basically gives you energy. So there was the GoldenEye DS scandal, and then, or the GoldenEye DS Super Bowl scandal. And there were a lot of fake rumors and weird scandals with people claiming to be leakers, and it turns out to be a hoax. And and then I remember after Mario Kart, well, Mario Kart DS was announced alongside the DS, but I would think it was Game Developer Conference 2005 was the first time we really saw any Mario Kart DS gameplay until E3, and people were asking Satoru Iwata in interviews, like, oh, will Mario Kart DS have, like, online gameplay? And what he was saying at the time was, well, we have multiplayer local wireless gameplay, and we think that's good enough, is pretty much what he was saying. And so it really sounded as though Mario Kart DS would not have any, like, online gameplay element to it, or any Wi-Fi, like, online options. And I remember people who were upset at this inside of forums. Then you had, like apologists, like Nintendo fanboys being like, oh, well, Mario Kart like it's meant to be played with your friends locally, and online gaming isn't that important anyway, and you know, it's just a gimmick that, you know, and because Nintendo, like Mario Kart's always meant to be played in person, and that's what makes Nintendo better than PlayStation and Xbox. And then at E3 2005, when Nintendo Wi-Fi connection was announced, and Mario Kart DS was announced to have Wi-Fi, multiplayer online gameplay, some of those same people were like, "Oh, this is awesome! Like, eat it, Sony! Like, DS is awesome!" So, I remember checking the internet daily around 2000 for any info you could find on Project Dolphin. One of the first times, I think the first time I heard about Dolphin was in an EGM in like '99, and it was at the point where the movie rights, like the rights for different aspects of the Harry Potter franchise, were still up for grabs, and the rumor, like and it was being rumored in EGM's like game rumor section, and the way it was described wasn't that Nintendo was negotiating the rights for because we now know that Nintendo was negotiating with, I guess, with J.K. Rowling to have the rights to make the Harry Potter video games. And how the rumor was phrased is that Harry Potter games are being negotiated and the potential platform is Dolphin. Oh, wow, cool. Alright, I knew there had to be something around there. But we now know the extent that Nintendo was actually negotiating to have the exclusive video game rights to the Harry Potter games. And because how it ended up happening is that Warner Brothers basically bought it all. I think Warner Brothers owns everything related to Harry Potter, except for, like, the actual books themselves, I think. And even they own, like, I think even the logos and stuff used in the North America, like, in the, like, the typical Harry Potter logos. To the point where, when they did the Harry Potter and the Cursed Child novels, they could not use any imagery from the Harry Potter Warner Brothers films. And so, like, the idea was that, like, that Cursed Child was kind of a sequel to the books instead of a sequel to the films, if that makes sense. And then, like, a year or two ago, they had they signed the deals to actually be able to use the Harry Potter imagery from the Warner Brothers movies and stuff in promotion. Like, you'd actually use the Harry Potter logo to promote Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Because if you look at Harry Potter and the Cursed Child stuff from earlier on, they don't use the official Harry Potter logo or anything like that. They use, like, a different, like, logo. And they had to work out the deal separately to be able to use the Cursed Child stuff. They had to basically license it or get permission from Warner Brothers to use the Harry Potter logo and imagery from the films to promote the play. But Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, I think, is a disappointing, disastrous mess anyway. So, we won't get into that. I read they're making Cursed Child into a film. I mean, there's too much money to be made. They're eventually going to do it. Now, anyone who enjoyed Cursed Child, I envy you. I'm glad you did. I personally think it was a huge missed opportunity and just a confusing mess of a story. The Fantastic Beast movies. You know, like, the Fantastic Beast movies, like, the first one I liked. The first one was good. There was some elements where I'm like, why did they put this in the movie? But the fan service was kept relatively tame. Like, I felt it was a good standalone movie. They want to do sequels to it, fine. But then, like, the second movie was like The Crimes of Grindelwald was like, yeah, it was a cool movie to look at, but there was so much weird, confusing stuff in that movie that it's like, if I were to go online, and spoil saying anything, I guess this is true of anything. If you don't say what you're feeling, there's no chance of you getting anyone upset. And then there were just lots of weird things going on into it, just weird. I remember there was one point where I think some official Harry Potter related account said, like, oh, you know, did you know that before plumbing was invented, that the students and staff at Hogwarts would relieve themselves wherever they were at and then vanish away the evidence using magic? And it's like, I don't want to. That doesn't make sense, and why would you think about that? Like, who wants to think about that in the context of the Harry Potter world? So that was kind of the beginning of just lots of weird missteps with the handling of Harry Potter itself, just in terms of some of the material that was being released, or Like, the Cursed Child got a mixed response. Then Crimes of Grindelwald got a mixed response, even though the movie itself was cool. And then there's the whole... I mean, I don't want to open up another can of worms, but the whole thing about the casting of Johnny Depp and people taking sides on that, and it's just like man, I'm glad, at least, if nothing else, I'm glad they stuck the landing with the Harry Potter movies and the books and ended those on a good note. I mean, the main, like book adaptation Harry Potter movies. So anything that comes after that, you could feel... If anyone enjoys that, good for them. Like, I've always... And as far as the park goes, I've always had mixed feelings about... Well, I guess I could use the charge beam now. Oh. How do I know? Oh, I wasted my last missile. So I guess I'm gonna have to use the charge beam on these. Alright. Yeah, I wasted a lot of missiles, just, like, I guess I was panicking a bit and just sort of forgot the controls on here. Because it is also true that on using a Super NES pad with this means that there are a couple of extra face buttons. I mean, they're just replications of other functions of they're just repeats of the A and B button anyway. But on a GBA, you know, there are only 2 buttons. Oh man, you have to be really specific in order to hit this guy correctly. Alright. Yeah, I think when this game came out on the 3DS as part of the Ambassador program, and I even forgot I did this, I might have played through Sector 0, like the very first area of the game, and not much past that. Oh, I like how shooting it using the regular beam, it doesn't damage them, but it makes it release more small X parasites, so I was able to recharge my missiles a bit. High jump and jump ball abilities recovered. Oh, so you get both at once. Alright. So the jump ball, I mean, it's kind of funny that you get the jump ball so soon after the morph ball bomb, because as far as the bomb jump goes, it already kind of makes the bomb jump obsolete. So I'm guessing this is the main way to... This is how we'll escape this area. Is there actually something up there? You have yet to see the Harry Potter world at Universal Studios? Yeah, I just... Regardless of anything else, this has nothing to do with the park itself, but I do have a bit of a bad... a grudge against that park, if you could call it that, because they destroyed the Phantom of the Opera film set which was the oldest surviving film set in the world, and that had sat there for over 90 years, and they dismantled that to build a Harry Potter ride, to have more space to build one of the rides in the Harry Potter themed land. What I think is more unfortunate is no, because it's easy to forget now. Universal Studios was literally an active film studio, and they gradually, because it started with the backlot tour thing, right, where you take the tram ride to see, you know, oh, here's some big sets, and they just give you a guided tour, and they had the King Kong thing, and over time it just gradually transformed into a tourist attraction, into a theme park and an amusement park instead of an actual live film studio. The closest thing I went to Universal Studios was the Disney MGM Studios at Walt Disney World. I went back in '98, and when I went, they were trying to do a similar thing at MGM Studios at Disney World. And they were trying to do a similar thing to Universal Studios, where it was like an active film set where they actually filmed certain TV shows there at the same time that you know, and also have it be a park. For the theme park for the public. Yeah, so I enjoyed it, but like, I remember I got to see one thing I loved seeing in the tram tour thing. I got to see the dip machine from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It was on display there, and it's funny. So I guess at the time, '98, that would have been for about 10 years old at the time. So I don't know where it's at, if they scrapped it or if it's still preserved somewhere, but I'm sure over time that's had to have deteriorated rapidly, and then as the relevance of that movie sort of fades in terms of it being a current, like, active, you know, thing people would be familiar with or excited to see material about. Like, I wonder what the condition is of the dip machine now. Now, yeah, okay, I have to go... Oh, shucks. Yeah, I forget that I can't shoot out bullets in... Oh. Oh, dear. Yeah, I heard some rumbling explosions then, and I didn't comment on it. So normally I'd be going back up, but I'm gonna have to use... Oh, I think this is the first stealth section. What I'm very interested in is how they're going to make the Emmy stealth sections be more, yeah, how are they going to make the stealth sections in Metroid... Yeah, they're going to make the stealth sections in Metroid Dread be really unique from these Stalker sections here. Okay, so we took a roundabout route to get to the same area, so we're just heading up now. Okay, we've been in here before. No, you know what? Now we can jump. Yeah, we can do that now. We couldn't do that before, because before I wanted to grab whatever treasure is over here. Treasure, like I'm playing an adventure game. You went to Disney MGM in '94. They take you by the Golden Girls house. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if like that's still, if they bothered to keep that up or whatever, because as I understand it, they don't really film anything at Disney MGM anymore. I think only 1 or 2 movies ever had scenes filmed at Disney MGM Studios. I know they have like a New York street scene that they used for a couple of movies. Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't know if I'd be able to bomb that or not. Okay, so now I can... Okay, there we go. Keep on moving. This is a new room right here. Alright. Okay, and jump up, and... Yeah, I love that. I love how you can actually see her, like, brace herself to make that next jump. And I never got to see the sprite in such detail. It's really cool. Yeah, they got rid of the MGM branding, like, in 2004 or 5, I think. Yeah, now it's just called Disney Hollywood Studios. Yeah. So I'm guessing... Oh no, I have to... So, I'm gonna have to figure out... a new path. It looks like the SAX blew things up over there. Alright. I should be able to... Okay, so these were intended to... Okay, I think the intention was to use the high jump to get over those. There we go. Okay, it's just a missile recharge. Alright. Will I be streaming tomorrow? No, on my next stream... remember, you can always check on my About page on Twitch. If I will have my latest planned streams up on there. The next stream's going to be Wednesday... Oh, come on. I guess I just didn't quite make those jumps. The next the next stream I'm going to do is going to be Wednesday, the day after tomorrow. I'm just going to go ahead and just stick with Metroid. And just focus on Metroid, get that out the way, because it's not a very long game anyway. And move on to some other things. Save data, yes. Let's see. I can't wait to see what Adam has to say. I think I actually did everything I was supposed to do here. Navigation room. Samus, we've got trouble. Releasing the security lock may have been a bad idea. The SAX has invaded the water environment in Sector 4, AQA, with several thousand X. With the blue hatches active, the SAX has slipped in easily. The creatures and ecosystems in Sector 4 are already showing multiple irregularities. I'm currently investigating. I'll brief you in the navigation room when you arrive. Is your objective clear? Yes. No, head for Sector 4. Yeah, after this week, I guess maybe starting Wednesday, I'm gonna go to a more traditional schedule where I might only do one, or I'm gonna stick to 1 or 2 streams a week. I might do Wednesday and Saturday stream 1 week, and then just a Wednesday stream the next. The SAX, an enemy with the strongest abilities. Does it have reason? Probably not. It's just a killing machine. In my current state, I can't face it head on. The SAX is me, only heartless. I must stop it before it learns its potential and threatens the universe. I mean, come on, it's making pretty... infecting the air conditioning units to spread X-Parasites throughout Sector 1, that's a pretty sophisticated action to take. Alright, so just go right down in Sector 4. I mean, I could go back up. Actually, if it lets me go back up, I will. Okay, I can't... Wait, I don't know if it'll let me go back up into Sector 0, though, which I guess is the outer ring of the asteroid. Yeah, I still can't go back to Sector 1. I was thinking, hey, I could get some goodies from Sector 0 that were hidden before with my new weapons and powers, but it's not happening. This sector has taken more damage than expected. I knew the X were powerful and destructive, but still, this seems to be purposeful. We certainly can't rule out the possibility that the SAX has a high degree of intelligence. You know, I genuinely forgot that they have this discussion at this point, because I was just discussing myself based on, you know, what the X did in Sector 1 as a high degree of intelligence. I find the X is fascinating, especially this SAX. But I digress. This sector is home to a very large creature, the research called Cirrus. I believe this is a very fast... it is capable of moving and attacking at ultra high speed. I believe this is a sea serpent kind of thing. This is the first boss that was a real gauntlet for me, if I remember correctly. But this game does have really cool bosses in general. The more senseless and widespread the destruction here may be attributable to Cirrus. I'll still be posting my streaming schedules on Twitter. Now that you mention it, yeah, I guess I could. Because I stopped doing the custom images for every single stream, but I might post an image with the schedule on Twitter. I'm a tad wary of even posting the schedule on Twitter after that disaster where I'm like, you know what, for July, for the first time ever, I'm going to announce my whole schedule a month in advance, and then nonsense happened. And no doubt the SAX released it, but I can't be sure why yet. Cirrus has returned off into the breeding tank here. Its natural behavior must be to go back to it periodically. It's a valuable specimen, but you have been authorized to terminate it. If you don't, it may invade other sectors. Is your objective clear? Yes. While you're moving, be careful. Some broken power wires have electrocuted the water, but we can't cut the water. The power, doing so, would affect the whole station adversely. If you touch the water, you will be electrocuted. Conserve energy as you go. Alright, let's save. Alright, save complete. Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch a little bit. No, I could use my... There we go. There it is. Alright. How about... Man, there's all this piano, this classical piano music, which I do not mind at all. I actually genuinely like this music, but this is not what I intended to be on my playlist for, you know, the break music and stuff. So let's at least shuffle away from this. Where are we go. Close to 2 hours, but if using the beautiful new... There it is. Yeah! Sorry, I'm just getting used to having a Stream Deck. Because, for those who haven't seen it, that's the current setup I have on my Stream Deck with all the wacky buttons it has. The Olive Garden button, the Thomas the Tank Engine button. All these weird buttons that make sense if you're me. Now, if anyone's just joining us, this is the first time I'm playing this since 2004. And we're playing with the Super NES pad I hooked up. It's the Super NES Classic Edition controller. So let's continue on. We're going after Cirrus, who, if I remember correctly, is a super speedy and dangerous sea serpent. So, and if I remember correctly, you do get the, yeah, I just knew a Stream Deck was useful. I had a sense of what it did, but I didn't realize how much you could. There's more customization I want to do. I want to be able to have it so that I can set up chat functions on some of the buttons, which will be useful. Okay. Alright. Can I blow you up? No, I can't. No, 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 no. This is not good. This is not what I wanted to happen. Oh my goodness. Okay. I can't... It's like not letting me jump. Alright. Can I... Like, I can't get out the water. Oh, I have to climb. Alright, excuse me. Alright, we're good. I did not realize... Yeah, I just didn't think about the climbing aspect. I guess I'm too used to Super... Even though I never even beat Super Metroid and haven't played it in years and years and years, much longer... Not a whole lot longer than since I last played this. But I guess I'm somehow still used to Super Metroid, where the climbing is not a thing. That Samus can do. Yeah, a little bit of a darker palette here, the darker, deeper blue, bordering on violet. Alright. Well, Alright, so I need the speed to get through there. Nope. I just tried to use the charge beam to attract a power-up to me like I'm playing Metroid Prime. Yeah, and I love how cryptic those thumbnails, like the images on the buttons are if you don't know what they do. If you don't know, like, what they mean. But I understand what they mean, which is, you know, what matters, is I'm the only person who's ever going to be using this. Yeah, for me, I just imagine, like, oh yeah, start stream button, and a recording button, and a button to make a little thing come up that says hi. Like, no, that'll be useful. I didn't realize I could, like, just set custom buttons and make it look however I wanted. There we go. And honestly, I played through... This is one of the few games I've actually played through from beginning to end multiple times. Because I think I played through this game maybe 3 times back in the day. Now, unfortunately, the ending of the game was... I accidentally was just looking online, and the ending was spoiled for me like an hour before I got to that point in the game, which is unfortunate. Like, it's one thing when you get a spoiler at the beginning, but it's like when you get spoiled for something right before you get to that part. Again, I remember I got spoiled for, like, you know, a character death in one of the Harry Potter books. I got spoiled for it. Like, I stopped at the I stopped reading at the chapter before it happened, and some interesting character, and it wasn't even online, it was like in person. He's like, "Oh, yeah, you're reading that book. It's so sad when so-and-so happened." I'm like, thanks. Like, what are you doing? Like, why did you do that? Like, she was not She was not an especially clever person, but she was a nice person, and I'm glad that the last time I ran into her, that she seemed pretty happy. I was never friends with them, but I'm not gonna hold a serious grudge over a spoiler in a Harry Potter book. At least on the context that happened in this case. Is there secret stuff up here? This looks like any little nook like that. I just have this instinct to try to see if I could bomb some secrets out of it. No. Alright. I just have an itch on the end of my nose. So. Alright. Can I get any further up through here? What can I jump? There we go. Maybe that'd be something I could shoot. And for certain abilities, you almost... Yeah, I guess it just facilitates the level design. Because you almost want to think, yeah, if you're going to gatekeep an area of the game based on a certain item that you had to have at a certain point, for the rest of the game, is there... You could argue, is there any even a point to having any more of that obstacle appear? Because at that point, that gatekeeping element has served its purpose. But it lets you, now that you have the high jump, you can just make the levels taller, which you could then do other things with. Now, it's really lucky that this station happens to be deteriorating in the exact points that Samus would need them to be in. I just did a big... Now we have to check the map. Let's check the map. Okay, so we're right next to the... Remember when Order of the Phoenix Goblin Fire was getting released? There was a Potter fiction online that was labeled... No, there was a Potter fanfiction online that was labeled as said official book got leaked. So basically the script of the book got leaked, and what they did was they released it as pretending it was a fanfic. Oh, it was a fake version. It was a fan-made version of what they thought the book might be like. I remember at one point there was a fake Harry Potter book going around in Asia. It was a counterfeit book. Not like a fake copy of an existing Harry Potter book, but a fake book pretending to be the new Harry Potter book. And I think it was called like something like that made no sense in English, like Harry Potter and Leopard Walk Up to Dragon. And it started off as like fan fiction in broken English, and then at some point it just turned into Lord of the Rings with the characters' names swapped out with Harry Potter names. Alright. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to be dealing with sea serpents in this one, so is that... I mean, that's a sea serpent skeleton if I ever saw one. And you can tell it's a sea serpent skeleton and not a lake monster skeleton, because lake monsters have flippers, whereas sea serpents don't have flippers. I just made that up, but it seems legit to me. You know, we're easy to troll people back then on the internet, and that Harry Potter and Leopard Walk Up to Dragon. Like, there was news stories about kids in Asia who genuinely were confused and thought it was the new Harry Potter book. Because it was an actual book that was being sold in stores. It wasn't even just, like, an online, like, hoax that was circulating. Well, this looks like a battle arena. Okay, I have an excuse to share this, so I will. Let's see if I could pull it up on my Tumblr. Oh yeah, I happen to use this tag a lot, so there's a lot of stuff to go through, but I'm just looking for the comic that I wrote and that my friend did the art for. There we go. Yep. And yep, there's the comic, link to the comic that I wrote and my friend did the art for, and there's a link to her info too. Yeah, it's sea serpent related. and I really... Woo, you are fast. I remember that now. Like, cat... Okay. Alright. Oh, man. How am I going to keep up? Oh, man, you are everywhere. How am I going to keep up with this? Nope. And, ooh, man, so fast. Ooh. Does he get shorter each time we successfully get the hit in? Good thing this particular room is not electrified. You have to watch his patterns, I guess. Man, the splashing sound effect is smooth, too. Nope, my missiles... I'm not fast enough for these missiles. Ooh. Yeah, this platform seems to be a safe one for when he's going all, like, when he's doing the zoomies. Oh, yeah, I should have stayed right where I was at. Because, like I said, this seemed like a safe... Okay, platform... When he's going straight, when he's doing the above arcs... Now, I might get taken out. Because I remember, I had to redo bosses a lot. These bosses are really fierce. Oh, man, I wasn't in the right spot when he was going all bananas. Man. Oof. Oh, man. Next hit's it. I'm probably going to have to retry this a few times. You have to be real fast. I was expecting him. Oh, man. Please give me some health. Oh, man. I got to the core X phase. I just had to collect some more health. And I could have taken him out. Yeah, I love the kind of mechanical sound to... there we go. The mechanical sort of sound... the electronic sort of sound to the chime when Samus... spawns back in from the save point. So I guess we're gonna get an energy tank after this. If I play my cards right here... Oh man, I don't need to be losing health this early. Man, losing these... Getting a hang of the underwater jump physics are what are messing me up for... Alright, so we're full health and full missiles, I think that's what the red ones do. So that's our first death. Oh man, I didn't arm the missiles fast enough. I hit the trigger button like a frame before I actually fired the shot. Oh man. Whew. Oh, he's doing the zoomies. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh, man, I thought I was... I guess he switched it up there. Whew. Got knocked down. Modding GGF4 is a job on its own. This pile of junk PC port needs a lot of fixes. I never really considered the PC... I never really thought of GTA 4 as anything other than a PC game. And it's funny because I was just thinking, because we were talking about GTA 4 a little while ago. Oh, but of all the GTA games out there, like, I guess GTA 4 would be the one I'd be most interested in because Liberty City, you know, is, you know, sort of a playoff of New York City. And plus it would be nostalgic because Grand Theft Auto 3. Oh man, so I'm getting to the core X phase and then getting destroyed. Alright. So, this... Yeah, I could have taken him out at least one phase or sooner, but I just failed to equip the missile fast enough, and the normal shot that I fired wasn't enough to... You know what? What I might do... I'm considering... Yeah, it's not so bad. If the approach to the boss was any further, maybe I would save right at the start of the boss fight, just to save time, because there's no real challenge to this part. So I don't feel like that would be like with Stinger, where I was using the save state function to play the game basically one frame at a time. There we go. Full health and everything. Yeah, so not only would the region be based on, you know, like someplace I know personally, it would also be cool in the sense that, well, it'd just be more nostalgic for... Okay. Seems like the opening zoomies weren't as... Yeah, I need to... Whew. Yeah, I cannot... I'm just failing to drop down quickly enough. Yeah, that was just... If I was a couple of steps over... Man, I can't... How do... Down? Yeah, hitting down in A. I'm just not quick enough dropping off of those, that ladder. Or those monkey bars, I guess. I almost got him there. You see me launching missiles left and right trying to get to him in time. There we go. Yeah, there I got it. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed the monkey bars again. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know if there's a predictable pattern to his zoomies after you damage him. One more missile should just go... Okay, we're at the... Okay, it's time for health recovery. Man. Really not making it easy. Oh, man. Oh, man, I was like one shot away from getting him. Alright, but we're getting... It's not that we're getting better at the core X part, I think it's just that... I don't think I need help with the core X part, it's just the fact that getting better at the actual Cirrus fight is just ending us with more HP, with more health by the end of the fight, so I'm just able to survive the final phase of the fight longer. Daggone. But the red X parasite we get from this guy will go along. And usually, at this point, it's restoring our health fully. I don't think it's a full health restore necessarily, But at this point, with the level of missiles and energy that we have, it's effectively acting as a full restore. Okay. Oh, gosh. I need to stop. I don't think at any point was I ever have this high health this late into the fight, so we're already doing better. Yeah, it's the core X. All the times we've died, it's been the core X section that's done it. Oh man, he did a lower attack twice. Man. I don't think he's ever damaged us that much on one cycle when he's doing the zoomies. Oh, cannot jump out the way fast enough. Whew. Yeah, we dodged him. Okay. Oh man, this is not... Okay, we just barely did that. Falling in the water almost killed us there. Alright. Yeah, falling in the water almost killed us. Speed booster power regained. Run until speed boost begins. And it's also neat that it's funny how both this game and Metroid Prime were the games where they, at the same time, the 2D game, Metroid Prime, the 2D Metroid games and the Metroid Prime games both began to find plausible in-universe reasons that Samus would lose all her abilities from the previous games. Wait, can I... I don't know how to Shine Spark. I haven't done that in a very long time. But... okay, I don't have to here. I don't think you ever have to Shine Spark to do any necessary things in the Metroid games. But you can do some cool secret stuff with it. Alright. There we go. Now is this? That looks like... there we go. I knew that looked suspicious. So that's the first, like, serious boss. The first boss that actually was serious enough to cause a death. Missile tank acquired. But what are they getting at with this here? I wonder why they put that there. Nah. Alright, let's keep going. No. There we go, absorb that. No. Okay, we don't have the wall jump. Or at least, yeah. I don't know if the wall jump, is that just something Samus has? And I forgot if she has a wall jump in this game. But if we have it and we need it, we'll figure it out later. Alright, save room, nice. Yeah, play for another hour and change. Head down here. So we've been in this room before. Why don't I guess we didn't explore it much? Because I don't remember all this. we not? Okay, we got into this room. Is this room full of electricity or something? Or did defeating the boss de-electrify some of this water? Is that what was going on? Did I? Yeah, I did come through here. Well, actually, let's do some map positioning. I mean, well, let's go through here, see if there's anything new we can get. I think at this point, I know there's the rights for a Metroid movie have, like, people have purchased the official legitimate rights to make a Metroid Hollywood film, but then they never, like, followed through on it. Because really around, like, 2004 would have been, I guess, the ideal time to go for it. A project like that. Pump control unit. Oh, what's this? Water level lowered. I didn't even know this was something I was trying to do, so I'm glad I found it. Because I'm like, well, the mission was to defeat Cirrus, and I defeated Cirrus, so... I bet, like, between Metroid Dread and then Metroid Prime 4, I think we'll get into a sort of another golden age for Metroid. But yeah, Metroid, other M, didn't help much. They require having a sci-fi $200 million movie star a woman, and people don't like that. Yeah, like, I don't know, it's so funny, because I feel like Other M's storyline was, like, the first game in the series that, like, yeah, they're those, like, they're the scantily clad Samus shots at the end that started with Metroid Fusion, you know, and got more and more in, like, Other M and so forth, but I feel like Other M was the first game where they made it, like, a story element that Samus was a woman, and it didn't quite feel sexist to me, but it felt unimaginative, and it felt contrary to the character as we understood her to that point. Brie Larson showed interest in playing Samus. Think that's good casting? Yeah, I think it would work. I don't really care about anything that any actors... I mean, it takes a lot for me to actually care about what actors say or do outside of the movies, to the point where that colors my opinion of their performance in the movies themselves. I didn't think the only movie I ever saw with her in it was the Captain Marvel, which I was very excited and interesting to see, and I don't think the movie didn't live up to my expectations. I really feel like the movie should have been more ambitious in a lot of ways, and I think that's what I found disappointing. And when it comes to, like, the women's empowerment angle, I didn't feel like they executed it well. If you, like, there's an anime called Dragon Pilot Hisonian Masotan that's on Netflix, and I think the whole approaching the idea of, like, women in the military and having limited opportunities, I think that children's anime was more ambitious and thought-provoking in terms of addressing those issues than Captain Marvel was. And then, like, because I liked the Wonder Woman movie that came out around the same time. I know I don't want to get too deep into this if it ignites chat at all, but I know there are certain controversies as to whether the reception to the Captain Marvel movie was due to sexism. But me personally, I saw both that and Wonder Woman around the same time. I wasn't that impressed with the some aspects of the Captain Marvel movie, but I love the Wonder Woman movie, so yeah, I don't know I have no concept. The only thing I knew about Captain Marvel prior to the Captain Marvel film was just the whole weird history of how Captain Marvel was basically like all the weird, like, legal entanglements involving Captain Marvel, leading to the weird irony that basically two... Oh, I was just being careless there. I was just being clumsy. that 2 Captain Marvel movies came out in the same time period. Like, that both versions of the character came out in the same time period. Because Shazam was originally called Captain Marvel, and there's a weird, like, history with that. But, some people... You always associate Metroid with Kid Icarus, because you played both around the same time in the late 80s. You've thoroughly enjoyed both. Well, you know, I don't know. You may know this, Kalaka Boy, but Metroid and Kid Icarus run on the same engine. Yeah, they run on the same engine. And were both disk system games in Japan, and they both use the same, you know, they both use the same password system when they brought them to North America. Ah, another energy tank. Definitely don't want to die now. And really, like, I don't even necessarily care about the character of Captain Marvel in the movie so much. I mean, it didn't help anything, but just certain things, like, a good twist in a movie should have enough evidence within the film itself for you to make a reasonable guess as to, like, oh, like, I see, like, I was tricked, or an observant person should be able to look at watch those and make guesses or theories about certain mysteries. And the major twist of the Captain Marvel movie was something that came out of nowhere and was kind of, I think, insulting to the audience's intelligence, in the sense that the twist came out of nowhere, and it's intended to bait you into feeling bad for making assumptions about certain characters' motivations. But as far as what you see on screen up to that point, there's nothing that leads you to believe otherwise. Like a good twist should be like, oh, it's a mystery, you don't know who the killer is, and then, like, when you might notice, oh, a certain character had a letter opener, and and that turned out to be the murder weapon. And there's certain things you might be able to piece together or appreciate on subsequent watch-throughs. Whereas the major twist in Captain Marvel, I feel like, was something that they baited you to feel a certain way, and then, like, I'm gonna use My Little Pony as an example. Like, they tried to have the episode Bridal Gossip, which I did, like, an hour-and-a-half long video on for a college project, which is why the only reason I know any of this stuff about My Little Pony. You never understood why there's a Kid Icarus too, and it's kind of funny because, hold on, let me read the whole comment. I never understood why there wasn't a Kid Icarus 2 on NES and maybe Super Kid Icarus on Super NES. Lost opportunity. And it's kind of funny because Metroid went on to have a Game Boy exclusive sequel. Because there's another similarity between Kid Icarus and Metroid, is that both of those games went on to have full-fledged sequels that were Game Boy exclusive at a time when having a major home console game have a sequel that's exclusive to a handheld was a pretty big deal. Like, it never really happened, even as a lot of games, as the game technology improved over the years. Okay, so I have to go real fast through there. And so it's like 2 Famicom Disk System games, both brought to NES with the same password system, both using the same engine even. You'd think the thing to do would be to have, you know, okay, so both Metroid and Kid Icarus had full-fledged sequels on Game Boy. You'd think the next step would have been to have like Clackaboy was saying, a Super Kid Icarus on the Super Nintendo to accompany Super Metroid. And one thing I know I've commented on this on other videos, on other streams, I find it kind of irritating when streams, like, I've seen videos where people talk about Super Metroid as in the context of, okay, we've been through here, the pump control unit. In the context of, they'll talk about Super Metroid as being like, oh, like, it came out in, like, the twilight of the Super NES's lifespan, and when the new systems were already on the way, and that's not what the atmosphere of 1994 was like. In 1994, like, yeah, in hindsight, you could look back at that, like, 1994, Super Metroid came out. It's the same year that the same year that the, let's map spot here. Yeah, I guess at this point, maybe we're heading back to the navigation room. Oh, it's the same year that the original PlayStation came out in Japan. And, you know that Saturn is on the way. And then following year, Saturn and PlayStation are coming out in North America. So in that context, it could seem like, oh, PS4, it's like the twilight of the 16-bit, 1994, not PS4. was the twilight of the Super NES Genesis 16-bit era. So like something like Super Metroid was like almost overlooked because it came so late in the system's lifespan. But if you actually look back at '94 at the gaming magazines and my own personal memories, it was like the height of the 16-bit era, where all these 16-bit games are doing things like Donkey Kong Country and Super Metroid that are pushing the Super NES to its limits. Sonic is coming out with Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. So the 94 and even 95 were not perceived at the time like, oh, these systems are obsolete and long in the tooth, even as there was excitement for the future of gaming, especially with the emergence of polygonal 3D worlds in gaming. Now, I want to go... Actually, I'm going to restore and save, then head back down. Restore, then save, and then I'm going to explore a bit of the... Yeah, if I go into the navigation room, I have a feeling it might lock me out and try to progress the plot more. Because the mission was to destroy Cirrus, and we did that. So let's see if we can grab any more goodies. Because we're definitely going to need, if we could find any more energy tanks or missile upgrades, we're definitely going to need those. Pretty crazy to me that this came out the year before... PS1. They feel so separated to me. Well, you're talking about Super Metroid, right? Because this came out in 2002 for Game Boy Advance. I don't know if I was talking about Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion like interchangeably. If I was and it messed you up, that's came out. Yeah, Super Metroid. And in Japan, in Japan, Super Metroid. I mean, in Japan, Super Metroid was the same year. Super Metroid and Donkey Kong Country were the same year that PS1 came out in Japan. Because looking back, you've probably experienced this a bit with your old game magazine streams. Just how looking at like early PS1 and N64 footage, and you're going through the magazine. Yeah, we're gonna need super missiles and the gravity suit to get through here. Yeah, but the magazines are still full of reviews and previews and advertisements for 16-bit games. And it's kind of easy to forget that. Because I know when I was reading some N64 coverage, or like early N64 coverage and PS1 coverage of magazines, but it's like the magazines are still dominated by 16-bit game coverage. Yeah, so there's no further we can go right now down here. I was hoping I could not sequence break, but maybe find some goodies that I perhaps wasn't intended to find just yet. But yeah, comparing this directly to Super Metroid, you can see how, yeah, it's a little sharper, a little crisper, these graphics. Save data, yes. Yeah, we'll play for another hour and call it. Can I pull up? I wonder, can I pull up my... Up and in. Let's see if I pull up the timer. Will this? No, I'm going to have to... The timer... I have to redo the timer in this layout. So I'm just going to make that go away and make the end in text go away. Because when I know concretely how much longer I'm going to play, I like to have that on screen. I wonder if Metroid Dread will call itself Metroid 5. I don't know if you saw it. Well, I mean, this is the title of the game, so I don't think this will be a spoiler, but in the reveal trailer for the game, it said Metroid 5 on screen in the same manner that Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion said Metroid 3 and Metroid 4 respectively. So I'm very certain if they did that for the trailer, they're probably going to do that as well for the opening of Metroid Dread. Now, I hope that Metroid Dread stops this awful thing they did with Metroid Zero Mission. With Metroid Other M, which was another one of the things a lot of fans didn't like about Other M, was that even in the marketing for the game, they wrote the Metroid Prime games out of existence. They seemed almost embarrassed of the Metroid Prime games. Didn't mention them in the official timeline of events, and then put things in Metroid Other M that directly contradicted events in the Metroid Prime games. And I almost felt a bit like Japan was like Sakamoto was like trying to yank back the reins from Retro, like, oh, well, we're just going to write you out of existence. We're going to take control of the official Metroid narrative, and the Prime games are just a side story. Like, it's a bit of what that felt like to me, but... No, Metroid 5 was the point where I'm like, oh my gosh, we're getting... I don't know if it's going to be a 2D Metroid or a game in the style of Other M, at least in terms of gameplay, but one way or another, we're getting a direct sequel to Metroid Fusion. Sirius had been infected by the X2. Well, as a result, you've recovered another ability. At this rate, you'll be able to face the SAX yet. But that's still a ways off. HQ has more support data. This time it's missile upgrade data. You desperately need this, but the data room here is sealed with a level 4 lock, the highest security level. Let's avoid opening sensitive areas unless it's necessary. Also, the route to the data room in Sector 2 is blocked by still more SAX activity. I notice a deliberate activity pattern, as if it's blocking your recovery intentionally. Samus, it looks like your best option is the download in Sector 3 PYR. You will find the PYR data on your map after using a navigation room there. Is your objective clear? Yes. Dread is only... What? Dread is only 4 days away? Dread is only 4 days away? Hold on. Hold the boat. Hold the boat. Hold on. Metroid Dread release? It's the... I thought Dread was coming out at the end of the month. I thought Dread... Oh my gosh, I thought Dread was coming out at the end of the month. I would have started this yesterday if I'd known. Like, I thought this came... I've got to... There are actions that must be taken ASAP. I won't do it right this second. I'll do it once the stream ends. Yeah, beating this just became a much higher priority. Perhaps No, I'm going to stay true to... I'm not going to stream tomorrow. But I will... Yeah, the stream on Wednesday might be a bit of a longer stream, trying to get this out the way. I did not realize... I have to make my layout for Metroid... For Metroid Dread. Yeah, there's certain plans I need to make, certain things I need to do. Yeah, for some reason, my brain turned Metroid Dread into November 8th. Yeah, we don't have the super missiles yet. We have to go up to the pyro section. So yeah, we'll play for another 57 minutes. It's the first time in a while we've heard this music. Oh wait, can we go back? Oh, we can go back to Sector 1 now. You ordered your OLED from Best Buy, which never gets to meet you on launch day? Huh. Okay. Why did I use the navigation room? I don't need to. Confirm mission objective? No. Head for Sector 3? No, I want to explore with my newfound powers a bit. I normally don't explore out of sequence like this, but getting more energy tanks now will make the game a lot more manageable later. Yeah, this is new area, right? Oh. Ooh, yeah, we do not have the Varia suit yet, so you gotta sell your Switch Lite. You said you gotta. I hope it's you're selling it on your terms, like it's not useful or needed anymore, so you're getting rid of it. Not that like I have to pay a bill or something and I need to get rid of it, but I'd like to keep it. You bought the Switch Lite and after a week replaced it with the regular? Yeah, for me, like, when the Switch came out, if the Switch Lite was available, I would have gotten it, because I didn't even have an HD TV at the time. And so having better portability was more important to me than anything than playing on a TV. But now I'm glad I didn't have that option, because obviously the Switch Lite can't be streamed. So Here's what I had in mind. This down here. They'll be selling your Switch Lite to pay for Metroid. What's the... Do I need to use power bombs? But there's not even an indication as to any... Alright. I don't remember what's where. Yeah, I'm being a bit hasty. Ah. Well, here's at least one new room we haven't been into before. It's a fire room, but it's not too hot for being without the various suit. The only thing you liked about the light was the dedicated D-pad? Yeah, and the reason they did that, and I don't hear a lot of people discuss this much, the reason the Joy-Con doesn't have an actual D-pad is because the idea is they wanted those directional buttons to be usable as action buttons when the controller is sideways. So for like on-the-fly multiplayer, when two players are using each Joy-Con as its own controller in tabletop mode. But the result of that is that there's no D-pad. For the first time on a de facto Nintendo controller, and excuse me, there we go. So because the controls are built into the Switch Lite, they don't have to worry about a second player using a Joy-Con because they are no Joy-Con. I mean, I really wish. There are times where I consider getting a Switch Lite, but I just don't play games on the go enough anymore. Like I've actually had to carry this. Yeah, it's like I'd rather, if I have a choice between like a Switch Lite, my dream Nintendo item right now would be to take the Mario Game & Watch and make just a Game & Watch Classic Edition where every possible game that you could adapt using a single screen and with the A, B, and D pad setup, to just adapt all those, put all those on a single Game & Watch. I would pay $100 for that. That would be a hot, awesome thing I'd carry with me everywhere I go for as long as the device lasts. Because the thing is, a lot of the games that they're making these standalone Game Watch units for, like Super Mario Brothers and those the Zelda Link's Awakening and the one with the Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening Zelda 2, those aren't ideal portable games to me. Like I would pay like $100. Like my dream device, I wish I could get a Game & Watch with Versus Pinball on it. That would be great. I know you could. I understand hacking those Super Mario Brothers Game & Watches is much more complicated than doing that with a Switch Lite. Okay, I mean with the like the NES and Super NES Classic Editions, you could hack those and put ROMs on them and stuff. I never did that. Mine are in factory settings. It just feels kind of like if I wanted to do that kind of stuff, I'd just get a little Android emulation box or something like that. It feels kind of weird to have like official hardware and do that kind of stuff with. With the Game & Watch, that's like it's a bit more appealing, but it's also a lot more complicated. I guess Nintendo learned their lesson and made it much harder to modify the Game & Watches. But I like my Mario Brothers Game & Watch the way it is. The main thing I play on it is the ball minigame. Now, did I... Is there a way... Yeah, there's nothing... Yeah, I just feel like I just wasted a bunch of time in here. I hoped I would find a lot of goodies. I doubt I'll do it, but theoretically off-stream I could go and find like where all the different hidden power-ups and stuff are, but I probably won't even have the time to go and do that. And it's probably just gonna barely be worth it. No. Just making sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna head back towards the opening and move on with the scenario. Yeah, here's the room where there was that item, that thing that I thought might be. There's the air conditioner we fixed before. Can I? Is this bombable? No. Now, one thing I'm interested to see with Dread is how... Because Samus ends the Metroid Fusion with basically a fully restored fusion suit, in the sense that, like, it's back to her original orange color. She has all her abilities, but it's, like, in the colors of the... It's in the style of the fusion, the slimmer, more form-fitting style of the fusion suit, which you're led to believe is sort of like a permanent change to her. But then in the first trailer for Metroid Dread, it looked like she had, like, a more mechanical-looking version of the fusion suit. And in other games, like in Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, she had the PED suit. You just gotta act... Gotta ask Mecha, was that PSA just a joke? What PSA? Oh, about... Wait, huh? I feel like I missed something? Did I miss something? Because there are times when my chat hangs up and it won't load up until something else happened. Did something play on my stream that other people saw that I didn't, and I wasn't even aware of it? Because I wouldn't put that past Twitch at this point. Okay, so we're in the fire zone now. Okay. No, but I was saying, like in Metroid Prime, he's referring to me doing a stream where I said I'm retiring my traditional game playing on my channel. Yeah, I missed that. I have to, if that's up, I'll have to go look at that, because any stream where you're doing magazines and stuff. PSA quitting gaming. You know, I wonder if Mecha-Kong quitting gaming or quitting streaming is going to be maybe a bit like when Hayao Miyazaki does his annual retirement announcement. I know I'm exaggerating quite a bit, but it comes to seem that way at points. Retire... I'd say it's not a joke. Traditional gaming for me is exactly which age is right now, playing a linear single-player game from start to finish. So what do you mean by traditional gaming? Like, I mean, traditional gaming, like, so are you going to do other gameplay where you're just, like, what, doing... Yeah, I'd love to hear the explanation you have, because you ended on a comma, which implies that you may have more to come. In order to download, you must find the security room here and activate level 2 hatches. This may allow the SAX and X Parasites into the area, but we are left with no choice. Your recovery is our main goal. The data room is here. As I explained, security rooms can't be shown on the map. Be careful, Samus. You will see very violent organisms here. And avoid the ultra-heated areas. Your suit can't take such high temperatures yet, but we're working on it. Level 2 hatches are green. Release the lock and proceed to the data room for download. Super missile data is ready. Your firepower will triple. And continue to stream magazine reads, watch party, and other games when I want to, such as speed running, or even rounds of Mario Party, golf, etc. Okay. Hey, that doesn't... that sounds like a pretty sweet format, if you ask me. I'm like, hey, that's not... Yeah, it sounds like a pretty sweet format. Yeah, you just shouldn't feel pressured to do, like, play through a game. Like, because even look at my stream history in the 32 games I played. Like, 90% of the games I played, or maybe 80%, have been, like, arcade games. Like, high-score-oriented arcade games, or platformers like Sonic the Hedgehog 1 on Game Gear that could be beaten in a single sitting. So, I really don't... It's a rarity when I even play a longer game, even like Super Mario Advance. And that was Super Mario Bros. 2. Arguably, like, even Super Mario Bros. 2, that was like 2 or 3 streams for me. That game could really be beaten in a single setting if you know Super Mario Bros. 2 in and out. If you prefer to play single-player story experiences alone, I feel you on that, to the point where I'm wondering how well I'll even do with playing Pokemon Legends Arceus on stream. I'm gonna go for it on stream, but you may steal your no death run for Kirby's Adventure. That's a fierce game to try in a single run. Because I remember that taking me a few days to beat it. Because I haven't played that game since 2001. Yeah, I haven't really played that game since 2001. I can imagine that being a really fierce game to try to beat in a single, without any deaths. Quite unlike Sonic the Hedgehog, because in Sonic the Hedgehog you could beat that game in an hour, not even trying to speed through it. All right, let's finish this sector. How about one way? Ideally, we'll finish this sector. If it seems like we're close to making it back out of this sector before... If it seems like we're close and we're up to an hour, we'll go in like another hour. We'll go maybe 6:30 Eastern Time to just get through this section. And I think that'll put us about maybe 25% to a third through the game. Yeah, no, that's a... Yeah, but I'm really questioning if Pokemon Legends Arceus, especially with its action elements, is going to be a good game for me to play like while streaming and interacting with chat. I don't know how well that may or may not work. It's going to be experimental. And it... Oh, shucks. Yeah, we're getting out of there. And notice how Samus took damage because she does not have a Varia suit. She didn't enter the area with her Varia suit feature in her possession and fully online, but simply choose to turn it off to appease a creepy, borderline abusive commanding officer. Other M, I'm staring pointedly at you. Let's see. Any... Oh, okay. Do we have to Shine Spark through that? Oh, can we even Shine Spark through that? Now, let's see if... Okay. Okay, there we go. Had to be something that was going to give way. I was about to say, we're about to be on the same, like... You'll ever fully give up gaming? Yeah, like... And honestly, if Pokemon Legends Arceus, if it doesn't work doing it live, I'll do Let's Play sections. I'll do Let's Play chapters of it. And I'll maybe eventually have a sort of a watch party type thing for it here on Twitch, maybe. Your commentary on those magazines is fantastic. I watched my own magazine stream and I'm like, this was fun doing these. I'd like to go back and do these again. You are waiting for... Because I'm using the Super Nintendo pad... You know what? That might be another thing that messed with you and made you associate this with being Super Metroid for a second, or mix up the year that this came out, because I've shown the Super NES pad on screen a couple of times. That I just press select to try to switch to the missiles, and that's one thing that makes this game the control so much better than Super Metroid to me. The fact just being able to switch on and off the missiles on the fly. Comics would be a fun thing to go through on stream. Yeah, you just have to make sure you're doing comics where the copyright holders aren't going to care much about it. Because, like, if I was going to do the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comics, I don't think anyone would care about that. Okay. Hey, we found the security room. And it's like, on one hand, yes, I was looking for it, but I wasn't looking for it. I was just playing the game. They still sell those. They just go off sale. They only make them in batches, kind of. And yeah, honestly, yeah, it would be nice to have... At one point, I was going to pull the trigger on getting the wireless Super NES pad, but... Yeah, for use with certain games, but... It just... Like, it was sold out at that moment. And that's really clever. They do follow up on, like, the in-universe thing, like, oh, you're really opening the security doors will let more X-Parasites enter the area, so be careful. And they actually followed through on that, where, like, you have this huge area with nothing to fight, and then as soon as you open those hatches, they swoop on in. Now, I'm going to have to use the running ability. You just have to have a new production N64 controller. Hopefully, the analog stick mechanism is fixed so that it lasts longer. You're a little worried to invest those controllers. You can see a Switch coming out. But with those, the thing is with those controllers, I don't think it's going to be like going from the Wii, like the Wii U gamepad to the Switch, where there was total break and all the Wii and Wii U stuff didn't work with Switch. I think those controllers will work on future Nintendo systems. I really would be shocked if those controllers didn't work with whatever next generation Switch, and I would honestly be shocked, like, because with going from GameCube to Wii, you didn't know what Nintendo was planning. Going from Wii to Wii U, you didn't know what Nintendo was planning. Going from Wii U to NX, as it was being called in its planning time, to you didn't know what they were going to do. I really would be shocked if the full, not Switch Pro as such as it were, but whatever the next gen successor is to the Switch platform, whatever the next generation is, I expect it to be an iteration on the hybrid product. Yeah, it's not hard to get some of those. Like they've found ways to with relative ease get stuff like the Switch, like the Switch Pro controller and the like to work on PC. Because it is just using Bluetooth, I think. Well, that's one thing I never specified. Serial Wars, you're talking about how you wish that the Wii used USB instead of these custom proprietary hookups. But the thing about these is that these lock into place. I don't think there's a version of USB that does that, because these are made to be so that if you're playing a motion game, you can't yank the expansion controller out by accident. I think that's the main reason Nintendo made a proprietary controller instead of just going with USB or something similar. Yeah, I think for engineering purposes, I think that's why they have those weird custom ports for Wii-related stuff. Alright. Yeah, take that. Okay. Yeah, the proprietary controllers are awesome when you're using on the Wii because essentially it's a PC, etc. I remember, like, between the reveal of the Wii Remote, or as the Revolution controller, as it was being called, on the Nintendo Insider forums, they're actually calling it the Rev-Mote for Revolution Remote, before, like, the Wii Remote name was revealed and the Wii name. But, they're like, in some interview with Iwata, people were saying, like, oh, how will virtual console games work with this bizarre new controller? And they were saying, and I think Miyamoto's wording was that there would be a shell that the Wii Remote docked into that would have, like, the traditional controller layout. And that term, the shell, was being used, like, it was common parlance, at least on the Nintendo Insider forums, about, like, oh, like, the shell. And I remember, like, the day of Nintendo's E3 2006 presentation, a Nintendo employee came out with a printed out picture. Because remember, this is before smartphones as we know them now. This is like May 2006. They found on the computer at work, they found a picture, the first picture of the classic controller, and we were baffled by it. It's like we were expecting a shell to play like older games or games that needed more buttons. And we were expecting something that the Wii Remote docked into, not just a controller with a cord that the Wii Remote then plugged into the end of. Yeah, you could use those on the PC, but you need to sync the remote via Bluetooth first. There we go. Got our... Okay, that's a door. We will need... Okay. I feel like based on my memory at this point, I remember already having encountered a chase scene with the SAX by this point in the game. But like I said, I haven't played this game since 2003 or 4. And we can't. Yeah, we eventually will get a weapon that could shoot through doors, so you could shoot through the switch. And we don't have that yet, so we're trying to get... Yeah, we're gonna have to take... Huh, we'll have to figure this out. Let me go up through there again, make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Yeah, but now that I have the Xbox One controller, it's really... And it's a great feeling controller, too. Yeah, I really don't see much of a need to, like, for my purposes, get, like, any Bluetooth Nintendo controllers that were intended for use with Nintendo systems to find a way to get those to work. Yeah, we're gonna have to find another path. Yeah, let's head back down. So not there. Something about that spot looks suspicious, but you like the new Xbox controllers, but you want PS5 over them for one reason. There's too much technology. So much technology in the PS5 controller for the same price. Yeah, I still have yet to experience DualSense. And that's the first thing. And I know I've probably made this point before, rechargeable battery being the feature you like the most. Like, I understand, like, the benefit when some people like rechargeable controllers and some, like, internal batteries. Some people like having AA use. But what gets me is the people who favor AA's, I mean, who favor rechargeable controllers, saying that AA's are obsolete. Because I saw people saying, like, oh, how could Microsoft still be using these obsolete technology? And I'm like, if AA batteries were obsolete, they wouldn't be in every store in the developed world. And long term, there are certain... Okay, so we got the security room. Like, long term... Wait, did I... We're trying to get... Yeah, long term, like, my main... One of the things I think about in terms of rechargeable batteries, like the Game Boy Advance SP, the very system that I played this game on back in the day. It was great being able to... I remember back in the day, I would charge my GBA, my DS, like every Friday I'd plug it up and it was good for the week. And I was not a lightweight gamer. I'd use... Yeah, they don't use AA's for longevity on the consumer side, though. They do it for cheaper production costs and some Duracell deal. Yeah, that's true, but it's like, I wonder if, like, it's harder to quantify, but if you actually looked at your electric bill for using, you know, appropriate AA batteries versus how much it costs to charge those controllers, like, how the costs measure out exactly, because you're ultimately using the same amount of electricity, it's just in a different form. You're like, yeah, it would be cool. I don't know if, like, is there a rechargeable pack for the Xbox family controllers? If there, I'm not aware if there is or not, so. Yeah, because, like, my Game Boy Advance SP, it was awesome having the rechargeable battery in it, but nowadays it's hard to get a market replacement that's of not a cheap, like, off-brand one, aftermarket one, and that, actually matches the controllers. Like, because I have a black SP that was not a common color, and one of the reasons I liked the black SP is because I was aware of this even at the time. Like, the Platinum GBA, the Platinum Game Boy SP, the Platinum GameCube, those were all made with clear, like, with generic plastic that they then painted, whereas the black Game Boy Advance and the black Game Boy Advance SP, those were actually made out of black plastic. So when the scratches and damage came to those, the Platinum systems would look really awful, whereas the black systems, there is, but you need to buy it separately. So at least it's the option, because I'm already thinking of long term. I'm just thinking of, like, you know, my DS systems and my Game Boy Advance SP. Okay, that is off limits. Hints are hints are welcome if you happen to know offhand what I'm doing wrong and what I'm overlooking. So there's a bombable passage up there. I might as well go to the recharge room because I'm already up here. Yeah, I'm close enough, and I don't remember if I've saved since doing the security room. So if I die, I don't have to go through all that again. You buy the official Microsoft Recharge kits for 360, and that was god-awful. They literally used the cheapest battery they could source for them. After a couple of months, they wouldn't even hold the charge. That's really sad. Because those were, like, the 360 controllers were, like, I don't remember what the price of the PS3 controllers, but I remember those being really expensive for the time. Because I remember people worrying, like, how expensive the Wii remotes might be. And I still believe, like, the Wii, one of the biggest, I would love to see the parallel universe that would have emerged if the original Wii had the Wii Motion Plus level motion sensing accuracy from day one. I would have loved to see how that would have turned out, because I think the nature of the games would have been very different, and even with its low output, even with its low specs, there would have been a lot more hardcore games on that system, or traditional games, I guess you could say. Because Wii was this... Oh, hello! Hey, we did it without even needing a hint. I did it without even needing hints. Yeah, I knew there was something somewhere that I was overlooking. That was the first, like, genuinely, like, lost in the game I got. And I'm proud that I was able to solve it myself. Oh, okay, so I have to run a bit further than they give you... Hello. The space to... How did I miss... That was silly how missing all those guys. Alright, so if I start running here... Okay, so I have to run... I lost my momentum there. So if I... I don't get what I'm supposed to be doing. Am I supposed to jump and then fall through it while I'm in hyper speed mode thing? Yeah, just barely enough space to go hyper. I actually meant to go down and not up. Yeah, so if I leave that room... Okay. Oh, that... I thought those were going to be more speed blocks, but it just let me fall through. Just want to shoot around, bomb around, make sure there's nothing hidden over here. Hello, beautiful. Okay, let's get rid of him. Wait. I just did a wall jump there. I didn't know even if I could do that in this game. Or if it was a power-up I had to unlock, or what. What's kind of funny is, even in 2021, the Xbox 360 driver is the most compatible and recognized controller input for PC. Well, I was just kind of I was impressed, because I didn't even read any guide like how to use the Xbox 360 controller with PC using USB. I know there's some thing built into Windows 10 to like install controllers and whatever. I didn't even mess with that. I just plugged it in and it just instantly worked without me even having to do anything. I was kind of surprised. I was really happy with that. When you use your PS3 controller on the PC, the way you have to transport the input to 360 input. Yeah, and it's funny how Nintendo, I know I'm sure I've said this in the past, but the way Nintendo has this reputation for gimmicky controllers, but every single PlayStation controller from PS2 onwards had some kind of like novel technology built into the controller. Like PS2 had the analog buttons, the analog face buttons. PS3 had the 6-axis. PS4 had the touchpad, and PS5 has the whole DualSense thing going on. Microsoft controllers are the only ones that work 100% out the box with everything. And it makes enough sense. It is their platform. I mean, is it more of a matter of just... Do you think it's a deliberate thing where they tried to engineer it that way to encourage... Like, do you think they tried to make other controllers harder to use for, like, monopolistic purposes? Or you just that, you know, they're making the software and the hardware, so naturally it's just going to have a high level of compatibility? Okay, let's check the map. We're way... You have to... Yeah, we have to... And this room is too hot, right? Yeah, too hot. But what's in... But this next room has that big circle in it, so there might be something we missed. Using Z input device, I should say, or any controller using an X input device. And this next room, that's too hot too, right? Okay, so the adjacent rooms I need the Varia suit for. Yeah, I have lots of enemies here that encourage the use of missiles, so I guess... Okay, so that way... No. I like how when you... I never noticed this before, but it's as it should be. When you have the missiles turned on, Samus can't move up and down on the ladder. Alright. There we go. Got them. Don't give them a chance to reform. Remember using direct input devices like the serial port controllers? It was always hit or miss with programs. I never bothered using serial port controllers. I knew of serial stuff as just being so unreliable that it didn't matter. So, like, for all my PC gaming I was doing in, all the, Commander Keen type stuff, older, like, DOS stuff, I've never bothered with gamepads or controllers or joysticks. So I was able to save myself a lot of frustration and difficulty. What's in here? Is this also a... Is this anything hidden in here? You had to go buy a sound card to plug in a controller on most computers. I remember that, but not specifically. Yeah, I remember just even having the ports to plug in controllers was a big deal. Like, I remember Windows 95 being like, oh, wow, you can just plug in things and they work. I mean, at least theoretically, but it was certainly a lot closer to just plugging in things and they work than it was with earlier versions of Windows. But at the time that Windows 95 came out, I just had a Mac SE. So, yeah, it was nowhere near that universe. This is a new room. There we go. Oh. Doggone. Alright. Alright. Get a little health back from these guys. Now I could farm. But I just farm here for health here, but just not that interested in doing so. Okay, so there's just one spot where you could fall through. Because the other spots weren't letting me fall through, what I thought was I had to speed through that whole section. I'm wasting way too many... Yeah, I just did a wall kick. I'm wasting too many missiles on these buttholes, though, so... Yeah, I can't quite... Oh, shucks. That was close. I almost took a hit from him there. Yeah, I can't get over there quite yet. Wait, unless I use... Nope, not quite. Can't use the ball jump either. So... I hope this whole thing, I hope this isn't all just a puzzle. Okay. Missile tank acquired. Okay, there we go. Now we're moving. Now. Yeah, because if that was just a missile tank, I would have been a bit disappointed, because I'd rather... Hey, this is the spot we... So we're going to get the super missiles and backtrack through there. This looks... is what I think is coming up about to come up. If this is... No. Oh, man. Because of the color... You know, oh, I see. Those are heat lamps. Because it's a simulated desert. Along with all the other pyroclastic creatures. Oh. In this zone. Yeah, it's cool that they use the... oh, shucks. It's really neat that they used the... Yeah, I never noticed, like, well, not dynamic lighting, I guess, but the heat shimmer I noticed, but just the lighting on Samus and the enemies is different under these heat lamps. What capture device do I use? I know this room. This room haunts my dreams. I know what room this is. I know exactly what room this is. Alright. I use an Elgato HD60S, which I basically... which is, from what I hear, I know this is kind of hyperbolic, but everyone uses it, and everyone complains about it, but it's one of those things, because it's the thing that most people are using when things go wrong with it. With a capture device, it's going to be the one that people are going to be talking about. Super Missile downloaded, hold R and press B. I just heard... for possibly the quality of the stream... the sake of the quality of the stream. No, actually, no. Actually, I cannot... that just occurred to me. I can't access... with my current... I'd have to open up... Yeah, I with the Super NES pad, I cannot open up the Virtual Console menu, so we're stuck playing 100% legit. Oh. It's gonna let me through here? Okay, I do know that there's some shenanigans waiting for me in that room, though. I do know that. Wait, can I... Is there a save room nearby? I use the Elgato... Okay, there's a save room. I was worried for a while. I was worried for a minute. Let's see if we can get through this sector and before we call it. But yeah, I've been very fortunate in that for me, like, I got the Elgato HD60S and I basically plugged it in and forgot it existed. My whole experience with it has been true plug and play. I just swap out the HDMI cable for the game. I barely have to touch the device itself. I don't have to worry about it. I haven't had to worry about it or think about it or replace it or troubleshoot it. The only times I ever thought I was having trouble with it, it turns out something silly, like I just had the monitor in the wrong feed and I couldn't see it or something like that. Alright. So, yeah, I guess Super Missile data... You know what I forgot? I forgot that in Super Metroid, aren't the Super Missiles a separate type of missile? But in this missile, in this game, they just stack on top of the regular missiles. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that the Super Missile stacks on top of the normal missile in this game. So I know there's a boss upstairs in that room. A boss that caused my fair share of resets back in the day. So missiles, super missile downloaded. Okay. What do I have to do to trigger the boss to appear? Do I have enough running room here? I guess I have to go back to trigger it. Okay, there we go. I have to see that the way clear has been blocked. So now that I've gotten this far, I'm going to save again so I don't have to redo that section. Yeah, it's really been seamless technology in terms of, yeah, the HD60S. I mean, Elgato, all their stuff I've used so far has been really great to use. Both the Stream Deck, which is only my really second stream with. I had it up before, but all I could do is start the recording. But hold on, I just need to okay. Let's take on BOX. This thing is called Box. Oh my goodness. Just immediately. Oh man. This guy looks like he almost, I mean, you could say that of Nightmare too. Some of these mech enemies almost remind me of something that you'd expect to come out of the Metal Slug games. Man, I'd be shocked if I clear this boss this run, because man, I'm just getting wrecked even trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm just getting jacked up. Yeah, I'm panicking, and that's making me have to relearn the controls. Can I deal at least the slightest bit of damage to him? Yeah, I couldn't even find the weak point. I know, like the top opens up and missiles come out. No, I believe this robot has biological elements to its computing system, so I guess that's what the explanation as to how and why the X is controlling it. Yeah, but I forgot how good they were with putting the save rooms right next to the bosses. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, it's like oh my gosh, I shoot. I keep to remember I have to press X on this controller. Yeah, for some reason I just keep trying to press irrelevant buttons. Yeah, what am I supposed to do here? I forgot how to damage him. Yeah, because it's not... Yeah, I'm getting direct hits when the thing opens. Okay, there we... Hey, we made progress. We actually dealt any amount of damage to him. We just have to remember... Like... How exact is his hitbox? Because I'm shooting straight down and it's not... I don't understand. Yeah, I'm shooting straight down. I remember his hitbox, the thing being, the core opens, you shoot down into the center of it. Oh. Oh, you just shoot down in general? Okay. Yeah, let's get through this boss and get to the front door of the next section. Maybe, and then we'll call it. No, that's the wrong way. That's where I got those goodies that I'm using now. Now it's good to remember that this guy is his fire bombs cannot. Yeah, his fire bombs don't go far enough. If you're right above the bomb when it explodes. Yeah, that's the safe point. So the bombs run up high enough to hit you. It's not doing a good job delineating. Okay. Hey, we actually... I don't know, it feels so strange because... So you do have to shoot down? Okay, stand in the center. So only... So when it's open, that's when it's actually not vulnerable. A tad counterintuitive, but see, look, there's the brain. I didn't realize that before. I'd never noticed there's like a brain inside it that's like pulsating. So it's nearly wrecked at this point. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't destroy it completely. It comes back later in the game. Can I... Yeah, I could save right up. Oh, oh, I see. That's... Oh, no. Okay, I had to go a little further. I would say, like, what, the wreckage filled the whole area with sand, I can't go back to that save room? Because they never I don't think they ever destroy save rooms as a plot or progression or guidance element. Or else I feel like it's really interesting how much I remember of this, yet how much of it is genuinely like a fresh experience. And there are a lot of games that I specifically put off playing again for multiple years, specifically with the prospect of if I stream it again, it'll be like as close to being brand new on it as I can get. Alright. So we can... That data room, I guess, is permanently off limits. Can we... Yeah. Hey, it opened... What was that? Oh. So I know... Okay, now I see. Oh, wait. I have to master the Shine Spark again. Oh, wait. Yeah, I forgot that the, the super missiles aren't a stacking upgrade in this. So that lamp, as soon as I get to that second lamp, that's when I do the crouch. Or actually, it would be easier if I do it in the same direction I was heading in, maybe? No, I don't have quite enough space to get it that way. No. Oh, I need the screw attack for that. Now I have to fight all those enemies over again. Because I went down for 1 second. This is one of the few games in the Metroid series where the respawning enemies have a somewhat legitimate in-universe explanation, because they're all ex-parasites. So more keep swooping in to repopulate the area. Do I? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. This whole area is destructible. Alright, this makes a lot more sense now. It's just made a lot more sense. I thought only those 2 holes I shot were the destructible parts. So if I... Okay, so I have to... Yeah, if I hit the diagonal up and left once I'm shined up. Okay. It's almost like inputting a code. Okay, I couldn't quite... Yeah, I couldn't quite do it. Yeah, we're gonna get to the front door of the next section. And then, end the stream there. Because in general, I was gonna end on the hour. No, I have to hold... Do I have to hold the button while I hit the diagonal? Is that the way to, Yeah, well, you're gonna see me at least once a week, if not twice a week. Like, every other week, I might... Oh my god, how did I do it that one time? Yeah. So once you're... Yeah, just jump. I'll just try jumping. You know what? I think my main problem is, just from instinct of other games, I'm holding down Y as though there's an actual run button. I think that's a huge part of my problem. Oh no, that... So if I jumped and I zoomed out of it. So if I hit... Okay, so that's it. I just had to be further along. Okay, so I hit down. I just hit down and... Oh yeah, okay, I did the thing where I was doggone trying to... Yeah, if I was able to come out of that on the spot... No, I don't want to... Alright. He's already playing he already went to do No Death Kirby's Adventure. I know he said he was going to. I didn't know if he was already going to go and do it. So bless him. I might have to go give him a raid after this. So if I just... So as soon as he goes hyper mode... when I come out of it, I can't reliably jump from the spot where I'm intending to do the So let's... I think I'm getting a little better at this. No, the problem there... I don't have to hit back to stop myself. I have to hit down. Oh, you know what? I think I have to do it from here. That's the only way this can make sense to me. Yeah, maybe, even. And by the way, just for those watching, sdsh.com is not my personal website. That he's using that as shorthand for supertrainstationh.com, which is my actual website. So, I'm going to spend 5 more minutes on this. And if I can't do it... Like, why does it only let me come out of the shine spot? It only lets me come out of the standing position when I'm too far away. There we go. We got it. We got it. Alright. That will make future... yeah, that took like 6 minutes, but that probably will save me at least a couple of deaths on upcoming bosses. So the time will pay... It'll pay in dividends. Okay, come on. Don't get up. There we go. There we go. This is a passage we already saw the other side of. Alright. And we made it. Alright. Hold on. There we go. Alright. So all we gotta do now, we just gotta save. And... Alright. You just hit the save. Actually, no. Let's go to the front door of the next room. Because we'll get a little plot info and we get to the next... Oh, yeah, let's go to the front door of the next zone. Unless something else goes on here. I see that you encountered a rogue security robot. You may destroy it if you meet it again. Your safety is vital. But as to your brief, level 2 security locks are released, so sectors 5 and 6 are open. That means those sectors have likely been infiltrated by X. They are much harder to stop than we initially suspected. Sector 5, ARC, is sub-zero. You are still susceptible to cold from the vaccine side effects, so you'll take damage if you even set foot inside there. Avoid Sector 5 for now, but in the meantime, HQ is working on data to adjust your suit for extreme temperatures. Once we have the transmission, you could download it, but the X have destroyed all the data rooms you have used so far. I no longer doubt their capacity for critical thought. You'll have to use the data room in the night habitat. Sector 6, knock. Go to Sector 6 and access a security room there. Is your objective clear? Yeah, let's go to Sector 6 so we don't have to waste time getting started next stream. That like, this is like the main sort of motif of the Metroid Fusion soundtrack. Incoming dispatch. Oh. Oh yeah, this is where the creepy stuff starts. Like this conspiracy stuff, shady dealings, things. Does Samus suspect anything? No, I do not think so. Good. Monitor her closely. Affirmative. Out. Alright. So we want to go to... Is this... We're going to... No, we're going to the left. That's the way to the cold area. I want to go to the nocturnal environment. Oh wow, I never got the shine. I never got her on the elevator with the shine spark stuff activated. Sector 6 knock. So we'll get the plot dump here. We might do a refresher on this, go into this room again, and reconfirm the mission. So it's not playing this again until the day after tomorrow. The various suit data is here from HQ, ready to download. Get moving to a data room, but there's a problem. X from the Sub-Zero sector are in Sector 6, knock. And I'm just not going to say, I'm not going to say the abbreviations for them anymore. They've been changed by the cold. If you absorb one, you'll be frozen from within. This seems like a deliberate tactic. Once you download the various suit modification, you'll be out of danger. Just be extremely careful until then. The knock data room is here. Remember, avoid the blue X. Use your beam to stun them in order to get by. Is your objective clear? I forgot that there were blue X's that you couldn't absorb. I'm going to try to beat this before I get to Metroid Dread, Serial Walrus. I didn't realize Metroid Dread was coming so soon. It's possible... At the rate we're going, it's possible I could beat this before I get to Metroid Dread now. Okay. There we go. So, I will be back on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll be back. Hey, I'll be ready in a moment. Excuse me for a sec. Alright, let's go for... Yeah, let's go for a full 3 hours. For that first segment, before the first break, and get right into it. Now, we can't... Let's see. Wake up. There we go. No, what we want to do is, I guess... Yeah, I guess we'll just get started. This will be your first time seeing someone play Metroid Dread? It shouldn't say... No, I'm just preparing for Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread isn't even out yet. Yeah, I did not realize... I thought Metroid Dread, for some reason, came out November 8th. It turns out it's coming out October 8th, so I gotta see if I can hurry up and finish this. Fortunately, as monstrously huge as these games can be from the outset, it's not going to be, You know what I need to do? I need to turn on my monitor so that I can see the game. That would be a good idea. Yeah, I had everything else all set up. For some reason, I just forgot to turn on my monitor. Because I'm like, yeah, I can only see it on the broadcast software. I was hoping if I found a little more time. Now, what was going on? Let's refresh on what the mission was. Because that's one of the controversial things about this Metroid game is that this is the first one, arguably Metroid Prime a tad less. This is the first 2D Metroid game, or arguably the last 2D Metroid game whatsoever. But compared to Metroid, Metroid 2, Metroid 3, which was, Super Metroid, This one is a bit more mission-based, where they tell you kind of specifically what to do and where to go. As the game goes on, they get a little more loose and leave you more to find your own ways. Confirm mission objective, yes. The various suit data is here from HQ, ready to download. Get moving to a data room, but there's a problem. X from the Sub-Zero sector are in Sector 6, and they've been changed by the cold. If you absorb one, you'll be frozen from within. It seems like a deliberate tactic. Once you download the various suit modification, you'll be out of danger. Just be extremely careful until then. The data room is here. Remember them. Avoid the blue X. Use your beam to stun them in order to get by. Is your objective clear? Yep. Yeah, the VOD from last stream, it's uploading. I finally uploaded to Twitch this morning. For some reason, it was uploading at a snail's pace, but it's processing now, so it'll be unlisted. It'll be on my. Actually, I think that one. No, that one I did put, because some videos on my VOD. Occasionally I will make them public, but mostly I make them unlisted and just have them on my VOD playlist. Weapons energy fully restored. Alright. Alright, so these are normal ones. It's the blue ones you have to watch out for. Come on. Man, never before. I always appreciated this game a lot, but never before did I really appreciate how awesome the sprite work was on this. Like, it would have been cool if they had gone with the sprite-based system for the sprite-based graphical style for the next one, because some of the games that do these hand-drawn sprites and HD resolutions, they're absolutely beautiful, but they are extremely intensive in terms of work hours, and it's actually more expensive to do like high good quality HD resolution sprite work than it is to do like more typical polygon graphics. Is this game available on Switch? This is not on Switch because, as the meme goes, Nintendo hates money. You can get this on the Wii U Virtual Console, which is what I'm playing it on. Yeah, I really never... I always appreciated it. I mean, there's some enemies like Nightmare, who is a boss we'll meet later, that there's some enemies where you really do... You're using this as a good way to, I really do remember... Now this might be just a false memory, I guess, but I strongly remember there being at least a couple of stealth sequences by this point in the game. But I guess those stealth sequences, like, oh my gosh, those things pack a punch. Oh my gosh. If Dread is a huge success, they might port this to Switch. One would hope. Because it's funny, because as big of a high profile a franchise as this is, it's never been a major moneymaker. Like, let's see. Let me do a little math here. Let me pull up the TI 108. Okay, so 2002 minus... Yeah, so, and then... Yeah, right now, like, the gap between... I just want to double check the numbers before I went out and said them. Just saying the wrong numbers from my head and accidentally spreading misinformation or something like that. And basically, like, the gap between Super Metroid, and the dual release of Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion, the latter of which I'm playing right now, was 8 years. And at the time, like, gaming media, and when you talk to people who were familiar with the series, it was like it felt like a lifetime since the last Metroid game. And it was just this huge, like, long-awaited return of, you know, for Metroid to even be back in the spotlight again. Getting, like, not only a return to the traditional style of Metroid here, but also to advance to the 3D world with Metroid Prime, which took it to the first-person view, which was actually very controversial at the time. I love pulling this out just to show off, because I've heard people refuse to believe me on this. I actually scanned this from a magazine I personally own. This isn't something I found online. Metroid series. A new Metroid is already on the way for Game Boy Advance, but what about the first 3 games? All 3 are fantastic, especially Super Metroid. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll cancel that Retroid crap for GameCube and focus on bringing the classics over to GBA. Mother Brain would be proud. So there was a lot of extreme negativity and skepticism directed at Metroid Prime. So this was kind of seen as the backup, like if the whole experiment turning Metroid into first-person shooter failed. Like, I personally, it's funny, I wasn't familiar with, I mean, I was familiar with it, but I never played any of the Metroid games at the time, the whole controversy over Prime becoming a first-person shooter. At the time, they were kind of marketing it as, oh, here we go. They're marketing it as a first-person adventure rather than shooter, try to damage control and express, oh, it's not just going to be gunning down hordes of enemies, it's going to be about the adventuring, not so much with an emphasis on marksmanship and gunplay. Oh, shoot. Will that damage me? Wow, that actually damaged me. What is this? Is she going to come down here and shoot me? Man, that music. Oh man, I see how they set this up. Oh man. So that's where it begins. Yeah, I could have swore there were so many more of those sequences in the original game, even by up to this point. Alright, give it a save point right here. Yeah, really nice. Put a save point right after the SAX. And, oh shoot. Yeah, but oh, that's what I was getting at. The gap. Oh, right for a boss too. Oh, right for the data room. Oh yeah, the super missile takes him out in one shot. The yeah, Metroid. The gap between. Oh shoot. Made off with our various suit data. I like how the cave openings here just kind of look like a big scary, like, angry face in a sense. I wonder if that's intentional or just, you know, my brain making associations. But that's what we'll get at real quick, because we're about to fight a boss. Yeah, that Captain N. Yeah, Captain N, the Game Master. I never actually watched it, but I've heard a lot about it. It was a bit before my time, and even when I was into games, it was a bit before my time. I wasn't that into games yet, and when I was into games, I started really being a fan of Sega, specifically, as opposed not really Nintendo. So I was passively aware of it and never really followed it, but I know from what I heard, Mother Brain was the main villain of the entire cartoon. She was in almost every episode, apparently. She was like the main villain. She was like the Gargamel, the Dr. Robotnik of this world. But Samus was never actually in the show, which is an absolute shame. And I'm interested to see if they... But, oh boy. There's a... There's a boss in a Mischief Maker. Well, there's a mini boss type thing in Mischief Makers that kind of reminds me of this. How do I... I guess we'll figure out at some point how I'm supposed to... Oh, I have to shoot through them. I thought I'd have to, like, shoot the little orbiter things. Ah. Doesn't seem like I have a reasonable chance of... I don't remember. I honestly forgot this boss even existed until just now. And it's like a... Yeah, Yeah, I'm probably gonna... I might as well just take the L now. Yeah, you could do a watch party of that cartoon sometimes. If it's not on Amazon, you could do a show YouTube video of it. Yeah, if it's on Amazon, sure. If it's on YouTube, that might be flirting with the limits of what I feel safe getting away with in terms of copyright enforcement on this channel. Because, like, so far, all the stuff I've shown are, like, public domain films that I've shown directly on the channel that I'm doing watch party. Public domain stuff and, like, old train videos and stuff that, like, there's no like, the copyright holders, like, the copyrights have lapsed on them, or that no one cares about enforcing, or old tech videos, like old public access television stuff. Showing a cartoon, like a Nintendo cartoon, like, just because it's on YouTube, that doesn't mean I could play it here on Twitch and not risk getting in trouble for it. In fact, the Mario Party 2 stream, part of that got, the one that was just Mario Party 2, that one actually got the intermission muted because I played, like, the intermission music was a public domain MIDI of a public domain classical piece of music that was hundreds of years old. But I guess because some major record label somewhere released a CD that had that music on it and entered it into their like sound, the copyright like sound audio alert system. So even though the music is legally public, like if they sued me, I couldn't get in trouble. Like I could prove this is a public domain piece of music, I wasn't using their recording, but because the music is public domain, so any performance of that music is going to sound the same as any other one for the most part. And computers, you know, they're the way they're programmed. So basically, the way it's being run right now, if any company does a recording, ever released a commercial release of a public domain song, like, yes, their unique performance where they hired a pianist to come into their studio and record that song, that would be public domain. That would be their copyright property. But because of the way they enter it into Twitch's copyright infringement recognition system, now any performance of that public domain music is going to be, like, recognized as though it's as though I stole their music. And unfortunately, when I go to when I went to dispute it, I didn't even have the option. It gives me, I don't have the chance to write in my specific argument. It gives me several pre-filled in claims, and it never even gives me the option to say that the person accusing me doesn't even own this piece of music. It doesn't give me that option. It doesn't even assume that that would be a thing. It's really biased in favor of the music labels, unfortunately, because like I was able to choose this is my own music and I owned it, which is not true. I could choose that. Yeah, I could choose several or that I think it's fair use, and it's not. That's the closest thing I had to come to, because it's fair use to use a uncopyrighted piece of work. That's the most logical way I could come up with to okay. Oh, okay. All right, I get it. The more I shoot it, the further away. I think the more I'm shooting it. I don't even understand. I did this when I was a teenager. Oh, I have to use the charge beam. Alright, alright. I'm probably not going to win at this point. It's funny because often the charge beam is just a sub-in for... Yeah, often the charge beam is just kind of a sub-in so that you could... Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, you were... Yeah, the Peanut specials are going to be on public TV again. I have to check out if those are going to be on Amazon. I know the new stuff that they've been coming out with is exclusive to... The new stuff they're coming out with is exclusive to Apple, but I think the older stuff was always on Amazon. And the thing is, I came to find this out the hard way. There are some things, it doesn't seem like most of them, but there are things that are on Amazon, but that you can't use for a watch party. Like the Sonic the Hedgehog movie is available on Amazon Prime to watch, but I wasn't able to do a watch party of it. I was under the impression that anything that was on Amazon Prime would be eligible for a watch party. And it's ridiculous that they wouldn't let that. It's not like people are viewing it for free if there's a watch party or anything like that. But I guess they have to specifically enable to have that. The same way on YouTube, like when you make a YouTube video, you can choose to make it so that video cannot be viewed on a television, like through like a YouTube like TV app. So I guess if a video creator is afraid that them posting something on YouTube is going to be seen as a substitute for someone buying a Blu-ray, they could set it to only play... Yeah, they can set it to only play on mobile devices or on computer screens. But the way things are now, I'm sure that option's being used less and less, but I know, like, there are times where, like, I think, I don't know if this is still the case, but, like, the official Gundam YouTube channel, they used to, well, they still do. Sometimes they legitimately post, like, anime series or movies from Gundam. They just put them online with ads temporarily. Just as, you know, just so people can watch them. And, you know, it might be up for like a month or something like that. And I know I tried to watch, like, I'd watch it on the computer fine, I could watch it on mobile fine, but I tried to watch it on, like, a TV, like, through the YouTube app, and it wouldn't work. So I guess they're afraid that that would be too close to, like, interfering with Blu-ray sales. Various suit effect recovered. Survive extreme temperatures. I think she's yellow now. And I think we can actually... Can we? Yeah, you can't turn the suits on and off in this one. I know I remember in Super Metroid you were able to turn... You could, like... If you only wanted to have the gravity suit on while you're in the water areas, you could turn off the gravity suit later. I don't know. Like, the fusion suit, the standard fusion suit's just so iconic because it's on the box and everything. It's what you start off with. But, I'm not as big of a fan of the Vari-suit, but... Uh-huh. You suck. Yeah, and I can absorb you now. I ended up buying theirs. I don't know if it's Life magazine. One of those, some magazine just put out a special magazine with kind of a retrospective on Peanuts and Charles Schultz. And I went ahead and, I don't often buy magazines. When I do, it's often just to look at the ads for reasons of my personal interests. But, anything cool over here? Any goodies? No. Alright. So let's see what's in here. Alright, that's just sitting out in the open. Those little funky little Technicolor bugs. Wow. I thought there was going to be a okay, there's a collapsing floor after it. Yeah, I didn't realize that there was actually... But I did see a little nook that I could fall down into. That I will definitely be exploring. Yeah, you better run. Yeah. There we go. I don't know if that would ever happen on stream or off, but I mean, well, in my universe, well, in that fictional universe, oh shucks, I forgot. I let myself get distracted. Okay, I gotta go do it again. It's not a big thing to redo. They are human doorworm hosts as well. It's just that Lunarians happen to be specifically, like, evolutionarily adapted to being doorworm hosts. So, there we go. Let's see what's in here. Excuse me. Those things are cool, though. Those look like evil Lisa Frank creatures, these little bugs. Yeah, more DACA. Yeah, fill up our missiles a bit more. Yeah, I just have that shirt. Did I wear it? Yeah, I know I wore that. I had to have worn that shirt last year for, around Halloween time. But, the cool... I will probably actually be able to stream on Halloween. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see a live-action Lunarian door. Do you mean live-action in the sense of, like, photorealistic CG live-action? Because I know, like, when they did that Lion King remake, they were going around... Everyone was calling that live-action. I'm like, how could you possibly call that live-action? It's like 99.9999% computer-generated imagery. But, well, meaning not a drawing, like, just, rendered in, a 3D. I feel like just because of the way doorworms work, they would have to be kind of... Because of the way, the nature of doorworms, like, the design, it would kind of necessitate a world and an art style that wasn't too photorealistic, because it would be hard. You could have a fairly realistic art styles in which stuff like that can work, but because of specifically doorworms, like the way that their googly eyes and everything, like, it would be hard to make that work if the art style was too serious. I've seen different artists that I've commissioned over the years take all kinds of different approaches to how to make that work. Because when I first drew doorworms, I drew, my art style, if you could even call it that, is strictly two-dimensional. So that works a lot easier. But then when you move into trying to render how these things would move in 3 dimensions, in fact, that's one of the things I saw different in... Just talking with the animators of some of the classic Peanuts movies, just talking about the challenges of just animating Peanuts and making Charles Schultz's drawings even work in 3 dimensions. like, there's certain ways the characters move and would look in certain angles that the original comics would never accounted for. Let's see, what do we have to... Okay, so we're going up. We have to go up. That's this. Wow, we've explored most of the sector already. At least most of the sector as far as it's been revealed to us. No, you're unfortunately what that would be cool if I had a huge drawing plushie. What that was a gigantic stuffed snake that I got from KB Toys, which lets you know how long ago that was. I just like, wow, it's a huge python, and I just got it on a whim. It was kind of silly. I didn't need it. I kept it for a while, but you know, it took up a lot of space. I got my use out of it for a Halloween costume and a couple of gag videos on YouTube one where I was pretending to be Voldemort for about a minute. That video's up there somewhere. That's an old video. Okay, oh, okay, I could go here now. Man, okay. Oh, there's gotta be something over here. Oh, I need super bombs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here when I have super bombs. And you know, and as far as I was just thinking about that, as far as doing a plush or an action figure involving a door worm, that's another one of those things that would be interesting to try to figure out just because of the eyes. Like how, notice they are, well, aside from the fact that Ubisoft barely cares about Rayman seemingly, especially now that Michael Ancella's gone. I mean, they gave, the fact that they gave, I mean, I heard Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle was a great game, and it was a great game and really creative and cool, but I'm just like, come on, how... That's such a shame that, like, two icons of platforming, Mario and Rayman, and Rayman doesn't get a crossover with Mario. The freaking Rabbids get a crossover with Rayman. Once again, like, I felt for years, like, that the Rabbids basically destroyed the Rayman series and totally derailed it. Because we went from going to get we were going to get a proper 3D platformer Rayman 4, and instead it got just transformed into doggone Raving Rabbids, and then Rabbids became its own series with having nothing to do with Rayman anymore. And then Rayman's had the doggone crossover game instead of Rayman. But what I was getting at is the fact that there are very few Rayman action figures. Because think about it, how do you make a Rayman action figure work? There are very few ways to do it, and one of the only Rayman action figures I ever saw was clever about it because it had Rayman laying back on a giant mushroom, like looking up at the sky. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of the only ways I could think of to do a Rayman action figure, unless you do a sculpture of him like leaning against a wall. Yeah, that's one of some of the few ways you could actually pull that off. Let's see if I think we accomplished the mission. Let's see what our creepy computer that's obviously conspiring with the Federation's seedy government has to say about it. Alright. Let's go refresh there. Oh, and by the way, I didn't mention this. I am using the Super Nintendo controller from the Super NES Classic Edition plugged into the Wii remote. So, oh, excuse me. Alright, okay, I missed the first part, so I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to skip past all this. I'm going to read it again. Wow, this is a lot, too. This is a lot to miss the first text box on. I'm not looking at any of this, because I genuinely don't remember any of this. I have not played this since 2003 or 4. Okay. Not reading any of this. Man, this is a lot. Go to sector. So he's going to send us somewhere for a download. Objective clear, no. How did that X download the various suit data? This doesn't seem to make any sense at all, unless the X have the ability to process data organically. At any rate, you have the various suit data. Now you'll be protected from extreme temperatures. More importantly, the SAX will no longer be able to freeze you, so you can escape easier. But you're still too weak. That thing is something. You currently have no way of damaging it. But my simulations indicate that a penetrating weapon like the plasma beam might work. Developing modification data will take HQ some time, though. There's also a chance that you may be able to restore your plasma beam by absorbing a large core X, as you did with the charge beam function. As for restoring ice beam functionality, I doubt it. Your current cellular makeup would reject that addition. Therefore, HQ has developed an ice missile upgrade. This will add a freezing effect to your missiles. It will help. Go to Sector 5 for the download. Is your objective clear? Yes. Now get moving. Alright. Alright. Is this the... Okay. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's watching this for the first time, but... Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna... There's some things I remember in very broad strokes I just don't remember. Clockaboy asks, are Lunarians related to the moon, being the word lunar is in their names? Yeah, the Earth in the world of my fiction stuff, the moon just is life-bearing in that world. So yeah, so they just evolved and grew up there and eventually ended up on Earth and lived amongst Homo sapiens. Alright, so it's funny, yeah, because that was the nocturnal... I forgot that, yeah, you went to the nocturnal section of the station to download the ship data so that you could then go to the actual ice section. You need to download data for the ice missile upgrade, but as you might expect, the data room here is secure. Level 3 security hatches are yellow. Release the security lock and download the data as usual. And experiment with those new missiles. It will be helpful. Is your objective clear? See, look, a little less hand-holding this time. Save. Yeah, I did not realize that Metroid Dread was coming out so soon, so I definitely... Yeah, by so soon meaning Friday. I may or may not stream on Friday. I guess it depends on if I get the game or not. Whether or not it ships to me in time, because I did go for a hard copy. Oh yeah, there are lots of different creatures and characters and races called Lunarians. I think even Gundam uses that word at some points. I know the word moon race also comes up in Gundam lore. But yeah, it's such a common sort of... Yeah, it's not... That wasn't an original name, I don't think. It's just a way to describe... If you're just going to describe a person or a creature from the moon, that would be a pretty generic way to do so. So, yeah, all the doors is locked. And, of course, it should be R locked. I'm just being a little funny there. Alright, nothing over here. Yeah, so hopefully I could finish. I'd like to finish this game today. I promise I can do so, but alright, I'm already stuck. Well, that's Metroid for you, and this is a relatively tame Metroid in terms of getting stuck, because the station is sectioned off, so, systematically due to it being ultimately an artificial environment. Because this whole game takes place on board a space station, which these sections kind of are, I guess, meant to remind you of. Now, I wonder... There we go. Yeah, I wonder if they put those enemies there to lure you into shooting in that direction. Yeah, these sections are supposed to remind you that you are on board a space station. Then the more organic-looking areas are artificial environments that are built to simulate different, different environments. And I guess this is kind of like a zoo in space where they have creatures from all over the galaxy that they do experiments on and observe in simulated natural environments. And then, ooh, yeah, these guys drop lava on you. Yep, saving the galaxy yet again. I did not realize that I started this game the day before yesterday. I did not realize at that time that, Metroid, Dread, Metroid 5, finally the direct sequel to this, was coming out on Friday. So hopefully I can beat the game before then. I have not played this game since 2003, so I'm as close to being totally blind on this as I could possibly get. So I have, like, all these memories and nostalgia for it, but then, like, a lot of things are genuinely surprising me at the same time. Now, experts of my original experience with Metroid Fusion will know that this is actually a inaccurate representation using this Game Boy Advance frame, because when I first played this, I was the first person around to get a Game Boy Advance SP. I had a really cool black Game Boy Advance SP, and I had it before anyone in the US, except a couple of really immediate friends, even knew what the Game Boy Advance SP was. And it was right in that era where we were in high school, but, and flip phone, like, cell phones weren't especially common, and if you had a cell phone of any kind, you were a cool kid. So to go from having the more purple toy-like GBA that if you were a self-conscious nerd on the school bus, you didn't want, it wasn't the first choice to whip out, but the SP solved a lot of those problems. I was actually planning to get the black Game Boy Advance. I mean, I'm the one who chose the purple GBA specifically so that it would match my GameCube anyway, but... Okay, we need to use the speed. We need to get enough... Okay, I see what we have to do now. Yeah, I'm in the section where you have to go get the ice missiles. Yeah, I have not played this since 2003. And I never noticed till now how gorgeous the sprite work on this was. Alright, there we go. Yeah, one thing I definitely sort of had to relearn, I forgot that the missile upgrades sort of stack in this game, because in Metroid, in Super Metroid on Super Nintendo, which, by the way, I'm playing this with the Super Nintendo controller and the Wii remote. The Super Nintendo controller is the one that came with the Super NES Classic Edition. It's the first... I have to figure out this room first. Hold on. What's going on here? Okay. No, it's kind of... Yeah, like, the gap between Metroid Other M on the Wii and Metroid Dread is 11 years, and the gap between Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion and Prime, which came out on the same day, was only 8 years. And at the time Fusion and Prime came out, people were like, whoa, like, I can't believe they're bringing back Metroid, it's been so long, it's been like a lifetime ago. And now it's been longer ago than that the last major new Metroid game came out. Because there was Metroid Samus Returns, which was a remake of Metroid 2 for Game Boy. It's possible that you might have actually... Yeah, that might have been my copy of Metroid Fusion, come to think of it. Which I traded from another kid for... I got my copy of Metroid Fusion right, like, when the Game Boy Advance SP was still on the way from Japan. And it was... I gave him my copy of Super Mario World for Game Boy Advance, and, like, $10. Because I already had Super Mario World for Super Nintendo. And then, so I just don't even know why I got the Game Boy Advance version. So it's like, yeah, let me actually go get in a... Oh, you know what? I just realized what I need to do. Clever, clever, clever. Alright. You better not. Okay, good. Let him reform there. Reform again. Or now he inhabits that thing. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. I need to freeze... once I get the ice missile, I need to freeze him and use that as a platform. I see. I can't get through here yet. Yeah, but I see what they're getting at. No, I forgot to hit the record button on my stream. This new version of Streamlabs OBS does not... I haven't found the option to record as soon as you go live. So, and I forgot to hit the button on my Stream Deck to record. So, all that means is that I'll have to download the VOD off of Twitch and then upload it to YouTube. Which is just an extra step. It's not a problem. And I am going to try to beat this today so I can start with Metroid Dread. Which will be, I think, the first time I ever... Yeah, it'll be the first time I ever flat out downloaded... No, played... Well, I'm not downloading it. I'm shipping the physical copy to me. It'll be the first time I played a game the same day that it, Yeah, the first time I played a game the same day it came out. At least as far as new releases go, because I tend to focus on retro, but the only modern games I've played is really, like, Super Mario 3D World, the Switch version of that. That's the only, like, new release game I've really ever played on stream. And even that was, like, a 2013 game, originally, that got ported to the Switch. I mean, yeah, Switch. Yeah, I did not think realize I'd be in a race to beat this so I could, start with Dread the day it comes out. And plus, one reason I want to play this now is because they're doing a lot of... I'm not at all in terms of skill or challenge level, I would not describe myself as a hardcore gamer. Like, this I could handle, but, I know with Other M, Other M had its own problems, but they tried to do all this, like, these special moves and counters and melee moves and stuff, in addition to the running and gunning, and I couldn't keep up with it very well. And then, I understand with Metroid Samus Returns, which was a 2D Metroid, they added, like, this melee counter thing that was absolutely necessary to play the game and to effectively fight the enemies. Alright, yep. And there we go. Yeah, it was absolutely necessary to play the game, and I was like... And the same team that did Samus Returns is doing... It was Mercury Steam. And the same company is working with Nintendo to do the Metroid Dread. And I'm guessing they... And I know the melee counter exists in this as well. So if I play Metroid Dread and I can't keep up with it, and I look like I'd never touched a video game before in my life, I just want to play through this to show, yes, I can actually competently play a traditional Metroid game. This and Hunters were the only Metroid games you beat. The FPS using the bottom screen stylus was surprisingly good. Yeah, it was... I mean, at the time, just seeing 3D graphics, let alone a, 3D graphics, let alone a first-person shooter on a handheld was a big deal. And at the time they first revealed Metroid Prime Hunters, it was before Metroid Prime 2 was even out. So to go from the first FPS Metroid, the first 3D Metroid, to then, and like having the Metroid on handhelds be this, to go from this to Metroid Prime Hunters was like, I mean, even though Prime Hunters, I mean, this would probably be truer to the Metroid formula and remembered and regarded much more fondly. Because really, Metroid Prime Hunters was kind of like Quake, like it was kind of like Metroid, like Unreal Tournament, sort of, where you're just, it's really more focused on the combat between players than the exploration. Like a lot of the single player maps I remember just being the multiplayer maps, but rearranged very slightly, and then the bosses were embarrassing in that. I mean, as cool as that game was, I remember that you fight the same boss like 4 or 5 times or something silly like that. It's kind of disappointing, but yeah, it was a cool game to play at the time. Now we're gonna need the ice missiles. We're gonna get the ice missiles and come back through here. I'm gonna use these little dudes as platforms. Oh, you know what? I can't even get up here yet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the ice missiles first. Wait, did I? Okay, I opened the security. Yeah, I opened the security hatches, so that's why those yellow doors are now open. So I really just have to find, because it says on the map. Yeah, if I can go up. Yeah, I'll have to go up. And I see some, at least a couple of yellow hatches I haven't gone through, so we'll save and keep moving. Yeah, I don't know. It just occurred to me that I could do this. For those who haven't seen it, yep. So here's my stream deck. I don't know how well that focuses in with my new camera. You can see some of the buttons I have ready for this particular round of streams. Yes, I do have an Olive Garden button, which is for a very specific circumstance that regulars will be familiar with, and it's not for ordering Olive Garden. It's for when I beat a whenever I beat a Sonic the Hedgehog game, I press this button that brings up this deliberately bad-looking photoshopped image of me in front of Olive Garden, because of the whole product placement thing from the Sonic the Hedgehog movie with James Marsden and Jim Carrey, where the general gives them like an Olive Garden gift card as a reward for defeating Robotnik. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. We do not need. There we go. Okay. Hey, so I came through here already. So I gotta go up more. Yes, I don't know if you saw this when I posted it on Twitter, but, yeah, I've got an, please focus. Yeah, I've got it's inverted here, but I've got an Olive Garden button to bring up the, Sonic the Hedgehog, victory screen. You know, I have not ordered Olive Garden since, I have not gone to Olive Garden since I moved to my current region. Now, it's kind of funny, one thing I have discovered, and I was not aware of this, because when I lived in New York, if you know that pizza place, Sbarro's, if you're familiar with that, like, it's in malls often. Sometimes it'll be, like, tucked in, there'll be, like, a little, like, mini one inside a gas station. But it's a pizza restaurant. Oh, we found it already. We got it. Okay, so I was heading in the right direction. And we are getting the ice missiles now. And I know where I need to go next. Ice effect added to missiles. Use it to freeze enemies. Oh, we'll be freezing some enemies in some future gameplay. I'm sure worms would love breadsticks. You could put eyes on it. Doorworm breadsticks. Yeah, doorworms are... Yeah, they tend to like fruit more than anything else. Fruit and berries, but they probably are like would probably eat just about anything that's not meat, because they are natural herbivores. Yeah, they... Okay. Alright. And... we have to... Doggone, I missed. Just gotta climb up a bit more. There we go. Please give me something nice. Ooh, an energy tank. Oh, I got jebaited. I got jebaited. There's gotta be a real one nearby. That was cruel. Well played, game. See, that's the nice thing. Like, I had opportunities to replay this, and I just chose not to. Because I knew if I ever came back and played this on stream, I could have, like, the most authentic experience possible. Rediscovering many of these little things for the first time. Dorms tend to be pretty friendly. They'd probably be like, oh, hi, what are you? And, you know, if they acted aggressively and, like, reared up, like, you know, and the snake was, you know, because snakes, like, a lot of their aggressive behavior, a lot of the times it's because, like, they're scared of you, and they're like, oh, I'm big and tough, don't mess with me, you know, and if you actually come at them a lot of the time, they'll actually would just sooner run away. Like garter snakes, I know are, really, I know another spot where we could use these, they'd be curious but wary, for the most part. But they do have, you know, dorms are venomous themselves. Their venom is delivered via stinger instead of by via bite. Okay. Okay. I wonder. Yeah, but if you look at the scale of... I'll just pull it up real quick, just for the sake of what the heck we're talking about. I have a button for this. If you look at the big, squishy worm-like creatures hanging on these people's tails, if you look at the scale of a doorworm compared to a person, it would take a very big bird to be able to just snatch one of those out of the air and eat them. So, yes, they wouldn't necessarily be afraid of birds unless they were big enough birds that their host would also be in danger too. So it would take, like, something on the scale of, like, a huge eagle or something like that to really be a serious threat to them. I wonder. Yeah, we'll have to go find another way. Yeah, or perhaps a type of bird that exists in the lunar environment of that world, perhaps. Alright. A nice shortcut there, so we could go up. Now I do... Yeah, okay. I remember this little scenario here. You shoot him once, he goes there. You shoot him twice, he goes over here. And then, he goes and, Speaking of Parasites, I didn't... I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's unpublished, or perhaps it is published and I just don't draw attention to it, and I published it under another name. But, there's some things in my... There's some things that are kind of similar to Parasites in the sense that they mimic a host creature and are quasi-symbiotic. There's, like, a picture that was viral a few years ago of a jellyfish that had captured... It was a living fish that was inside the bell of a jellyfish. So, like, the fish was almost wearing the jellyfish, and they seemed to be... The jellyfish didn't seem to be consuming or digesting the fish. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Something kind of interesting, like an element in some of my stories. But, yeah, there we go. Yeah, when you can figure out exactly what the game wants you to do, then you finally go and grab the, whatever, power-up or tool you use to do that, and then you go back and make it happen. It feels really good. Now, let's see. Yeah, there's nothing interesting that way. Let's... Oh, come on. I didn't shoot him in time. Oh, is that the thing? Am I gonna have to find another way back out of here? Let's see. How to get back up? Oh, okay. That. How did I miss that before? That was just sitting there the whole time and I just overlooked it? Oh, no, I've been through here before. I don't think they... Okay, there we go. What's in here? Like, now I'm just going back to every room I was in before, because I can't remember which rooms just had nothing for me. And which rooms were specifically like, oh, you're definitely... Okay, we came through that other way before, because that's where the save room was, so we're going in circles a little bit. Not too much, though. Yeah, in terms of getting hopelessly lost, this Metroid game is much more forgiving than some others. And you know what? I really do think that the sort of mission-based format of... Let's see, so we go through there. That's the data room. I think the mission-based format of this Metroid game was something to facilitate on-the-go portable gaming. As well as the fact that, if you look on the upper left, that sleep mode, that was a treasured feature for those Game Boy Advance games that actually took advantage of it. To be able to just put the game to sleep at any point was so convenient. That's creepy. I think I know what that is. I do think I know what that... Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, it's your worst nightmare. Yeah, I forgot that they had this build-up to that particular boss fight. And... yeah, nothing here. We're gonna have to go down and back around. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that those guys shoot lava. And we... Oh, I didn't go in this room. Hello, you did. You look like you... Yeah, that looked like a time... That looked like it justified super missiles. Whoa! Hot dog. Yes, I don't know why I said hot dog, but... Yeah. Yeah, when suddenly there's a fire drill. I forgot this section was coming. Genuinely caught me off guard. Well played, game.
Emergency in Sector 3.
Now, save.
Emergency in Sector 3.
Now, can you believe it? It's already an hour in. We've already been playing for an hour. Emergency. Excuse me, I have to do the Adam voice. Emergency in Sector 3. The area could melt down soon. It seems that the main boiler's cooling unit is malfunctioning. This could easily destroy the entire research station, as it would likely trigger the auto-destruct explosives. Now, why does a civilian research space station have self-destruct explosives? Yeah, they're very suspicious, but we'll keep going. It would likely trigger the auto-destruct explosives. We have about 6 minutes. Hurry to Sector 3 and access the control room to the side of the main boiler room. Most of the systems in PYR are down because of this. Again, we know who to blame. The SAS must have hacked into the system control file. What impressive intelligence. Is your objective clear? There's little time. Hurry to the control room in Sector 3. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot all about this. This is some nice tension going on here. I remember feeling like that in this game every hour or so. The whole place is about to explode. Yeah, just about. Oh wait, this is... Yeah, it's right next door, fortunately, the elevator to this section. Yeah, I forgot about this. Confirm mission objective. No, okay. They're nice and pause the countdown, or at least. Oh, you can't save. I didn't mean to actually didn't mean to restore. I might have restored just out of reflex, out of habit of doing so. So we're going down. Okay. So we're gonna go down this room, go across, down, and then to the left. No, we don't have... We're gonna have to... No, I guess it's the one above it. Oh, no, this is how... That's how it works. Oh, wait, I forgot. I need to use the speed. Yeah, I need to use the speed to get through here. Yeah, we have various suit protection now. Now in Metroid Other M, there's this idiotic section where Samus has to go through like a pyro zone, like a high heat hazard zone, and she has the Varia suit with her, but she chooses not to activate the heat protection because, like, her general didn't give her specific authorization to activate the heat protection. And the in-universe reason is she doesn't want to disobey the general. And it's like, you have to go through this section. It's going to kill you. So it's like a time challenge. And so that's the in-universe reason. They could have just made a thing where you talk to the general via the intercom or whatever, and it's like, oh, there is interference in the space station, and you'll be unable to activate your barrier. You know, we can't risk rescuing you, so you'll have to make it through until we could disable the interference or whatever. That's all it took. It's very simple writing. If they just wanted the player not to use the Varia suit in that section. It's just really bad characterization and writing for Samus. And I think that even more so than the gameplay issues were the reasons that Other M is so infamous among a lot of Metroid fans. And it's a shame because the actual perspective, a lot of the gameplay seems, as far as the gameplay goes, the only real problem I had with Other M was that the switching from the third-person normal view to the first-person missile mode, it didn't feel like I had good control. Like I would just get disoriented, where I'm like, yeah, I'm fighting someone. I go to get out my missiles, and like there's like an alien clawing Samus's brains out, and I can't even turn to look at them properly. I wonder how much playtesting it took to have it so that like the time limit was a fair challenge, but also not too easy. Glad there's only alright. There we go. Oh, hello. I forgot about that. I forgot that there was a Core X imitating a human scientist. Yeah, I forgot about this fight. What power do you get from this? Wide beam ability recovered. Beam widens dramatically. I forgot about that. Alright. Cooling unit operational. And it's kind of interesting that it, I mean, I guess, I don't know, it's like you'd think you turning on the cooling unit, it would have the yes, it would end the emergency and that would bring the temperature is no longer flying out of control, but the fact that, like, because I know those were, I guess, warning lights and for atmosphere, but the implication was that, like, the whole station was, like, obviously overheating to that extreme of an extent. Whereas if you were in, like a ship or, like, a space station or something that had a nuclear engine or, like, a nuclear reactor in it, and you wouldn't know it was over... I mean, they'd be alarms and stuff, I guess, but as far as... It's not like the reactor overheating would make the area, the whole place, like, heat up like someone, like, turned an oven on. I guess. But I do like the attention to detail, and that it's not the power source that was going to explode, it was the steam boiler. Was the endgame explanation for why blown up walls and floors come back when you re-enter a room. It's theoretically more plausible in this particular game since it takes place on a space station. It could be like auto repair units or something like that, I guess. Okay, at least it's kind of funny how they introduce you, well, to this whole new section of this area, but in a totally new context where you're rushing through it and you're seeing these new areas and not even stopping to really... A lore-friendly fan theory? Well, if you want your evening to instantly vanish, you can go on TV tropes. I'm sure there's lots of nerds arguing about it there. Because TV tropes, I mean, some people take that site too seriously. I thought it was fun. I know it's kind of has a bad reputation now. Because of people taking the sort of theories or commentary on there too serious, like it's some kind of... Alright. Well, let's take a look. What? Yeah, there's nothing... Yeah, let's just continue on. Let's go back to the entrance to the sector. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm really more interested in just... Like, theoretically, I want to go and hunt for power-ups. Because those can make the game a lot easier. Because I could spend like a half hour looking for energy tanks and missile upgrades, but then having those might make it a lot easier to well, just make it so that I die less often on bosses in the future. So it's like, yeah, in one way you can see it as a waste of time, but if it's gonna, I guess maybe would it be more interesting to go find things to make the bosses go quicker later. Alright, so I have to go around and through. No, can't reach that fight that high yet. Oh yeah. Oh, but I can't. It's my first time over here, but I can't get through there. So how am I gonna... There's that tall shaft. That's where I came through. Oh. I just ran right into him because I stood just looking at the map in the corner. Yeah, I don't know what I'll be able to do with the wide beam. Because there are other beams that... So there's areas beneath this. So I'll only take damage. Oh, okay. I know I'm taking damage there, but I just want to... Oh, no, 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 no. This is not working the way I hoped it would. I really just did that just to fill up that section of the map, but I wasn't able to get up the lava fast enough, so... I just gotta save again. Actually, I'll come here and restore a little bit of energy. Yeah, I actually planned to potentially play a Zero Mission after this, because I thought I had the rest of the month until Metroid Dread came out. Oh my... What even damaged me? Oh... Those guys did... I don't think they shot energy balls before. I don't think those had... There was projectiles for them. I thought they just... before, I think they just hung out in the walls. There we go. Alright, so this is where... So this is that tall shaft. Now I'm closer to the top. So if I come through here... I know, I thought... Can I actually access... Okay. I forgot... I went in that room. I just forgot that this is where I was supposed to go to navigate back to the start of the sector. And Samus does take a lot of damage in this game to compensate for the fact that every single enemy gives health or missiles. So if I... What is... You know what? I want to save before I navigate back through there. Yeah, I want to save and recharge. And then I'll go back through and explore that new area. Restore. Weapons energy fully restored. And save. Hopefully it doesn't lock me in here. Okay, if I go to the navigation room, it might not let me go back in. So let me go back and see if I can get some goodies in that room. Because that room I accessed before, but I couldn't go further in because they didn't have the Varia suit yet. And apparently Varia is just sort of a Japanese misliteration of the English word barrier. It was intended to be like the barrier suit, but I guess like the B and the V just sort of got mixed up. Going. Whew. Good thing you have the high jump by this point, or else that would have definitely meant a death. Alright, this is probably just some treasures of some sort. Yeah, missiles. Thank you. Oh, there's more. See, that's... Good thing I decided to bomb over there. Yeah, this whole section wasn't even on the map before. Oh, you know what? I know what this is. Okay. I see what this is. They gave you just enough space to... Nice. Wait, okay, am I gonna have to... Oh, am I gonna have to do this across multiple spots? Oh, you know what? I might need the screw... Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to combine. No, not quite. I feel like... Is there... I'll mess around here a little bit more. Oh no, I didn't go quite far enough. There you go. Speed blocks over here. Alright, now. Okay, so that's... I was able to do it at an angle there. Yeah, I might need... Like, why would they let me in here? Oh, there. Okay. Alright. See, this... I don't think I ever got this back when I was a teenager. I don't think I ever got this back then. Oh, boy. That was cool. That was cool. Like, that was some legit... That was, like, some peak Metroid right there. I'm glad I came back to, investigate. So we got a missile upgrade and... We got the missile upgrade and an energy tank. And which... No, getting that missile upgrade... I mean, getting the missile upgrades we got recently, but especially that energy tank at the end. Those will without a doubt... Those will probably save us at least one retry on a boss coming out. The recharge. And save. Absolutely save after that. Hey, Turbo Graphics, how you doing? Yeah, things are going good. If I'm broadcasting myself playing video games, things are going okay enough, I guess. Yeah, I just had some peak Metroid. I haven't played this game since, what was it, 2003 or 4? So, the X mimicked a crew member. It all makes sense now. The X can absorb the memories and knowledge of their prey. What an astounding find. HQ is very impressed. Don't you find it strange? They could have destroyed the station with the X in it, not to mention the SAX. Unusual for a self-preserving species like the X, unless their presence is an even greater threat to the existence of X elsewhere. This is only a hypothesis. Perhaps their survival instinct is in conflict with their newly borrowed intelligence. Don't let your guard down yet. The X are still a threat. Samus, I see bio signs on the habitation deck. Survivors? The infected crewman you saw had survived until recently. Maybe there's a chance. The signs emanate from here. Is your objective clear? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I don't know if you saw the tweet or if I showed this to you. It just occurred to me that I could just pick the thing up and show you. Yeah, I've got a doggone Stream Deck now, so I guess I'm quote serious about it now. Because I really was I was fixated on doing what I can with minimal equipment and the cheapest equipment possible until I was sure I wanted to continue doing this. Because, you know, because I'm sure there are people who go neck deep trying to get all the hottest stuff, and then they actually try it and they don't like it. And then, heck, I've seen people with a lot better equipment than me with zero activity in their no viewers, no chat activity, and like, so yeah, it's not about the equipment necessarily. Yeah, but it got to a point where I was doing enough things where I could just barely, yeah, like, but now that I have it, it's like useful, and I've made good use of it. I love all the, oh yeah, this is the, this is that whole, the SAX blaster before. How do I get to this stuff? Oh, I need to use the dash. Yeah, that was, heck, I was afraid to spend hundreds on equipment and not like it. I bought a pretty much bottom-of-the-line computer. I bought the most simple I bought a refurbished office PC that was the minimum I needed to do what I needed to do. And the funny thing is, would have been happy using that for years to come, except for my video card died, and I had to get an old video card in order to fit that thing if I was going to replace it. So, because the computer was otherwise still usable, and I'm like, why get a used video card that might not last that long anyway? And I might as well just get a new computer now that I know it's worth it. And it's just gonna ask to confirm the mission. No. Yeah, and the console cam I only got because I got a better the webcam I actually did want to start off with, but I had to get a 720p webcam instead of the 1080p one, and the 720p one was fine enough. I was just happy to. Yeah, we need this. We need the next upgrade. We need like the super missiles to get through that. But I do want to save while we're in this sector. Because I actually, at this point, I genuinely don't remember what the game is leading up to right now, which is why I'm glad I waited so long before replaying this. Yeah, now we can get the green security doors. We couldn't get through that before. Yeah, I did not realize Metroid Dread was coming out on Friday. I thought it was coming out on November 8th, and the reason I probably associated with November is because Metroid Prime and Fusion came out in November. Oh, there's another save room right here in this new area. Okay. Yeah, Prime and Fusion came out in November back in 2002, so I just associated Metroid with November. I didn't realize it was coming out on October 8th. So hopefully, we'll see if I might have to go on a bit of a marathon with this. I'm gonna play, after this break, I'm gonna play for at least another 3 hours, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we're gonna need a beam that could shoot through solid objects in order to hit that button and open up that missile upgrade. There we go. Okay, this is... Okay, we know it. I thought, when I looked up at there, I'm like, that looks like something I could fall through, or something like that. Okay, just barely made that jump. I have to lure him into, no. There we go. And to lure him into accordioning out. I forgot. Oh, it's the animals! Oh my gosh, I forgot the animals were in this game. That's so adorable. They even have... look at this, they have tire swings to hang on. Now, I wonder... I'm interested in the idea that that old-fashioned pneumatic tires exist in this world, but I guess like the wheel itself, if it isn't broke, don't fix it for certain types of vehicles, right? Yeah, I forgot that the animals that you save in Super Metroid are in this, I guess that makes saving the animals canon. Yeah, if the game does something awful, like have them get infected with Parasites, then I forgot all about it. I feel like that's something I would have remembered, without a doubt. There's no way I would have forgotten if that happened. Like, I remembered some of the plot twists in this game. If there was an awful plot twist like that, I would have remembered. Aha! I like the little visual hint that this is a accessible area, but don't make it too obvious. Not at quite the right angle. Well, I'm not at a right angle, but I'm not the correct angle. Oh, we saved the animals again. Actually, I think they're probably safer inside there, but... yeah, I'm guessing they're... Please don't get infected, guys. Oh, you know what? I think I know what happens to them. I remember. I won't spoil it, but I remember what happens to those guys. Yeah, we went all the way up there just to save the animals. That's adorable. So that was... yeah, I guess that was actually the target. Oh, I forgot these guys had names. Edecuns and Dracoras freed. Proceed to navigation room. Well, I mean, shouldn't it have been... am I excited for Dread? I'm excited enough for it that I chose now to be the time to play Metroid Fusion again. I was after Other M, which I respect it as a failed experiment. I'm disappointed that it failed at the things that it failed at. For but I was also afraid that Metroid Dread's failure was going to be the kind of Hindenburg of non-first-person Metroid, because the Metroid Prime games were so well received, and then yeah, the Metroid Prime game was so well received, and then they do Other M, and it was critically and commercially like a disaster. I think I was worried that they'd be afraid to never do a new 2D Metroid game again, or even a non-first-person Metroid, because honestly, for the most, I thought Mother M's gameplay was fine. And like the first-person mode, when you go into the missile mode, that could have been better refined, and it needed to be better refined. I didn't finish the game because going in the first-person missile mode was so like disorienting and wasn't fine-tuned. But the concept of how a 3D Metroid, other than the Metroid Prime games, could work, Mother M had a very, very, very solid concept for that. Now for the fine-tuning of the missile mode, the writing for Samus, and the concept of the storyline, that had a lot to be desired, but I'm glad Nintendo even gave 2D Metroid a shot, and that it was a project that had been rumored since 2004 or 5. Okay, so Edecuns and Dracoras. I've met these intelligent beings before. They seem to recognize me as well. How unusual to meet again here. In the past, they've helped me unleash abilities I didn't know I had. But where did they run to? I hope they're safe. I'm glad we saved them, but I'm also interested in why... I'm interested in why the ship's computer... or no, it's my ship's computer. The computer isn't, I guess, directly linked into all the ships, all the space station's computers. Given the fact that X can hack computer systems, I would guess that would be a good safety measure, not have our ship's computer directly I am concerned that some of the new elements, like the melee counter moves, which apparently are necessary in order to properly engage in combat, might be a little too complex for me, because I'm, in terms of skill and agility, I'm not a hardcore gamer. So I'm at least playing through this, I can just prove, like, hey, if I suck at Dread and I can't keep up with the more complex combat, no, it's not just because I just suck at video games, it's just because they tried to modernize it and I'm better at these simpler, more classic style games. So the Vivers were not human. Most unfortunate. We can now confirm the deaths of all crew members. I imagined this was the case, but I hoped it wasn't so. I believe the X only infected the humans for knowledge. That form is too weak for battle. I'm sure the others were merely food for the X. Samus, I think they are evolving, growing stronger. Some are now appearing that resist your current weapons. HQ anticipated this and sent power bomb data as soon as the hardware team finished it. Is your objective clear? Download it immediately. Our choice of data rooms is limited to this one in Sector 5. Now go. Alright. Yeah, so I am hyped for Dread. I already have a bit of a spoiler here. I'll actually use my Stream Deck to switch on over to it. I've got my my layout for Metroid Dread ready to go. For full 16:9 games, I just put my webcam in the corner, and the ticker is just reduced to just right beneath the webcam. Now for games, I don't know. Like, it's funny. I've been watching lots of playthrough other people's. We could go in here safely now. Yeah, a peaceful civilian space station. That's why they've got self-destruct explosives and the corpse of the space pirate leader Ridley in cold storage. Not suspicious at all. I do hope that they don't go for another, like, Federation secret corruption, like, type scant thing, because this was the plot of Metroid Fusion we're playing right here. Minor spoilers there, it's already been alluded to in the game itself. It's the plot of this game we're playing here. It was kind of part of the plot of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and then it was the entirety of the storyline, the crux of the storyline in Metroid Other M. So hopefully we don't get... I'm pretty much spoiler free, except I basically know nothing about the game except for the reveal trailer. So I'm hoping that I'm hoping we don't get another, like, secret Federation corruption storyline. There are interesting things questions I have to ask about, like, where the premise for Metroid Dread being a direct sequel to this, because I don't want to talk about it now in case anyone's free on it or fresh on it, but and experiencing this for the first time watching my playthrough. If so, thank you very much. I do want to say thanks for my viewers, both the chatters and the lurkers. I appreciate you all tremendously. But there's certain implications the ending has as to Samus's future, and you've been to this data room before, but I'll show you its position again. Is your objective clear? Yes. Now move out. That Metroid Dread, at least from what we've seen, like, if I were to come up with a storyline for Metroid Dread, it would not... I can't say what the storyline for this game is, I don't know. But from what I've seen, it does not seem obvious that they're going through for the sort of path, the approach that I would have gone through. Okay, now how do we get to the goodies? Ah! Okay, so they just put an invisible hole there. Assistant acquired. Yep, that's simple enough. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about what that idea for... Yeah, I'm going to... Out of an XX excessive caution, I am going to go back to the beginning of this sector and save. Actually, the save room was not as far away as I imagined. I just want to save now that I got those missiles so that if I do take an L, I don't have to go and recollect those. Okay, I'm gonna need to come back with the... That's the icon for the power bombs, so once we get the power bombs... No, there's... Yeah, that's coming up soon. Okay. Thanks for reminding me, game. Thanks for building up that suspense. Good going. Another element to the Metroid Other M backlash that I remember, the one element to the backlash I think is just patently unreasonable, was there a lot of, at least enough people that I noticed it. There probably wasn't many at all. But there are people that I guess were introduced to Metroid games through the Metroid Prime sub-series that were talking smack about the, oh wow, the dead room's just right there. Thought I'd have to go through more to get to that point. Parabomb data downloaded as a ball, hold R and press B. That there were like meme images going around of people like talking about how cool Metroid Prime was and how lame Metroid Other M looked, but the designs and elements they were criticizing were things that were just the traditional, like the Space Pirate design is one thing I heard being criticized. And it's like, that's just how the Space Pirates always looked, and then Metroid Prime stuck to that idea and just adapted it to the art style they were using. And I guess people who weren't familiar with the classic Metroid games just thought this was this weird Japanese redesign of the characters. Well, it's a save point, so... yeah. And this is kind of heading in the direction I wanted to go anyway, just in a very indirect manner. Oh. I don't think that was destroyed before. So we're gonna have to find another one. So let's... yeah, the yellow door here. No, doggone. Have to refreeze him and everything. Unless... there we go. Okay, that's... I remember that nonsense. Wait, how did I get... oh, wait, I have... wait, you know what? I know what it wants me to do. Excuse me. I only just got an upgraded power-up. How silly of me. Because it should have been obvious that what the game wants me to do. Alright, where's the... how do I... actually, yeah, how do I... okay, so... alright, it's like triggering the bombs. I like triggering the missiles, rather. somewhere around here. There's gotta be. There we go. There we go. And we're now in uncharted territory. Oh shoot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that I got wiped out. I forgot I have the ice missiles. I swear, I just remember there being at least 2 other stealth segments or escape stalking segments before this part of the game last time. Actually, since I'm right here, yeah, get a little health back. Ooh. Oh man, she has. I forgot she could shoot through walls. I forgot that. Yeah, you know what? Now I realize, man, Metroid Dread's gonna be intense. Because I forgot the SAX doesn't chase you between rooms. So that's gonna be intense, having those guys chase those scary robots chasing you between rooms. Now, that is a cool. The Emmys are cool robot designs, especially how they can go from quadrupedal to bipedal without looking silly. Because often with designs like that, either the 4-legged mode will look cool and it'll look dumb on 2 legs, or it'll look cool on 2 legs but look dumb when it's crawling on all 4s. This one looks like a cool in either position. It switches between them. And it moves in ways that defy how any animal moves at the same time. Like in future technology world where you could like plug your brain into a robot and like control it like your own body, like temporarily, like that would be a cool robot body to mess around with. And now I just need to. Where's this? There we go. 'Cause I'm scared to go back there. I forgot if she's even still there, but. Security room. Alright. So I have to say, I'm like, I didn't know I was accessing the security room, but no, there's nothing to do there now. Because we certainly wouldn't want to use the security room to unlock any unapproved hatches or download any weapons data that wasn't approved by Federation HQ. Alright, here's the save room. Yep, we just want to go back to that one room. Oh, wait, is this the... This is the door that could... These are the barriers that... Nice. So we can finally get rid of those dumb things. I just have to remember where they are exactly now. So there's at least... Alright. So we got it to at least one new room already. Oh, I see. Do I have to use... Wow, those guys are even immune to to the power bomb. No. Okay, I see what I have to... I tried to be cheesy with it and impatient, but I see I have to play this... I'm gonna have to wait till he gets over there. Jump in here as the ball. Freeze him about there. No! Okay, I have to do it close. I thought there was another row of... I don't know why I thought that, but... No, okay, once again, I have to not be impatient with these. But... Oh no, okay, as soon as he unfreezes, I should be able to get in that little nook. Okay, it let me through. Took a little damage, but it's not going to be a big deal. I think he needs to be closer to the center for that to work. Okay. I just not quite... You know what? It has to be further to the left, I guess. That's what's going on. That's such butt. Okay. And what do we... If those are power bombs... I don't feel like getting them. I don't need power bombs that much. They're kind of a specialist weapon for exploration purposes, not so much for inflicting damage. There's the download room, that's where we got... Because there's other stuff in here I know I do want to explore. It's probably going to actually be a better payoff than the power bomb tank. We already got an extra power bomb tank anyway. Okay, that's the speed area. That's the area I have to... Doggone. Alright. Just run straight through. There we go. Yeah, I'm just being a little impatient, so I'm taking some hits I know I don't really have to take. But... Now I hope... Yeah, I forgot. I wish I took in better note on the exact spot where I wanted to return to. Now this spot, like this is a spot that I think the power bomb will... It was this room. It was this room. I think. No? Wasn't there a spot that, like, specifically... Why do I remember there being a spot here that revealed that it would only be damaged by... Oh. Okay. I think this is... Wait, so... Do I think I will beat it before Dread? These games aren't that long. It takes a lot longer when you don't know what to do, but most Metroid games are designed to, if you know how to play and the route to take, to be beaten within 2 hours. So with that sort of as a guideline, I think it's possible I could beat it today. Is this the area? No, this is where I came out from. You know what? I'm done. Let's just head out. Yeah, I'm kind of bored now. Let's just keep moving. And this is kind of that room. Yeah, if things are going... Oh, and Nahaya, by the way, I was just too busy answering your question to actually say hi. But, because I've been playing about we've been playing just about 2 hours. It doesn't feel like it. Yeah, now that... And this is not a super... Like I said before, this is not a super top-level... This is an entry-level gaming chair, but it's just something about it is so much better that I can play and stream for longer breaks, longer times in between, was this the room? Oh, this was the room. I confused it with the other room because it was a similar room with like a passage on two sides. Or was that it? I don't get it. Like, why have that little nook? I'm very certain it had the Super Bomb logo on. Oh, wait. I almost missed something. Alright. I have to waste more ammo on you. Doggone. Here. No, where was it? There we go. There we go. I knew there was something in here. I knew it. Alright, there we go. More missiles, which will help for later. Yeah, so I've been playing... If I get to the break that's coming up soon, well, I don't know, about an hour. And then, play for another 3 hours. I bet, because that'll be a 6-hour stream in total. 6 hour and 10 minutes of on-screen time. I expect I'll be able to beat it tonight. If I don't beat this tonight, I may stream tomorrow. I don't want to stream tomorrow, but I'm more interested in beating this game before Metroid Dread comes out than I am in whatever else I could be doing tomorrow, because my schedule's pretty clear. I get any responsibilities I have, I'm flexible with being able to reschedule them. Samus, return to your ship. I have important information. Okay. That's oddly... I forgot about that line. That's really vague and sort of creepy, almost. Like, yeah, what do you mean by that exactly? Yeah, I think I would have started this... Yeah, I don't think I would have put off playing Mario Party if I was aware... Uh-oh. I knew this was coming, I just didn't know where. The point at which the elevator broke, like... The elevator, stalled on you. Yeah, I've never had an elevator stall on me in real life, but I can imagine it's not fun at all. Hello. Yeah, that's good to know. I forgot they had you interact with, like, actually see the moment that the ex-parasite infested the Ridley cadaver. Well, at least I'm assuming he's dead there. Man, I have over 100 missiles. I don't remember if I even if I had this many missiles. Okay. Alright. Ah. Just drop that right there. Hey, missiles. Man, I'm talking about how many missiles I had. Gee whiz. I'm heavily armed, Samus. Docking bays. Alright, we're pretty close to the ship already. I remember that the elevator shut down at some point, but I totally forgot about a point where the computer tells you to return to the ship. Save data, yes. Save complete. The main silo of the reactor core has gone offline. That's why all elevators and station systems are down. Elevators and hatches won't work. This doesn't bode well. If you can get to this point, you may be able to start the auxiliary power system. You can then figure out why the main silo went offline. Is your objective clear? Yes. By the way, I was gonna say, I'm like, why did you originally ask me to come here? By the way, I asked you to return here to tell you some strange creatures have boarded your ship. Strange creatures have boarded your ship? You specific... Didn't the computer... Like, didn't you already say... Refer to them by name? And it's funny that they're telling... If you're saying some strange creatures have boarded your ship, if Samus is on board the ship, she should have already seen them. But, whatever. Did you really need to bring Samus all the way back here just to tell her that? I confirmed that they were not ex-hosts and gave them a birth. Do you know anything about these strange creatures? Were they the source of the healthy bios? Well, didn't we already discuss this with the computer? That this is the case? Well, a little bit redundant here. Very well then. Their presence in the midst of this disaster must have some significance. I will keep them here. Alright. Ooh. Some new... I like how the areas are like updated with stronger enemies, even as you revisit old areas. Target's down here. How do I even get over there? Yeah. There we go. That's how you beat it. That's how you get through. Reactor silo. It's kind of concerning that a facility as important as the reactor would not have an actual passage going to it. You'd have to literally bomb the sides of the station. Wow, it appears the reactor core has been overtaken by plants. I wonder if, can the X-Parasites, can they infect plants? I wonder. Oh wait, I think I know what's coming up. I think I know what this is. Yeah, and this is when you start wondering, okay, why the heck are there space pirates on board? Though I do... Okay, energy tank acquired. Oh, this is kind of a secret? This whole area is kind of a secret, huh? Alright. And off he goes. What's over here? Oh, missiles. try to be slick and get out the way, but it wasn't fast enough. Alright, let's get through there. Yeah, I'd be darned if that was not the way through. Okay. Now we have to not get blasted by the eye door. I'm surprised they don't give us tougher oh, there's nowhere to jump really here. Okay. Actually, no, I have no choice. There's no save point. I know what this is. Oh, no, I don't. I actually thought that was going to be something very different. Yeah, I forgot this boss was in the game. Yeah, I can't roll into a ball or anything there, so... Oh, shucks. Do I need to use the power bombs? It's the first boss since I acquired... No, let me go. It's not letting me play the game. Oh my... It's not letting me play the game. It's not... It just didn't let me play the game. That was ridiculous. I have to come... It sends me all the way back here. Okay, this is... If I go there, I'm going to use a save state there. Because it's not just that, oh, I lost because I didn't know how to play. Like, that, it just was not letting me. Yeah, that was just not allowing me to play the game, which is... Where? Why can't... Am I not able to get through? Can I... That was weird. Why can't I get through the... Oh. Is there someplace other than that room? I want to recharge my power bombs because I think I might need them for this boss fight. Okay, oh, I have to... Okay, I did... Okay, it wouldn't let me through because I didn't talk... It's saved before the cutscene, I guess, so to speak. So after I go back in, I'm gonna save on the cutscene. This is... It's weirdly counterintuitive that they didn't even let me save there. Alright. So we're gonna save again. Alright, now... Yeah, now I'll be able to go through that spot. Because I was wondering, like, there's an enemy on that platform when I went over there. Yeah, okay, now I can... This is the area where I fought all the space pirates. I actually... I have a sense of what... I don't remember, but I could guess just based... Oh, you know what? The save room is offline. Okay. In universe, it makes sense, but... Gameplay-wise, it's a little brutal. Alright. Because last time I was in here, I guess I found the path immediately. I didn't, fumble around and find the save room. Not that I could have used it anyway. Oh, wow. I did not... I don't think I found that energy tank before. Was... Are there multiple paths? Yeah, there are multiple paths down here. Yeah, I can't... Yeah, I can't... Alright. Man, I went back up too fast. First time coming through here was fine, because I was sort of discovering it. Doing this again, because, you know, that boss was too... it wouldn't let me play the game, pretty much. It just locked... I got locked into getting grabbed over and over. But, we're back to where we're at. I'm determined not to have to save state abuse on this. Okay, so at least I have full juice. Actually, achievement unlocked, we actually damaged him this time. Man, that takes off like... Gosh. This is too... I'm done. I'm done. That takes off like 3 tanks. I am actually going to save abuse before that. I'm going to... Because that sequence is way too long before you fight him. Yeah, it's unreasonably long. I feel like what's going to... There we go. Climb, jump. Climb, jump, jump. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot for me to say until I get back up to the... But this is going to make me better at fighting space pirates. Oh. They never did that before. Last couple of times I went through here. At least we got the missiles back. So we got the energy tank. I mean, there are a certain number of sort of free energy tanks. I guess they just place out so that if you get to a certain point, you're gonna have a minimum amount of energy. No. No, doggone. Went down that way. I forgot which points that you could, I was about to say, because the sounds were like hitting a wall sound and not like hitting an enemy sound, so I'm like, they better register those hits, because there's some games where it won't register the hit unless the enemy's on screen, even if the bullets they shoot at you will hit you from off screen, which is not fair at all. Get the missiles. Actually, we're doing better on energy this time around. No. I just go ahead and spam here. Yeah, and it's not a matter of... I think the red X Parasites restore Samus to full health. So... Oops, I did not mean to do that. But at least it exposed where I'm supposed to go next. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't just restore your health all the way. I was paying attention. It restores your health and all your energy. Alright. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and... I have to bring up the... I have to use the Wii U Pro controller for this, because the Super NES controller does not have the shoulder buttons needed to operate the emulator controls. Alright, no. Okay, so I have to go to controller settings. I have to settings, change order. I have to change to the Wii U game, the Wii U Pro controller. Now, I go back into the game, hit the shoulder button, create a restore point. Now, I have to hit home again, controller settings, and switch back to, by change order. Now I switch back to the Wii remote that has the Super NES pad plugged into it. Now this time we're not going to instantly lose like the last. Stay here. Oh, I was thinking maybe if I had was in morph ball mode, I'd be able to use bombs to. So you just have to run out of the way. The real-life spiders that have made guest appearances on the stream have been treated with kindness and respect, but this is, remember entering PC game serial keys. Excuse me, let me play the game! It, like, locks me in, and I can't, this is ridiculous, like, that, I never played the types of, all my PC games, the PC games I played were kind of before that era. The PC games I was playing were mostly the kind that were shareware that were traded around on floppy disks, so there really were no, so you know what? for this one boss, I'm just gonna... I really enjoy using the Super NES pad for this, but for this one boss, I'm just gonna have to go ahead and use the Wii U Pro Controller. This boss... I forgot this boss existed, which I guess kind of makes sense because I don't like it at all. In the sense, it just feels really, like, weird and cheap. And just the fact that you have... Yeah, it's so long before you get to the boss. Like, I don't remember anything... I don't remember the hardest parts in this game being as hard as that. Or as unfair as that. Jazz Jackrabbit uses Serial K? Yeah, I never played those games. I probably will play them on stream someday, maybe. But, So, resume. Pull up the Virtual Console menu. No. All the way back. This is like a full 5 or... Yeah, that's... You're gonna... And the thing is, like... The point at which we saved was not... It's not like... If it was like a lack... Wait a second, did I just save over? Did I just... Damn it, I saved over the file that I made... The save file I made right before the boss, so we have to do it all again anyway. I don't know any... There's no reason I would ever see for the Wii U web browser not to work anymore. So now I have to get through here using the Wii U Pro Controller. I'm just going to play with the Wii U Pro Controller until we beat this section of the game. And it's funny, because on one hand, like, the Wii U Pro Controller is objectively, like, more comfortable and ergodynamic, or ergonomic, I guess. But then, just holding the Super NES pad, it just feels, like, so, like, right. Like, it's kind of funny. I have to... Yeah, now there are 2 sets of shoulder buttons on this thing. So I have to get used to using the correct ones. Yeah, I don't think things like Netflix or YouTube work anymore on the Wii U. Actually, I think YouTube still does work on the Wii U, actually, now that I think of it. I think I'm wrong on that. Knowing that the GameCube pad feels right to me is the same... It's extremely close, but it's actually a different mold. It's like millimeters. The differences are like millimeters apart, but it is actually a different mold for the D-pad. But they are extremely, extremely similar to the point where I thought it was the same D-pad for years. I don't know, the GameCube D-pad for me feels great for like in the Star Wars Rogue Leader games, or was it Rogue Squadron or whatever? But the Star Wars games for choosing your secondary commands, like it felt great for things like that. I never liked it in terms of a primary game control. For like, whenever I'd play my Game Boy Advance games, I'd always use, actually most of the time I'd use my Game Boy Advance SP as the controller. For, Now, was I so impatient that I overlooked the missile upgrade up there? I know, I do think I collected it. Now, we're gonna do this the right way. Gonna create the restore point. Yeah, it is like by millimeters. It is almost indetectable to the human eye, even like the feel under your thumb. It is so slightly different than the, okay, we're not. At least we have a sense of what we're supposed to be doing here. Excuse me. Yeah, I forgot this boss was in the game, probably because I had so little fun with this section. Having to restart and do all that gameplay every single time. fact, I learned it from like some fringe, like techie, moddy type site that the D-pads were non-interchangeable. There's probably a forum thread where someone like tried to use like either a spare GameCube controller as a replacement D-pad in a GBA or vice versa, but they realized, okay. Yeah, that thing is just way too punishing when it grabs you. No, really, the real punishing part, this boss, the difficulty, the learning curve is reasonable. It's the fact that you have to play through that like 6-minute section of gameplay repeatedly. Man, I really don't remember any of this, and I am just wasting missiles. I'm just spamming like crazy. Oh man, actual mild, genuine adrenaline moment right now, because I do not... Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna do... Just gonna make sure we're just gonna create a new restore point. Now, we're gonna switch back to the Super NES pad. Okay, so... Home button... Controller settings... And... Settings... Change order... And now we're going to go back to the Wii Remote with the SNES Classic Edition pad. There we go. B. And it's funny, the one time I actually made the restore point was the time I didn't need it. Was the time, yeah. So we ended up still beating it as legit as possible. So I was prepared to abuse the restore point function, but I didn't even need it. Space jump ability recovered. Somersault continually in air. Let me make sure there's no bombable secrets. Yeah, we don't have the screw attack yet, but we can do the space jump at least. Oh, come on, that looks too tempting. There we go. Oh, okay, I was supposed to come through here. Auxiliary power station. Auxiliary power engaged. That almost made it look like a secret. Navigation room. Save rooms and recharge rooms are now back online, but with only auxiliary power, no elevators or hatches will work. Without the main silo online, we're still stuck. I believe the source of the problem is the vegetation you saw earlier choking the reactor core components. Is your objective clear? Yes. We'll have to find the source of those roots to proceed. I forgot this whole section, honestly. Okay, now... I'm not interested in your nonsense. Let me just... Yes. Oh, the save room, the beauty of it. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, that's a platform you're meant to be able to jump on. I thought I found a secret at first. I'm just getting a hang of the timing for controlling the space jump effectively. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a secret or the intended path forward. It's taking too long. There we go. Oh my gosh. Now this is like these sections are. I forgot how late in the game these came, because I think we're more than halfway through the game now. All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she took me out that quick. Okay. Yeah, I remember these really, like, getting my heart racing when I was a kid. Not now so much, but now it's just stressful in a normal sense. But those, like, really, like... I remember the most severe time I ever, like, was shaking and felt, like, nervous in a video game was the first time I got to the final boss of Mischief Makers. And I had, like, the whole family was in the living room. They happened to be watching. So I was really, like, shaking. I was like, oh shoot, like, you know. It was, like, really, like, the chills. Because it was the first time I got to the end of a video game like that. Oh my gosh. That one hit legit take out half my doggone health. Oh my gosh, I had to go down. I had to go down, didn't I? Oh, I shouldn't have alerted her. Okay. Like this, like, yeah, when you're gonna put a big challenge like that, at least, I mean, I understand the lore reason to have the save point not be functional. And even at that point, the save point was really far away from the actual boss battle arena. But I think we've, yeah, so I could only imagine what the, wait a second. And that music does not help, my goodness. You enjoy the stream? You're taking items out of storage for the big Dia de los Muertos walk through art experience you're doing here in Southern California. You start the installation on Monday. Was that the thing that you were boosting on Twitter that I retweeted when I saw it? Yeah, is that... Yeah, I'm guessing that... Is that have something to do with it, or is that something else? Because I didn't... Oh, it is! Okay, awesome. Now I'm especially glad I signal boosted it. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, I'm so dead. It just occurred to me that I'm not going in with full health. I have to forget. I'm so used to the restore rooms being right next to the recharge rooms that it did not occur to me that... You know what? Yeah, I'm going to grind. I'm gonna farm some, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna grind some health and weapons right here. I don't need the weapons as much as I need the health. Yeah, no problem retweeting it. Yeah, no problem. Or is that... Man, this is a quicker process than I thought it would be, actually, and I just undid a bit of it there by clumsily running into that guy. We should only have to do this maybe 4 or 5 more times at the most. Yeah, actually, it's only maybe 2 more times at the most now. Yeah, only once or twice more. Because if I had this much more health, I think I could have survived that section. Like the first or second time. I know it's only a couple of hit points away, but I do want max for this. There we go. Got the save in. Now let's. Oh no. Man, that was brutal. That one strike took away a whole health tank. I really don't need to reach. Now I'm gonna go through. I'm just gonna be a lot more cautious. Not getting hit by these enemies on the way up there. Close enough. Now, watch me get taken out by the SAX by the most, by the narrowest margin possible. Oh, come on. Just look at that. Like, that quick. How could... That was some bum. That was, like, ridiculous. I felt like my hits weren't even registering. I'm trying to find, I guess, the right spot to freeze her at. There we go. Not the way I usually get into here, but just plant that right there. Speed right through. Oh, ah, man. And I think I died because I alerted her, and because I alerted her, she shot through the wall and killed me. So I actually could have survived this the second time around. Now, for practical purposes, I have no clue where she went, but... Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna use another power bomb. Yeah, it doesn't expose any unique. Yeah, so now I can't get through here. I guess I have to use the bomb. Okay. Now I wonder if I used the missile there, if she would have followed me into here. Oh yeah, I forget I have the space jump now. Just jump over things like that. Oh my goodness. I'd rather not have to do that chase scene again. Okay. Oh, why can't I thought it said that the doors would open again. Alright. Oh, no, the save rooms would open, but not doors. Alright. That's why, I guess, certain doors are just left open. Alright. Yeah, we made it to a new save room. Let's see if we can get through this section of this scenario, I guess, within the game. What's in here? Oh, I thought that was a nook in the wall. But this is all new territory. But nothing I can get through yet. I haven't gone to this left area yet. Next hit, I'm gonna have to farm some right here. There's the spot right here. Of course I get all oh no! Okay. At least I saved after. I saved after. That save was after the SAX, right? So I'm going to have to. I don't remember. Okay, that save was the room right next to the one I was in. Alright, that'll make farming... The fact that the charge beam saves between rooms is going to make this a lot easier to farm. Oh. That was just stupid and careless. That was me. You saw that. I stopped to take a sip of water. Save. And this is not the most thrilling thing to watch, but it's going to save time compared to having to do the same stuff over and over because of taking unnecessary deaths. I don't remember ever really having a farm like this in Fusion when I played it originally, but then again I played it like 19 years ago, so... Only 4 more to go. I guess it needs to schedule your boost shot soon, so next monthly month. Yeah, I don't know what plans they have for for doling out booster shots over where I am now. I just know that whenever they're given like every place I go is practically begging people to get just the plain the initial shots. So if I only have to deal, I'm only gonna be competing in a sense with people that are already fully vaccinated, like from the original shots, like, you know, a while ago. So I don't think it'll be difficult once they become available in my region to get the booster shot. I know I got the flu shot, I guess, a couple of weeks ago now. And, you know, the flu shot's a bit of, they're just trying to predict which strain will be spreading most, will be the biggest risk, you know, but, you know, growing up with a loved one with a compromised immune system, the flu shot was just something that was just standard anyway. Especially since you would go into, like, any drugstore, supermarket and get it pretty much around flu season. Almost. Gosh, I really just let that happen. We're still on nearly the last tank. I really just let that happen. That's embarrassing. 22. Almost. Sorry, I know this is the most thrilling part of the game. The most thrilling gameplay ever. And I only got one of those X-Parasites. Could have gotten two of them. 52. We're almost up to... 72. Now this is a far less productive farming spot than the one from before the spider boss. And, only a couple more times, and then we could move on with the game. Sorry, everybody. There we go. 92. You see that Dread got super high scores? 9s and 10s and 9s across the board. No, I thought 2D games should always only be $10. So I'm impressed that I was able to get... One thing I note, sitting an idiot on Metacritic, I don't take Metacritic too seriously, but all the criticism was like, oh, how dare they charge full retail price for a game that's not in 3D, or a game that's only takes place in the XY axis. And it's like, okay, come on. But one thing I remember, and people call me nuts for this, when New Super Mario Bros. Wii came out, and it's easy to forget this, because now there's the whole trope like, oh, Nintendo, they're just rehashing New Super Mario Bros. Endlessly. But when New Super Mario Bros. Wii came out, not only do I remember it getting great scores and reviews and great feedback, but that I remember people were saying like, oh, this is the return of like quote Nintendo hard. Like the return of like the more like brutal difficulty associated with some of Nintendo's NES era games. But now when I hear people talk about it, well, first off, now there's the whole trope. This is excuse me. Okay. This is kind of like that one boss in Super Metroid. I forgot this was in the game. I would have went the rest of my life never remembering that this was even in the game. Yeah, I'm really just tactlessly spamming. Yeah. But now... Yeah, at the time, I remember then the buzz in, like, reviews, and among just casual players, like, on message boards and stuff. Oh, man. So it has a second form. Yeah, I remember, like, the reviews saying this, and then people on message boards saying this, like, oh, this is the return of Nintendo Hard. Nintendo's finally willing to make hard games again. And now that there's sort of this disgust with the new Super Mario... And another thing about new Super Mario Bros. Wii, people are like, oh, yay, they brought back the Koopalings. Now people, whenever the Koopalings... I remember when they were included in Smash Brothers Brawl and then, like, Mario Kart 8, people are like, oh, the Koopalings. Like, I'm so sick of this. Can't Nintendo make some new characters? So, like, it went from the Koopalings being, like, this, like, awesome thing to have brought back into the Mario franchise to people just being sick of them, calling them just uninspired filler characters. And New Super Mario Bros. Wii was around the time that they went from... The Koopalings went from being, like, Bowser's children to just being, like, henchmen of Bowser that were unrelated to him. I guess, because I thought... I think it was in interviews that they were saying that Miyamoto, like, I guess revealed the new canon that the Koopalings were just followers of Bowser. And I guess that came in the form of... I guess just of an interview, because when I played New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I was playing it from I was just playing it thinking like, oh yeah, so it's just Bowser's first 7 kids and then Bowser Jr., who was also another one of his kids, and then they like retconned it so that the Koopalings are no longer Bowser's kids. I forgot how I got up there, I guess, before. Huh. Go through there yet. Man, I lost way too much health before I even got to the boss, but at least we could learn some strats for getting through there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so it went from people, like, saying, oh, it's finally a hard, you know, Super Mario Brothers game, Nintendo's making... The return of Nintendo Hard is the phrase I heard repeated over and over. And now the buzz I hear about it is, like, oh, it's so uninspired and not fun, because I guess they got burnt out from the series after that point, because Nintendo did... The main mistake Nintendo made was the fact that they released New Super Mario Bros. 2 for 3DS and New Super Mario Bros. U for the Wii U, like, just a few months apart, which gave the impression, man, how do you get out of... Like, yeah, your game's over if you fall in there. Your game's over at that point. Like, I'm tapping the A button as fast as I can, and I cannot get out of the... Yeah, I'm just gonna let the game end now. To them saying that, the people complaining that New Super Mario Bros. Wii was too easy. And it's like, how did the narrative totally transform on this game? And then people are like saying, like, oh, well, like, no, people were always saying that it was too easy. Like, no, this was not the narrative for this game. That narrative kind of developed in the aftermath of the frustration over Nintendo putting out too many NSMB games too close to each other that were too similar, and giving the impression that it was an annualized franchise like Call of Duty, which it was not. Like, there was only one new NSMB game. There was only one NSMB game per system. There was one for DS, one for 3DS, one for Wii, and one for Wii U. Yes, the one for Wii U got the Luigi DLC, which, and the only reason I really think that was released in standalone retail form was just sort of on the whim of Satoru Iwata, just sort of being funny about it, the whole Year Luigi thing. Oh my, this is unreasonable. This is unreasonable. Like, how am I supposed to... At least I'm getting... I can't... This is unreasonable. I cannot... for a second, there's like certain rhythm to. Yeah, I miss the and I think even worse than the art style is the fact that they recycled the music for 3 out of 4 of those games. I think is even more unconscionable than the recycling the art style. Sure, I don't even what gets me is the point where now I can't even say, like talking on like with people in person who are Nintendo fans or whatever, and talking online as well. When I say, oh, I hope they, when I say like a new 2D Mario game, they like, no, we're sick of new Super Mario Brothers games, and it's like they can't even conceive anymore of a 2D Mario game that isn't an NSMB game. Or people saying that, oh, like 2D Mario is obsolete now that Super Mario Maker exists, and it's like Nintendo. It's sad that Nintendo's kind of accidentally like ingrained in the public the idea that 2D Mario games mean new Super Mario Brothers games. Like they could do like 2D Mario games that are as creative and new as something like, say, the way they did different art styles and stuff like Yoshi's Epic Yarn, Kirby's Epic Yarn, or Yoshi's Woolly World. Okay, I gotta focus for this. This is getting a little wild. A little. I mean, gee whiz. There's nothing. This is like harder than freaking Mother Brain. This is absurd. And because I can't, it's not like I get there's nothing I found that could temporarily stun the plants. Alright. Yeah, like the little seed things barely respond to my shots. Yeah, how about we get up, let's get up to the boss. Let's get right up to him again. And then I'll save. No, and then I'll do the... I know it says 6 minutes, but it's like close enough that I'll just go ahead and do the save there. Now, this door does offer it does give you a Core X that fully restores your health, so I'll just leave it there. Alright. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have the thing I can just hit the button for. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Now let's see. Let's be ambitious and go for another 3 hours. And let's see if we can beat the game in another 3 hours. Well, hey, thanks to everyone who's still here. Yeah, New Super Mario Brothers 2, like, that game was, like, New Super Mario Brothers Wii was so weird, because even from the beginning, like, when they first revealed it, people were confused as to if this was a port of the DS Super Mario Brothers game that had 4-player modes added to it, or if it was a full-out sequel. Oh my gosh, that is so... The way they set you up. Alright, now that I'm not... This is manageable now that I don't know why. It's like... I guess I needed the break. You know what? I guess I was getting too impatient and not approaching this boss in a calm manner. I think I was panicking because of the plants there, the ones that suck you in for a long time and drain a lot of health. And I swear I didn't mention it out loud. I thought there was a effect on these platforms where the vines, I guess, were supposed to be slippery or something, and that Samus couldn't even land on them good. Yeah, it's funny because New Super Mario Bros. 2 was great for me because I lived in New York City, and I was in college. And those are probably the two, in North America at least, those are probably the two places, more than any place else, that you're going to... I got Street Pass hits on a daily basis. It was normal for me to get Street Pass hits. Whereas for most people outside, unless you lived in a really big city, it was... I understand that's a more relevant thing in Japan, but for a lot of people, Street Pass was virtually useless. For a lot of people. But I was a college student and lived in the New York City area. So, between those two things, the Street Pass functions of Super Mario Bros. 2 were actually some of the core... what made that game for me. If it wasn't for the Street... I really bought that game for the Street Pass functionality, because in terms of the production values, I was really disgusted that they recycled the same Super Mario Bros. Theme a third time. Like, even if, like, New Super Mario Bros. U, they finally, I guess, got their act together and composed a new soundtrack. Like, when I first played, even when I first played New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, I was disappointed in the main theme. I did not think it was that good of a main theme. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you fall in there, it is hard to recover. But at least it seems vaguely reasonable now. Yeah, those things don't do a lot of damage. Their danger is that they can knock you into those giant carnivorous plants. Those little seeds that are falling. Yeah, like this is... Yeah, I do not... I would never have remembered this boss was in the game. With both the spider and this, I just forgot we're in the game at all. So this is not a speedy process. Oh, this is some real... Oh my gosh, at least we got to the second phase. Now let me catch up with chat. You found 2 to be way too easy to this focus on coin collecting. Ended up playing through that with like 200 lives. I remember, I never bothered getting 1,000,000 coins because I came to find out that they offer you nothing. But all the Street Pass levels were pretty cool. I thought that like the Street Pass coin collecting challenge levels I think were cool, especially with the Street Pass competition elements combined into it. I remember at E3 when they announced, I was like in a room with a bunch of other people. Whenever it was that they announced that New Super Mario Bros. 2 would have DLC, and a bunch of like someone. Like, people, you could hear the moans throughout the... I don't have a recording of this, unfortunately, because we weren't allowed to record that year, the reactions in the story, but I remember the moans around the room when people saying, oh, there's going to be paid DLC in a Super Mario Bros. Game, what is Nintendo thinking? And then people were saying, like, oh, I wouldn't pay... I forgot what the price was. Like, oh, I wouldn't pay more than $3 for those level packs. And then, like, seconds later, they announced that the level packs were going to be $3 each, and then everyone actually started clapping. Like, yeah, they actually fairly priced it. Because when you hear paid DLC in a Super Mario Bros. Game, you're gonna think some nonsense like, oh yeah, like the first 6, like a standard Super Mario Bros. Game has 8 worlds in it. The first thing you jump to in your imagination is that like, oh yeah, the first 6 worlds are gonna be included, and then the last 2 worlds are gonna be like $10 or something ridiculous like that. Nintendo flirted with something nearly that bad with New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, where like worlds 3 and 5, no, worlds 3 and 6, I think, were treated as secret worlds. But like normally in a Metroid game, in a Super Mario Bros. Game, there are 8 worlds, and then they might have bonus worlds on top of it. New Super Mario Bros. 2 had no extra worlds, but grayed out worlds, I think 3 and 6, or 3 and 7 or something like that, where you had to use some, like, you had to know secret paths in certain worlds in order to access those levels. And it's like, that's just gating out what would be normally considered just a standard part of the normal campaign in place of actually creating extra levels. And that was flirting with, you know, the paid, having DLC for the end of the game. But you still could access the entire game without paying more. Plus, it's not like Nintendo had the infrastructure on the DS to even have paid DLC anyway. Yeah, if we can go through this entire first phase of the fight without falling into the carnivorous plants. But I do remember in lots of I never played New Super Mario Bros. U actually, so that'll be fun to play on stream for the first time. I have it for Wii U. I have the disc. Actually, the last time I went back to my old region in my storage unit, I got my disc for New Super Mario Bros. U out of storage. Because using the Wii U Virtual Console and the fact that I own the game discs for New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Bros. U, I actually can play the entire New Super Mario Bros. Series on stream without resorting to PC emulation, except for New Super Mario Bros. 2, which is probably the most uninteresting out of all of them, because the main reasons I like New Super Mario Bros. 2 were the Street Pass elements, which are no longer in play. Now, one thing I would say was definitely unfortunate is just the fact that I remember when okay, so at least we got the rhythm going. No. You threw me off. Oh man, I'm going to love fighting the Core X section. Okay, fortunately, they were merciful and gave you another section, another arena to fight the Core X in. I forgot what ability you could possibly get for this, because we just got a beam upgrade. Okay, I forgot what ability you get from this. Screw attack, maybe? I don't think you get screw attack till a lot later in the game. Plasma beam. Beam now pierces enemies and walls. Pierces walls, too. Yeah, like we just got... I feel like we just got the wide beam. Oh yeah, this makes it a lot easier to... Yeah, go nuts. Go crazy, go nuts with this new ability. I like how all the X are absorbed to the core zero. I mean, the core zero. The ground zero of the power bomb explosion. I forgot about that. Yeah, it feels good. Because those flies, they were little, but they were threatening. They were a real hazard. And it's fun after dealing with those things for so long. And this is the save room. We'll just save. Yeah, but... Yeah, so I never played New Super Mario Bros. U, and then the funny thing is, New Super Mario Bros. U is the game that even when I played New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, this is the thought I started and didn't finish, so excuse me. But even playing New Super Mario Bros., the original one on the DS, I was not that impressed with the new main theme. So when I played New Super Mario Bros. U, I was very disappointed when it was like just the same music, or just upgraded with a better sound hardware on the Wii. But yeah, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I really have a lot of fond memories of. Like the time of my life I was playing it, what was going on at the time. It was a lot of fun. And like, it's so kind of sad how New Super Mario Bros. Wii's reputation has sort of like been demoted over the years by how similar, like by the reputation that the series as a whole has gotten. Because at the time, New Super Mario Bros. Wii felt like this ultimate like send up. This felt like this love letter to 2D Mario. You know, it was the first 2D Mario game, like on a home system. Like since I mean, Yoshi's Island was developed as the direct sequel to Super Mario World, but it was also kind of a spin-off and started the Yoshi's Island series. So people now, like, it's really, in retrospect, its legacy was that it was the beginning of the Yoshi's Island series, and not really like a Super Mario. It was, you know, subtitled Super Mario World 2. It was originally running on the... Let's save on the NSMB2, on the Super Mario World engine. I'm surprised, you know, I'm kind of one of among the things that I'm sorry didn't leak in the Giga Leak were any of the early builds of Yoshi's Island that were still running on the Super Mario World engine before they adopted like the sort of coloring book art style. Yeah, I forgot about this whole segment of the game. And even back then, I did play through this at least twice. I forgot all about it. Yeah, it's amazing how... Let's go back to the ship, because that's the nearest... Yeah, I feel confident. We're gonna try to go for finishing the game tonight, even if it ends up being a rather long stream for me. What? You restored plasma... Excuse me. What? You've restored plasma beam functionality? Most unexpected. Even so, continuing to avoid the SAX, it too may be stronger. And you still lack a few abilities crucial to your survival. Wait a second. More trouble. Hold on. I've isolated the cause. There's been an explosion in the ARC data room. Samus, go to Sector 5. Is your objective clear? The damage is staggering. Find out what's causing it. I know what's causing it. I know what's coming next. No. Yeah, Adam was not... Or the computer that we, amongst ourselves, call Adam, is something that, will definitely... He was definitely not impressed. No. Yeah, that was unnecessary. I just stop at the navigation rooms out of habit. Yeah, we gotta climb up, and then we have to morph ball to the left. Actually, we didn't come... There's something in here. Oh, missiles. Nice. Let's see, what is here? Actually, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit, see if there's some more goodies we can pick up. There's at the top of this shaft, there's a door we can't open yet. We may or may not have either opened the... unlocked the hatch level we need. Oh yeah, we can go in here now. We couldn't before. So we didn't have power bombs. Let's see what we got waiting for us here. Ooh, power bomb upgrade. Ooh, there's a bit of a mystery as to... Ah, here we go. There we go. I'm gonna drop down into the room beneath us, probably. Or just come over here. That makes sense. Now, what else? Okay, in the top there, I know I can't... I know there's something up there waiting for me, but... Yeah, we're gonna go through here. There's the save room. Might as well save. We did have something good happen, so we'll just keep moving. And climb. Yeah. Okay, so... Well, it's funny, because that was implied to be a human, but he's like a big zombie dude. But then the SAX replicant person... Oh, did I just not come through here before? Cross your fingers, the OLED ships today or tomorrow? Or your hope of Dread on the 8th is gone? Oh yeah, do you not have any Nintendo Switch, or are you just going to wait until the OLED shows up? Because I forgot those were both coming out on the same day. Yeah, yeah, I forgot, because this is the first time I've ordered, for the first time ever, I've actually purchased a new retail game. Yeah, that was just a blank spot on the map I just happened not to have filled. Nothing interesting was waiting there. You'll be waiting to start on the OLED? Yeah, well, that's exactly what I did with Metroid Fusion, where I waited. I had my Game Boy Advance. And well, it was already, the screen was kind of dying at that point anyway, from water damage, or something. But I waited till the, Actually, no, I just remembered, I haven't thought of this in a while, but with the Game Boy Advance, when the screen was dying on it, I used that Game Boy Advance as a controller on the, because the system still worked, I just couldn't use the screen, so I used that as my main controller whenever I was playing a Game Boy player. Yeah, I'd use the Game Boy Advance as a controller. It was really useful. You want to play on your TV and you only have a light right now? Oh, I see. That's when playing Final Fantasy VIII and that game is too detailed for a small screen like the light? Yeah, that makes... Okay, we have to go to 5. Yeah, I mean, it's light. It was only lit up and flashing, so... Yeah, so for TV and handheld, yeah, it'll work out. Now, I do recognize that for those who are actually playing Metroid Dread on their own, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm playing Metroid, it's gotten worse. The damage seems to have been caused by a creature kept here by the researchers who named it the Nightmare. Yeah, it's time for this, boss. This is one of those bosses that you'd hear other players talk about, and this is before YouTube, and before you can just go online and just look up video or screenshots of a boss, so people like, oh man, Nightmare, watch out for Nightmare, it's really tough. You feel like you're in the minority of using the console the way it was built and going between docked and handheld frequently? Well, there was a point, like when I first got it, I didn't even have a TV, to play, HD TV to play it on. Then when I got an actual television, when I moved to the last region I was in, I would play it interchangeably, but at that point, I wasn't, there was less, like, my lifestyle changed where I wasn't on the go as much, and nowadays, there's a certain game that I'm going to be playing through to do a certain run-in later, and I have to get to a certain point, that's maybe an hour or two of gameplay, and for doing, like, when I play Switch casually, which isn't that often, like when I play it off stream, I usually play it in handheld mode. And it possesses uncommon power and can manipulate gravity. We must assume that it's become an X-host. We have no choice. You must find it and defeat it. I can't confirm the location. Is your objective clear? This thing is out of control. Hurry before it destroys the entire station. I think I have a... And see, look, now they're not marking things on the map for me anymore. So it's gradually opening up and becoming more... Yeah, I never thought... When I got the Switch, when the Switch came out, I never thought that I'd end up becoming like a streamer. But if that wasn't an issue, like if the Switch Lite could be docked, I would probably sooner, even if I just wouldn't have cared if the switch light was an option, even if it couldn't be. I need the screw attack to get through that wall. Yeah, even if I thought that yeah, everything I'd known up to that point. Oh man. I love how different areas, like, actually change based on what's going on in the plot. Like, this one monster, the nightmare's been wrecking the whole place, so now all this stuff before is damaged, whereas it wasn't before. Now you can climb up here a lot easier. I think this might be the first time we came up here since the space jump. Yeah, I didn't think at the time Switch came out, I didn't think I'd have an HD TV anytime soon, or a living room to play games in, or need to dock the system. If there was an option, even with the limitations, I would have just went ahead and, yeah, I just would have went ahead and bought the Switch Lite. No, I thought it took him out already. Alright. Ooh, wow. He gave 2 red X's. That's, oh, wow, this is... I like how this is going to... I forgot about this. This is going to contextualize Samus getting the gravity suit I reason. Wow, I forgot that there were, like, aquatic, like, almost sort of like merfolk space pirates in this game. Well, they're certainly good at avoiding my shots. I forgot that I remember that Nightmare controlled gravity, but I forgot that, actually, what I want to do... Let's go through here, see if there's a save room. Actually, there would be a weird spot for a save room, given that it's, underwater. Yeah, so... Yeah, I forgot that that's how they give you the gravity suit. That was narrow escape. Alright, here's... Alright. Oh, I was right near the above water area. Reveal your secrets. Ah. Now appropriate. Power bomb tank. Let's see what's in this door first. Alright, so that's blocked off. Oh, there's the door. There's gotta be, if that's where the door is, there's gotta, if this game, if there's justice in this galaxy. Yes, I thought so. So this next room is one of the toughest bosses I remember. I I forgot the spider and the carnivorous plant even existed in the game. I forgot the entire scenario with the reactor being overgrown with weeds. I forgot about all of that. But what I very specifically remember was this guy. And plus the design of this creature is really kind of unnerving. It's one of the, even more than like Phantoon or even more than some of the Super Metroid bosses are pretty nasty creatures. Pretty gross looking, scary looking things. But this thing is like a mix of like technology and like a mix between a robot and a living creature, and it's really nice. And it's really kind of unsettling. Oh, here we go. This guy does look like an extra from... this character does exist as a boss fight in Metroid Other M, but I lost interest in the game by the point where that becomes relevant. Here's the gravity mode. Now this is where... Look, I love how the missiles, like, they just gravitate to the floor. But look at his face, how it's, like, getting all, like, gooey, like, it looks like just a robot. And then with that sad, creepy look on its face... And then as you damage it more and more, like goo starts coming out of the face. Oh, now, yeah, all bets are off now. Look at that thing. Oh shucks. I forgot how you even like. Well, first off, I forgot the space jump was. Man. Man, I forgot how to dodge in these sequences. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to him. Yeah, I died right before I got to the Korax section. I have to not spam. I know I just go crazy and just try to take him out by spamming missiles. Now that I think I'll do better at that first phase. Because I only needed to survive for a few more moments in order to get through the main phase of the boss. Because this phase was almost like entirely melting out of the robot body. Fortunately, this guy, the door thing, does restore your health. I don't remember if Super Metroid does that thing where they restore your health before the boss fight. It's like, excuse me, yeah, why exactly were you building this thing? Oh yeah, I just happened to glance at my, my broadcast software. And I just want to say that there's a transparency effect as Nightmare enters the arena that you cannot see in the capture. This does not... something about... It's not really a fan of the... yeah, it's not... Something... This is true of, like, when I played Sonic on Master System, too. How do I stay out of his way? Oh my gosh. I feel like I lost more health. falling quickly enough. Oh my gosh. One more hit and I'm done. Yeah. Yeah, I nearly get him and then, I'm not even worried about being conservative with, facing these enemies between here and there, since the door does respawn, does restore all my health and weapons. All of Samus's health and weapons. Now simple. Getting extra energy too. Okay, almost every time I go through there, I feel like I'm about to fall through and not be able to claim the health power up, but... Yeah, it just looks like a solid object, and then it disappears from the frame for a while. Yeah, it's a transparency effect. Okay. It's when it shoots... Okay, it's when it shoots with both sets of arms. That it shoots high enough that you can get under there. And I like how the energy weapons aren't... Yeah, it's cool how the energy weapons aren't affected by the gravity. Destroy his gravity generator. Yeah, come on. Alright, we got it. So he flies up and down and around and hits me. You have to learn the patterns for how he flies around. Oh gosh, I needed to space jump that, and I didn't. Yeah, I have to learn... Yeah, we dodged him. You only got him once, but... Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm jamming that button so doggone fast. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, no. Come on. Yeah, we got him. Core X face. Core X face. Okay, I think one hit will mean the end of the battle in Nightmare's favor and not mine. So we're going to... Okay, be very careful with the jumping. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got him, That was... I mean, that's... Gravity suit, effect recovered, move freely in water. That took a few tries, but I remember that... I think that's a lot easier than it was when I was a teenager. I feel like it took me several more tries. I feel like I had to go for that like a dozen times as a teen. But then again, I might have been riding on a school bus or in a cafeteria or something like that at the time I was fighting him. So... Let's see if there anything over this way. Alright. Got that optimistic, adventuresome music going. Well, thanks for the help, the strategically placed health refresh there. Ah, I see. So we're going to use our newly restored gravity ability to charge through the speed block here. Is there another? No, not here. But yeah, I forgot that there were like underwater space pirates here. That's a really cool concept. And you could potentially say that like it's something like an adaptation that the X made on the fly to the host creature it was mimicking because it realized it wasn't. Here we go. Now about the gravity suit here, you see that it's purple? Yeah, so there was this whole thing during the development of Metroid Other M. I know it was at least circulating on Tumblr, possibly on other sites too. It was from an Iwata Ass interview, where developers from Team Ninja were saying that Sakamoto wasn't letting... it was an interview with Team Ninja where they said like that Sakamoto, who is kind of to the Metroid series what Eiji Aonuma is to The Legend of Zelda. And he was saying that like, oh, when Sakamoto saw that Samus's gravity suit in Metroid Other M was purple, they told him, Sakamoto apparently, according to the developers at Team Ninja, in an official interview with Nintendo, said that the gravity suit shouldn't be purple because this is supposed to be a serious game, and she's running around in purple armor. And their answer was like, the gravity suit's always been purple in all the official artwork and all the sprites of all the previous Metroid games. And they actually had to argue with Sakamoto to let them allow Samus's power suit to become purple when she gets the gravity suit upgrade. And they had to make a compromise with Sakamoto, who is like the Eiji Aonuma to Zelda. He's basically like the head of the Metroid series, right? And he said the compromise they made with Sakamoto was that Samus's power suit would have a purple glow, and that it would be relatively subtle, because they would not allow them to make the suit purple, because he said it looked silly and it was supposed to be a serious game. And what people went around thinking in all the comments and stuff was like, man, like more proof that Team Ninja ruined Metroid Other M because they tried to make it more serious and they wouldn't even make the power suit purple. I'm like, no, you don't understand what's happening here. Sakamoto from Nintendo was the one who demanded that the power suit not be purple. They wanted to make the suit purple, had to bargain with Sakamoto to allow it to be purple in some way or another. At least have a purple glow to it. And so that makes me like, what is the deal with Sakamoto's thinking there? It makes me think like, has he never played any other games of the series? I mean, no, he has. He's been, like I said, he's been a major figure in the development of the franchise. So it was just kind of weird, and kind of unfortunately, just a weird decision that Nintendo people made, that then Team Ninja got, man, I forgot, yeah, I like those guys. These are like a sort of baby version of that one boss in Super Metroid. Those... There gotta be some. There's gotta be something hidden nearby. Because we hit a bit of a dead end right here. Let's see what's. Play some power bombs. Blow up the whole place. Yeah, I forgot how this section. I don't doubt anything new would be revealed here. All right, nah. There's always... Oh, it was just a missile upgrade. I mean, just a missile upgrade. It shows I'm spoiled I'm getting. Oh, it was just a missile upgrade. I mean, if we weren't if I had been collecting, like, the non-required or non-obvious missile upgrades, I don't think we could have taken on Nightmare in the way we did. I mean, we don't have... What? I mean, there is a passage over... Let's try here, too. I guess the soft belly part is vulnerable. You can see how fun that makes these things to fight. Why was I having trouble hitting him with missiles and then the normal beam took him out? There we go. Oh, okay, no power bombs. Okay, more hidden stuff. Yeah, at this point we're exploring pretty freely with no, like... Yeah, these things... I like how the little orbiting things don't despawn when the main, like, enemy is killed. Alright, let's power bomb you. Yeah, I really don't remember much about this whole section. Oh wait. That looked tempting. And there's a spot right here I could power bomb too. I guess. Oh. Unless there's a... I guess I just can't. I'm in the southernmost point of this water area. Oh wait, I can... Alright, that's where I got the... Oh, I guess... Yeah, I guess I gotta go up and over. I don't remember... I honestly don't remember using... Like, actively using... the map positioning as much. Is this... Oh. Okay. I definitely did not find this before. Did I? I guess that's just a maze element. Or, wait, did I? No, I never found... Okay, this is kind of similar looking to that other corridor I was in, so I got confused and thought I wasn't making progress, but I was. Alright, here we go. There's gotta be another one somewhere. Sure, you discussed this whole budget about my thing is Sora being in Smash. I'm impressed they were able to milk Disney for it. I'm very impressed. I don't know I don't know what his final smash involves. Does it involve an appearance by like making by Goofy and Donald in the way that Mega Man Smash like has appearances by other Mega Man characters? Is there anything like that going on? Because it's impressive that they're able to negotiate it out with Disney. I know Disney financially has been weakened significantly by the flop of a couple of movies. There's no Disney stuff at all. Well, just the fact that just the fact that the Mickey Mouse icon on Sora's Keyblade even, they could have just turned that into a generic circle, but that like they had to negotiate with Disney to even have that in there. And the contracts between Disney and Squaresoft probably, like, Disney won, even if they didn't include the Mickey Mouse keychain thing on Sora's Keyblade, Disney probably has some kind of stake and control over how Sora is used. Because I think the contracts for that were signed back in '99, because that's when there was the first rumors like, oh, there's going to be a Disney Final Fantasy crossover, and it's possibly going to make it onto PS2. And where can I bomb? I already put a power bomb there, didn't I? Oh, it's over here? Okay, there we go. Oh, it wasn't a bombable spot. You just had to fall through. I know, it's funny, because I heard some people playing, oh, another anime Sword Boy, but it's like, when I heard the anime Sword Boy complaints about Smash Brothers, I thought that was in regards to a very specific security room. And we have not been given, we're gonna open the red security hatches, and Adam is not authorized us to do so. I don't think he's gonna be very impressed with us. Even though this is obviously the only way forward. Yeah, I thought that was very specifically referring to, like, the cliche, like, the particular, like, medieval, like, so maybe the Dragon Quest character, like, hero, and combined with all of the very similar to me looking Fire Emblem swordsmen and sword-wielding characters. And, like Cloud and Sephiroth, like, fine. Like, they're not falling into this very specific archetype, and neither is Sora. I just wish, like, I don't play Smash, so really doesn't affect me, but in terms of some of the more creative characters, like, Banjo-Kazooie, like Isabelle, like the Piranha Plant, like Duck Hunt Dog, I wish we could have gotten some more characters that were creative or interesting from that standpoint. So I feel like, I don't care enough to even say, like, oh, it's a waste of a slot or anything to that effect, but I do feel like the fun of a lot of these characters was kind of being lost in that we're getting so many similar... And then there were a certain number of... there are characters that maybe deserve to be in there, but we're getting a lot of fighting game characters that were... in terms of their legacy and the history, like, were rightfully included, but I just feel like... fighting with characters that weren't meant to be used in a fighting context, and how they adapted things from that character's universe were some of the more interesting things about Smash Brothers, and seeing new reveals. One character I'm shocked they didn't include, Mr. U from Sky Skipper, and this was even years before I played Sky Skipper. I was like, that would be such a good throwback character to have in Smash Brothers. I'm just very disappointed it didn't happen. And I wonder what's going, how, because the thing is, with all these contracts and licenses and deals that they had to work out, because not only do you have to, like, negotiate with a company, like, okay, negotiating with a certain company to have their character appear in the game, you also have to consider if the company is going to be okay with their character being seen appearing next to characters from another company that, like, let's say, like, Disney has to necessarily say, okay, we're going to be okay with Sora being blown up by, like, a fairly realistic military commando like Solid Snake. Like, those are little things like that that they might have to be negotiating behind the scenes. Especially funny to me to watch, much like Stink from Metal Gear. The last time a Kingdom Hearts game was on a Nintendo console was the GBA. I feel like we just had a discussion about this in Kyle's chat either last night or the night before. There were Kingdom Hearts games on DS and 3DS as well. But unless you were specifically saying that to see if I remembered that conversation and would comment on that. Other than that Rhythm game spin-off recently. And I remember at some point, like, I think the, yeah, we could take these guys out now. We've encountered these. We're close to... Yeah, the GBA version of Chain of Memories was insane at the time. Just for, like, even though it's not playable, the fact that the cutscenes were at the level they were at was absolutely, like, the cutscenes they managed on the GBA version of Chain of Memories were absolutely astounding at the time. I never played it, but I was familiar with the cutscenes in that game. And it was like, how did they even manage to make this work on the GBA? And I understand it's probably similar technology to what they would later use for the Game Boy Advance video, only just incorporated as video game cutscenes. Well, what interested me is that the fact that the idea that, how do I get through this area, or can I? I thought I had weapons, enemies that could deal with these now. If he unfreezes, no, it doesn't further damage him. Find some other way through. That's the save. So that cleared out over here. And the Kingdom Hearts games that were on, oh yeah, here. Obviously they put, I like how they put the enemies. Oh wait, I still can't actually get there. Oh, that's interesting. Usually when they put enemies on the other sides of the tubes, it means that there's a way. I can get there somehow. I like how the shelled enemies, you really need to use the charge beam on those. Oh, wait, can I? Ah, I see. Okay, that's clever. I got it. I got it, game. I see what you're doing. I see what you wanted me to do. Freeze him before he inflates. Clever, clever, clever. I swear if I... Yeah, don't let me die now, jeez. And the DS Kingdom Hearts games were actually among those titles that I guess are maybe the more like the more ambitious games in terms of polygonal 3D gameplay. Because the DS, like, I mean, come on, the Nintendo DS, it launched with Mario 64, and then you had Metroid Prime Hunters, a full 3D first-person shooter, so it could do 3D. I think it was just the fact that the controls of having a D-pad, no analog stick, really did not lend itself especially well to having those, come on. really... Okay, no. Oh, could have got a missile trigger because... No. We have to figure out... I have no more power bombs. I don't know if... I've never actually ran out of power bombs before. So if I need these to progress, I'm in a little trouble. Oh, speed blocks. Okay, here we go. I get you, game. I get you. That's not what I need to run across. There we go. Wait, was I? No, I haven't been. This is going to be an all new room. Just wanna. Very low on health at this point, so I don't want to be too crazy go nuts. With my, oh my goodness. With my use of ammunition. Smash is like Undertale for me, a good game with a hard fan base. I might have even, perhaps depending on where you've been, or like I've been to, being a regular at the Nintendo World Store is I mean, the big events there are the closest thing they'll ever be to an official Nintendo Con, especially the E3 things. And I remember just one time in particular being on a line and someone was asking me about Smash Brothers, and I was like I think at the time Melee, no, at the time Brawl was I think the newest one out, or maybe it was Smash for Wii U. Was asking me about it or who am I in? So I was like, I don't have a, no, it wasn't for Wii U. It was Brawl was still the latest one, and I was like, oh yeah, well back when I was a kid, I lived with my brother and we used to play Smash Brothers 64 and Smash Brothers Melee a lot. But I'm really not into Smash anymore because I don't really have anyone to play it with, and I'm not big into fighting games, even the more sort of platforming-oriented take on it, like. Yeah, and basically, the guy could not empathize with the fact, it was basically like upset that I didn't play Smash Brothers. Oh my gosh. He was basically upset that I didn't play Smash Brothers. I was like, come on, you gotta play Smash Brothers. I'm like, no, I don't have anyone to play with. I'm not really into it. He's like, but you gotta. He was like really grilling me on why I don't play Smash Brothers and that I should be playing it. And it's also true that I mean, you see the tags I've got in my stream right here that I elected to put in for whatever reason when I don't even really need to, but there's perhaps a larger than average segment of people that you'd get at those events at the Nintendo store maybe lacked social skills and maybe could have benefited from certain services or therapy that they may not have gotten. And in addition to that, some of them just, in addition to things that they may not have had any control over, may have happened to just had bad attitudes on top of it. And at times it made for a pretty unpleasant combination, a pretty unpleasant experience there. Yeah, that's how all this. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to platform through here. I get it now. I did not get that I was trying to just space jump through all this. Yeah, now I let them inflate. Yeah, if I had realized that the first time, I wouldn't have. And I feel like with Undertale, it's not even like the fan base in general as much as it is, oh my goodness, as much as it is very specifically the ones you get in Twitch chats, because the fact that they specifically go around looking for new players, because a part of the, it's very fun. I'd say this myself. It is very fun to watch people experience it for the first time. It's very fun and very interesting, but wanting to see people experience it in a very specific way is what gets it gets it such a bad reputation on Twitch, or such a bad reputation in general. Oh my goodness. What do I come here and powerbomb? Let's see what we can reveal. Oh, missiles. Okay. That's simple enough. I just have to not hit anything in any way. What is this? Please give me some help. Alright. Nearly not desperately. So here's a data room that I could not access before. Well, we're being extra naughty, because before we accessed a security room without permission from the computer, and now we're accessing a data room without permission? Oh, Adam's gonna be pissed at us. Yeah, diffusion added to missiles. Charge with R and fire with B. I remember the diffusion missiles. Yeah, diffusion missiles. So we have super ice diffusion missiles. Man, what a OP combination. Oh, I just need to get up. Yes, we made it. We made it. Recharge and save rooms right here. We made it. We're safe. Whew. We're quite the formidable force now. We get the save room. And now, to get yelled at by Adam, most likely. Who gave you permission to become stronger to escape an otherwise inescapable situation? You upgraded your missiles? That's unusual. There was no word from HQ. A procedural error, I'm sure. Even so, I did not approve of bypassing security level 4. From now on, you will use more discretion. In any case, Samus, you do remember the security robot you faced earlier. I believe the X have infected it. That is to say, they have claimed the organic components that form its neural network. It has entered Sector 6. I do not know what it's planning, but let's not wait to find out. Samus, you know what to do. Is your objective clear? Yes. Let's go to Sector 6 quickly. If they do make a Metroid movie, there has to be a scene where she loses all her powers for no reason in the first act. I mean, like, Metroid Fusion handled it well with the plot there. Then Metroid Prime handled it well. Why she loses all her abilities, because it's supposed to be right after Metroid 1. But when you get to Metroid Prime 2, it's like, alright, this is really contrived why Samus keeps losing all her powers. Because in the original Metroid trilogy, there was no in-universe explanation as to why Samus was starting her mission without all her best equipment. Yeah, I don't know. Other M did not handle it well. You need to call your boss to ask for permission. No, and the thing is, and I was talking earlier about the section where she has to go through the pyrosphere without activating the Varia suit. They could have just written it like, Samus, there's signal interfering with your ability to activate the Varia suit. We can't risk rescuing you if you get into danger in the pyrosphere, so you're going to have to make it to the other end without assistance. You know, and then at the other end, it'd be like, we intercepted the signal that was interfering with your suit, so activate your extra armor immediately. They could have just wrote it like that, but they said they wrote this creepy backstory with this borderline abusive like crush slash parental relationship with Adam Malkovich, and like in this game made you think the whole history with Adam was going to be cool, and they made it. What a disappointing way they handled it. The Metroid style Castlevania games usually have death steal your powers. I've never played any of those, though I do know of which zone are we heading to? So 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're heading to 6, so we're heading the wrong way. Can we beat the game in 2 hours? 2 hours being the time it should take once you're experienced with a game. Metroid games are typically designed to be beaten within 2 hours. Yeah, I have not played any of those. Oh, do I have... Hold on. I need to bring this... I need to... While I have to bring this up, this is a classic of poorly aged. I'm going to leave that up on screen while I pull this up. I'm sure you've seen this before. Here we go. All I had to do was search in poorly aged Castlevania 64, and it's one of the first... wait, no. Okay, I have to open... No. That's not what I wanted. Okay, I'm just gonna have to view image. Save image as... Type JPEG, save it to the desktop. And I have to bring it into Streamlabs. Sorry, this is so worth it and so relevant to the discussion we're having, especially with media source, especially in the context of the magazine screen cap for my own magazine that I had to the reason I took this scan of my own magazine was because in the people I guess maybe who weren't around or weren't following games were saying oh, there was no controversy about Metroid Prime, everyone was so excited for it. I'm like, no, Metroid, a lot of the buzz and the negativity towards Metroid Prime was overshadowed only by the extreme backlash against the reveal of the Wind Waker art style. But we're going to go in. Yeah, okay. Because we were talking... I'm sure you had to have seen the screenshot. It's pretty infamous. Excuse me, let me pull this up. Yes, add source. And let me pull up the image. Oh, it seems like I pulled it up twice, which is great, but now I have to go. I wish adding things into Streamlabs was a lot quicker, but no. I have to find... This is pretty infamous, I'm sure. Here we go. And any of you probably already know exactly what this is, but you only need one instance of that. So let me... it's funny because I was familiar with Metroid, but I hadn't played any of the games at the time Metroid Prime was announced to be first person. And to me, okay, it seemed like an obvious... I wasn't aware that there was... I mean, I was aware of the controversy, but it seemed like, I don't know, you're a person running around with a gun exploring things. That seems like a perfectly fine way to approach bringing Metroid to 3D. I didn't even realize it was controversial at first. Okay, here we go. If you ever needed proof that N64 is miles ahead of the 32-bit competition, just compare these shots to the new PlayStation version of Castlevania. Whereas the N64 version features fully 3D characters and backgrounds, along with dazzling lighting effects. The PlayStation title is a flat 2D platform, where the tiny hero has to fight big cheesy monsters. No comparison, really. Ugh, it's another crap PlayStation shot. Rubbish. And, yeah, that's certainly aged well. Alright, and so did this, the whole thing. Saying that they should cancel Prime. And calling it the crappy Retroid crap or whatever. But now, knowing, the backstory of, Retro as a company and the development cycle of Metroid Prime, it's kind of insane that it's kind of insane that Metroid Prime even worked the way it did, because reading back on it, the stuff that was going on with Metroid Prime almost it really reminded me a lot of the nightmare stuff you were hearing about the development of Sonic Extreme. And the thing is, like, I almost feel like Balan Wonderworld, regardless of how good of a game or not it actually is, regardless of or not, like, the backlash and meme status of it as the worst game ever, and Yuji Naka, his last good game was the first Sonic the Hedgehog, regardless of all that, which I think a lot of that is genuinely people just jumping on a bandwagon to be seen as hating on something that's fashionable to be hated on without even having played it or experienced it themselves or having a knowledgeable opinion of it. Regardless of all that, I wonder, I almost feel in a slight sense like that it's a bit of karmic justice for Yuji Naka, and I'm not trying to say like he deserves to be hated or anything like that, but we have another problem. We'll get through this dialogue and then I'll continue that line of thought. We have another problem. Once you're done, leave Nock immediately. The SAX is tracking you. Is your objective clear? Yes. Don't stay longer than you must, understood? Just the fact that basically the reason Yuji Naka, it is not an exaggeration to say that the weird territorial bitterness between Sega Enterprises and Sega of Japan, and Yuji Naka's treating the Knight's engine as his personal property and not a resource of Sega Enterprises to be used to make Sega Enterprises games is what caused Saturn not to get a proper Sonic game, and potentially what caused Saturn not to not be able to recover itself and become a viable platform through the end of that generation. Yeah, I'll see you in a minute, Megacon. You go ahead and eat and do whatever you need to do. Alright, now what's... Yeah, this is... Yeah, I remember where we're at. I'm familiar with this next. We're gonna have to fight Box next. I don't know if they actually call it Box in the game, but... Yeah, this is where those evil Lisa Frank, like, insect larvae were hanging out in. Yeah, the puffs of gas damage Samus, so I have to stay clear of them when I defeat those enemies. Yeah, no more specifically outlined. Yeah, I mean, it should be kind of obvious given the nature of the game itself, of this setting. But I really did forget how many... Yeah, I really did forget how much backtracking there was in this game. Yeah, I forgot how much backtracking there was. Oh, you little butt. I forgot how much backtracking there was in this game, as well as how well all that backtracking is constructed to feel satisfying. Alright. I know how this works. Let's see if there's anything else. Because sometimes there's a secondary item to discover, but not here. So we'll just head back where we came from. I mean, I'm just gonna use the power bomb just because it's a very easy way to defeat all these pesky enemies. Just clear out the room. And once again, not forgetting that we now have... Let's see... Yeah, that's where that goes. So there we go. We're in new territory now. Now those are some space jump areas there. Well, I feel like I feel like we should go to the right first. Well, let's see. Yeah, we should go. I feel good about going to the right. So I suppose the. I thought there. Okay, I was about to say. I thought there were monkey bars up here. I mean, how that works with their arm cannon doesn't entirely make sense. At least in the Mega Man cartoon, like Mega Man's known to be able to produce a hand out of his arm cannon when he's not. All right, so here's. We're gonna have to keep this in mind for later, because we're gonna spoilers. We're gonna get a beam that could penetrate through walls to activate switches. So we're gonna have to come back for that missile upgrade. I think we honestly have as many missiles as we could ever possibly need at this point already, but. So I was right to check there first. At least we know it's not immediately necessary to advance the scenario. So to the right, let's go back. Save room, please. No. I'm going to go further down. So let's go. I want to go to the right first. I don't know why. I guess to the right. Well, heck, maybe it's just. Well, we'll see what it is. We'll see what they have going on there. Let's see. Well, let's go brute force. There's got to be something hidden over here, right? Oh no, it's actually a dead end. How novel. It's an actual dead end and not someplace I could just expose more secret paths to. Man, I'd be shocked if there was something down there. Ah, save room. So, let's see, if I go another hour 40, nearly 2 hours, take another like 10, 12 minute break, within the next 3 hours after that, I think we can beat this game. Because I would stream tomorrow if that's what it takes to beat this game before Dread comes out. But I would rather do other things tomorrow. Because the thing is, even oh, look at this! Look at this! Caution, keep out.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
I wonder if that's in Japanese. That voice sample is in Japanese in the Japanese version. It might not be.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Oh.
Warning,
I
no
like
entry
how
without
the
authorization.
whole area is now
Warning, no entry
has that siren going in it.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without
I want to
authorization.
look around a bit more.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah. I guess Box is going to give us
Warning,
the beam that'll
no
let us get in
entry
here.
without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Man, not having the screw attack.
Warning, no
Ooh,
entry
there we go,
without
we made it.
authorization.
Whoa, what's going on here?
Warning, no entry
I heard
without
explosions.
authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without
Just
authorization.
had to go back and check, because I did hear some explosions that were not caused by me.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
I guess I should save since I've progress the scenario
entry
by
without
activating an alarm.
authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Now, if for any reason you've ever actually, you know, been in a place with like high security, like this, it's like yeah, I couldn't deal with it being in a place that that actually was like this secure. Like, oh shoot, like if I like look the wrong way, I might get like bamboozled. Ah, that's what the monkey bars were for. We fought this guy before in the desert biome. Okay, we're getting the hang of this pretty quickly this time. Oh man, one of the missiles got me. I wasn't shooting all these rockets at us last time. Probably it's going to take at least one L on this guy. I forget how to deal with his... Oh, is he... It just occurred to me, is he electrifying the water? Because his wiring is exposed? Oh, next hit will do it. Yeah. But fortunately the save point is reasonably close by.
No entry without authorization.
Yeah, and no door with conveniently placed full health and weapons recharge this time. We just gotta fight our way through. Realize his jumping patterns after the damageable cycles that I need to learn the most. Oh man, that missile was like roaming around. You once, and now he's missiles. We got through a couple. I feel like we damaged him a lot more than this the first time. At this point of us being this low. I'm just gonna have to learn. try to learn. If there's a spot. Yeah, if there's a spot. Sometimes where he jumps. Oh man. Yeah, so when he jumps twice, that might be when I have to make the next. I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait till he jumps twice, and then try to go for
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah, I'll wait till he jumps twice before going in for the attack, because it seems like none of the there are no angles shot missiles that seem to be able to make it into the vulnerable section of his body. But I don't know if I ever recognized when I was younger. I guess just because the screen was maybe so much smaller. Because at the time, the GBA SP was such like, oh, the screen is a lit screen, it's so awesome. But looking back on it, even by the time of the DS, even the original DS, made the front light on the Game Boy Advance SP look awful. Yeah, the water is dealing. Why can't? Okay, it wasn't letting me grab onto his body. Jump once, jumps twice. That's when. Okay, jumps once, jumps twice. Okay. Please let me. Oh, why is he facing the wrong way? Oh, why is he facing the wrong way? Yeah, I feel like I wasn't getting a chance to even, like, escape the water. Yeah, I'm done.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah, the section's nowhere near as bad as the distance between the spider boss,
Warning, no
which once again I had completely forgot was even in this game, as well as the Audrey 2, the man-eating plant guy.
without authorization.
Yeah, that was tough to get past. Shoots the missiles. Jump. Jumps up, jumps once, jumps twice. Oh, come on. Jumps once, jumps twice. 3 times. Shoots the missiles. Is the key to getting him to ram into the sides there. I don't think we've ever gotten this far. missiles. He starts. It seems like when he rams into the. When he walks into the side, that's the chance to shoot. It seems like the safest. Okay, so he's gonna shoot. Yeah, I think I found the pattern. No. Shoots them, I shoot them out. Jumps at me. There's more of those hops that have the potential to knock you down from up there. Oh, I missed. I was slightly off, but I think I found. Yeah, I could tell when he's going to. When he hits the side. Almost jumped out of maybe the intended battle arena. So that just kind of threw off the pattern a little bit. Okay, that was close. Oh no. He's shooting the missiles more often. Even if we don't make it this time, I think we don't. Yeah. Please, one more hit and I'm done. Okay. Oh, I think I defeated him in the same frame that he exploded. No, but we learned a lot. We learned a lot right there. Alright.
Warning. No
I think we learned enough that this time should be the go. This should be the golden run right here.
No entry without authorization.
Man, I'm never... I mean, any speedrun of this is going to be necessarily deathless. But yeah, this is a...
Warning. No entry without
Well, like... Yeah, my memory... I haven't played Kirby's Adventure since maybe 2001. And it's kind of scary how even in 2001, I thought of Kirby's Adventure as being like, oh, I found this cartridge of this really old Nintendo game. But that was one of the... Like I said, that was like the last... I mean, there were official, there were like first party, there was at least Wario's words after. Yeah, there was at the very least Wario's words after Kirby's Adventure. But in terms of like like first party releases, I think Kirby's Adventure was the last big one, at least in North America. Oh, that one didn't. Those hits didn't register. Yeah, I think we found a new pattern in the strat. Shoot the missiles out, go into the side. Get in a few hits, shoot out the missiles. Oh no. We're definitely gonna need all the help we can. I mean, at the rate. Yeah, I think the golden spot is to warn into bumping into the side. He's gonna jump around a bit. He's gonna launch the missiles. Not even a single. That was a wasted cycle, right? Oh no, and an unprofitable cycle. At least I got in one missile there. And I do like the idea. I mean, Mother Brain already kind of established this as a thing, the idea of a mechanical, biological mixture life form. But I think having that idea or exploiting it allowed them to have more non-biological enemies in Metroid Fusion and have an in-lore universe for them to be working on the side of the X rather than being able to be under the control of the BSL. Because imagine if the Federation had control of the security robot, for instance, they would have been able to program them to help Samus destroy the X-Parasites. And I do like the prior encounter of this boss to help lead up to the later encounter. Like we weren't even powerful enough to defeat it before. And you come in, it already has the damage you dealt earlier to it. It makes you feel like how much stronger you come along throughout the adventure. In a similar way to, I guess, level grinding in an RPG does. It's like, okay, come on. Allow me, yeah. Don't block me into this. He's gonna shoot, then he's gonna charge at the side. No, I missed. I almost cost me the cycle. Oh, come on, that was rubbish. Does he bump back slightly further? Yeah, the spot I have to aim, I feel like it gets slightly further away from the edge of the arena. So he's gonna shoot the rockets. Yeah, there we go. Look at all that health we have. We're good. We're good. We've got this. Yeah, I don't remember maybe being more impatient or having distractions around me, like the fact that I was... Oh, we got him. Like the fact that I was maybe playing through a lot of this on a school bus or like in a cafeteria or something like that. Maybe made these challenges a bit harder than they otherwise would be. And also lots of waiting rooms. I was playing this in to pass the time. So wait, yeah.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah. Thanks for the missiles.
No entry without authorization.
Yeah,
Warning,
so...
no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah, so you see we now have the beam that could shoot completely through solid objects.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Which means we can now get into the room full of naughty things that we're not supposed to see.
Warning, no entry without.
And this was like, when I got to this part of the game, this was actually, I know they already alluded to it, this is like the first serious, like, plot twist that I personally was exposed to in a game that I hadn't been already spoiled on.
Warning, no entry without
Yep, so, warning, caution, keep out, but we can shoot right through that door and open the door. Let's see. The Federation's dark secret.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
LX. Look at, oh man, look, I like this storytelling here. We're in the main deck, look how low we are
Warning, no entry
compared to the rest of the station that's on the map.
Warning, no entry
Save
without
room.
authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning,
Level
no entry
LX, or
without
level X. This looks, I like how they made this, I'm sure it would look like the beginning, the title screen of Super Metroid, because what we're about to see on the other side here. And I love this scene here. It's one of the only parts where, like, it reminds you, like, yes, you are in orbit on board a orbiting space station built inside a meteor. So it looks like you have some module that's built beyond, like, the rest of the station. Restricted laboratory, and oh, look at that. You've got baby Metroid, we have Metroid larvas on this tube here. And the last Metroid was supposed to have been destroyed at the end of Super Metroid, and I like how retroactively, probably because, in part because of Metroid Prime, there's this whole thing where, like, the game was called Metroid Prime, and at the end you actually fight an enemy called Metroid Prime. now I understand it's pretty common parlance amongst the Metroid community to refer to the mutated giant Metroid at the end of Super Metroid. That was originally the Metroid larva. That is the Super Metroid. So which would be cool. I don't know if that's, and I love that all the evolution, all the phases of the Metroid's life cycle. That one, then the one where it grows legs, and the one where it starts flying again. Restricted laboratory. I love. It's like what the. Let's see if there's. I don't think I ever bothered using. No. I'm like, what is happening? Like, what the heck is this?
Fire alert. This sector will soon be locked down.
60 seconds to detachment of restricted laboratory. I love the SAX is like suicidally like trying to destroy as many Metroids as it can because Metroids are the natural player of the X, and with the SAX they finally have a form that's capable of destroying a Metroid. Because Samus has ice beam missiles. I love this cool cutscene right here. And I'm like, wow, the SAX is dead. Whoa, awesome. What a plot twist. We don't even actually fight it. Navigation room. I'm sure Adam's going to have an interesting conversation with us here. Samus, you shouldn't have done that. You ignored your orders. You may have to pay a price for that quite soon. Yeah, don't... threatening Samus Aran is not the... Yeah, how does that work out for a Mother Brain and Ridley? It did not work out very well. You may have to pay a price for that quite soon. And this is one of the lines I could say, and this is one of the lines that made me consider possible directions a Metroid 5, a direct sequel to Metroid Fusion, could have. So we'll continue on. You may have to pay a price for that quite soon. And for the first time, you have Samus actually appear on screen with a dialogue box here. As you can see, the Federation has been secretly working on a Metroid breeding program. For peaceful application only, of course. Please understand. But perhaps you already knew of this program's existence. Certainly you must have doubts when you saw Sector 1. SRX, a faithful replica of the SR-388 ecosystem. Ideal for raising Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and even Omega Metroids. This research even uncovered techniques for rapid growth. Imagine creating an Omega from a larval Metroid in days. But that research is finished. The X has smelled out its natural enemy, and one of the SAX is on its way here. One. Are you saying there's more than one SAX? This is the first, like, in gameplay. You had the sort of monologues of Samus in the elevator scenes and the intro. This is the first, like, in gameplay cutscene with Samus having dialogue. One. Are you saying there's more than one SAX? Don't be so surprised, Samus. You know that the X reproduced by asexual division. You know, it's kind of impressive that one line alone didn't get this game a T rating. I mean, give this game a T or even an M rating. Because I remember in Parasite Eve, yes, that game is a gory, like, horror RPG, but as I understand, there's a mention in a purely biological medical context of a sperm bank, and that alone is what bumped Parasite Eve 1 from a T-rated game to an M-rated game. You know that the X reproduced by asexual division. Because of this mechanism, there are now no fewer than 10 SAX on board the station. Samus is like, really? Samus, you must go. Get out. If you stay too long, the SAX will destroy you. Stop only at a navigation room to uplink to me. I don't know how HQ is going to take this, but you need to report to them immediately. Is your objective clear? Now get going. I just kind of noticed the implications of this. The fact that on the navigation room screens, you actually have a listing of what games are, what gates are unlocked at that point. real Adam would have said the same thing about that incident, but he would have softened the blow. He was relentless in his criticism, but he always cared. He was not a machine obsessed with duty. No such compassion could exist in that computer. Yeah, after knowing what happens in Metroid Other M, I strongly question your judgment on that, Samus. Now, hopefully, the way that Metroid Other M gave the Metroid Prime series the middle finger by introducing canon that directly contradicts with Metroid Prime and the promotional material and even the official timeline of Metroid, erasing Metroid Prime from existence. Hopefully, Metroid 5, Metroid Dread, does the same thing to Other M, pretends it never existed, and maybe even will say things that contradict with Other M to wipe that game out of existence. Because this game gives you such a high opinion of Adam and the adventures or missions that Samus and Adam went on together that what they do in Metroid Other M is an absolute insult in my opinion, but let's continue. Sector 1 SRX. So, we... How suspicious. I forgot about this. That now, after you go into a section of Sector 1 that happens to look a lot like Torian, or Torian. Yeah, it looks a lot like Mother Brain's the final hideout in Metroid and Super Metroid. Perhaps showing that the corrupted Federation with their secret bioweapons projects is becoming a little different from the Federation itself. We don't, you know what? I honestly don't think at this point that we genuinely need more missiles. Oh wait, I forgot. We have super ice diffusion missiles. We can just do that. Yeah, very easily how funny how quickly it is to forget. Yeah, it took a little damage. And I think something is coming up next that might take us several tries to get through. Shots. Yeah, this just happens to look a lot like the room that Mother Brain restored. And like, this is there's some ways you can do fan service that feel really heavy-handed, like, oh, come on, you just stuck that in there to be like, make fans go, oh, wow, just like in the old days, or just like in the old movie, or just like in the old game. Here I feel like incorporating those elements, like, the point at which the Federation is revealed to be doing evil experiments to produce bioweapons, that just happens to be the point where we go through a section of the station that looks a lot like Torian. That's a cool throwback. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to maybe use secret room, not so secret room. Let's do that. We're gonna need the screw attack to get through there, so we'll have to keep a note of that. Yeah, that was so smooth. Coming out of the gap into Morph Ball, unmorphing. And then, and this is where yeah, there we go. I knew there was something around you there. Yeah, not appreciated. Now sitting down to yet another uncured honey ham sandwich with Swiss cheese wrap. Delicious sounding. Okay. We have a contextually locked door down there. Yeah, these guys only while they're shooting are they vulnerable. Do I need to use the charge beam? I'm not sure at what point they're supposed to be vulnerable. He's gonna end up killing me. Man, what is... I don't get what I'm supposed to do. Oh. And taken out. Alright, let's keep moving. Yeah, it looks like we're on good pace to beat the game today. I'll be... Yeah, the only way I think I'll have to... the only way I won't beat the game today is if I, how about... Alright, so... These guys are predestined. Can I actually destroy these one at a time and not have to fight the gold pirate? Okay, yeah, I can. Okay, is this going to be something where it'll only let me regress if... Actually, let me try here. Oh, come on, you knocked me back through the door. How cheesy is that? Can I... Is there a passage here? No, just that one I came through. Wait, I forgot. Okay, I have to I forget I can charge my missiles. That's Wait, it's not even... There's nothing do I have to hit him in the back? Is that what's going on? Okay, I have to hit him in the back. There's nothing about the design that communicates that I have to hit them in the back. So I'm very low on health now. Actually, what else? Is there an option to not save? Actually, I do not. Let's move forward. See what's going on. If one of these isn't a recharge room, if there's a recharge room nearby, I'll use it. But if not, oh my gosh, this. Okay, I'm gonna die on purpose, and I'm going to go through there actually understanding what I'm supposed to do, and that way I'm not gonna lose a ton of health on those two gold space pirates. Because I'm right near where you fight those guys at. Now all you have to do is hit them in the back. That should be a pretty... Are you really gonna camp? Okay, I was about to say, like, you better not just camp right there. Wait, is he really going to form a second one that quickly? See, look, that was so much easier. Especially since I tried to only spawn one of them at a time. Now, we have a little better outlook on health. So, uncured honey ham with Swiss cheese. Is it hot or cold? I forgot to ask that part. Is it a hot sandwich or a cold sandwich? I don't know what I'm eating for dinner. Probably something simple and tortillas. I don't eat junk food in the realm of like snacks, like Frito-Lay type stuff that often. That I did decide to act a fool and have a bunch of a big bag of Doritos before I started streaming. So gotta have something maybe a little more reasonable for my dinner, like mildly more reasonable, not dramatically so. Did I already use the bomb here? Was there any secrets? Stuff? No, it doesn't seem like it. I guess that's an opportunity to just restore health. I'm gonna go have a 2 minutes prior to eating. Alright. No, I didn't let it fully recharge. There we go. That's what I like to see. Ooh. We are full health and missiles, so... Hello, Ridley's reproduced cadaver that's obviously been infected by X. Oh, come on. This is my favorite design for Ridley. That's so cool. This is my favorite Ridley design of all. And this is... I mean, people make fun of Sakurai for saying that, like, Ridley was, like, too big, but, like, it is typical depictions. Yes, in Metroid 1, he was much smaller in the original game. But this is, like, the coolest design for Ridley. so much cooler than the Smash Brothers design. This is like the best Ridley. Best take on the character. And it's like the fact that Samus has survived so many battles against Ridley that makes it so ridiculous to me. The depiction of her in Other M. I mean, her having like PTSD attacks as a result of like Ridley killing her parents and attacking her space colony when she was a child. That is an understandable scenario. But if Metroid Other M was a game about a fierce and determined but less experienced Samus, perhaps before she even joined the Federation as a soldier, or one of her first Federation missions, where she fights Ridley or another creature of his species, and she had the PTSD attack, that I think would make more sense narratively. But instead, we have Samus at like near the end of her story arc, at her most experienced and efficient and competent. Not that having a PTSD not like trauma and its side effects are a matter of incompetence, but she's survived many battles against Ridley at this point. So it doesn't make sense to me for her to have that kind of and that the scream is cool. We've already been through the whole thing with the secret Metroid development lab. And it's like, oh, we're developing weapons, biological weapons, but it's purely for peaceful purposes. Of course, you hope you understand, which is maybe a little too relevant to real life. All right, I mean this is my favorite Ridley design. Like, I know when I say like regarding like any sort of monster or creature in video games or movies or whatever. Like, when you ask me, yeah, if I could, transform into anything from Metroid, this version of Ridley's pretty cool. And it is almost like, they, made this boss, so spam-friendly. It's like spamming him is almost part of the experience. There's so many bosses that, there are lots of bosses in Metroid Fusion that punish you for just standing around and spamming. This game practically encourages it. And I think we're doing a lot better so far. I think we've dealt a lot more damage a lot quicker. Yeah, people, give Sakurai so much grief. Oh, you're so silly. How could, well, it makes no sense that Sakurai would say that Ridley's too big to scale with the other characters in Smash Bros. But this is the traditional size he's depicted at in comparison to Samus and the other human-sized characters. Okay, gotta be a little, some vague semblance of care at this point. It's 4X time. We've got a lot of room to work with, so I'm not too worried. But I feel like just one hit will take me out. Oh my gosh. Well, fortunately... Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble. I actually spammed up all my missiles. Well played, game. Yeah, we got him. We got Ridley. Screw attack ability regained. Somersault into enemies. Sweet. Yeah, so rest in peace, the coolest form of Ridley of all. And seemingly, we'll see what happens in Metroid Dread, but canonically, up into every released Metroid game, the last appearance of Ridley as the last appearance of any form of Ridley. I mean, he technically wasn't alive. I mean, they had his frozen corpse in cold storage, I guess, for peaceful research purposes, not to breed an army of horrific space dragons or anything like that. You know, just for peaceful applications. But yeah, and the Parasites, an Parasite caught a hold of it. Alright, there you go. So we are in the end game now. Yeah, I mean, there's the whole section of the game with like the plants choking up the reactor. That whole section I totally forgot about. So we'll see. So if these, I mean, we don't even have to. Yeah, because I love how they balance this so that you have these enemies that are considerable foes, but then once you get the newest upgrade, you just wipe the floor with them. Well, you don't wipe the floor with them; you wipe them out of existence. We're gonna save at least, and we have to figure out where to go next. Did I screw attack blocks somewhere? Yeah, even that like giant amoeba thing was pretty. Oh, nice full health restore. I'll take it. Hopefully I don't have to backtrack here again, but I do hope to save the game now that I do have full health and weapons. Yeah, there we go. Man, we've already been. I can't believe we've been streaming 5.5 hours. I mean, I could see that the sun's gone down and everything, but it's just. Oh yeah, this is the room that. Wasn't it somewhere? Yeah. Oh, I had to shoot multiple rockets. I didn't say. I went through here before, but last time I came through here, I didn't save. There we go. Will I stream tomorrow? Nah, it won't be happening. The only way I would have streamed tomorrow is if I if I got through today without beating the game. Then, yeah, I would have had an surprise stream for tomorrow. Alright. Much too vulgar display of power, but... Please... Oh no, I didn't get to it in time. I was hoping to attract that red... Well, I mean, we're nearly full on everything anyway. I would have made another unscheduled stream tomorrow just so we could beat this game for sure before Metroid Dread comes out. This is the first time I've actually had a new look at those Metroid shells. It's very obvious now what was going on here this whole time. Yeah, this is the area where we had to get the X out of the air conditioners. My next planned stream is Friday evening. I don't know what time Friday. I just know as soon as I get my copy of Metroid Dread, if it actually arrives tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, the day. If it actually arrives Friday, whenever it arrives, I'd like to start streaming soon after. Now, I won't be streaming daily to try to get through it quickly, because I would like to play the day it comes out, but I recognize a lot of people will be playing it for themselves, and I'm going to go back to this is kind of a unique, this week was kind of a unique, like, rapid-fire streaming thing. I enjoy streaming so much, but at the same time, I'm kind of playing with my limits of how much before it's taking up too much time. I'm getting a physical copy. If I was digital, it would just be a matter of downloading it and it wouldn't be anything to be concerned about. But because I'm going physical, I am going to go ahead. So hopefully, if it arrives quickly enough that I can stream it on Friday evening. So I'll play for maybe 2 to 4 hours. Yeah, no more than 4 hours, say, on Friday if I'm able to. If not on Friday, I might stream Friday and Saturday, which I typically wouldn't do. I'll make it a unique case for Metroid Dread. But you know what? Actually, no, I probably won't even stream. Yeah, I'll see how I feel. But I'm probably going to go back to a more traditional streaming schedule for me, streaming mostly on like every other Wednesday and on Saturday, because that will put me behind in terms of being the first to complete it or whatever. But that'll let all the people that want to play the game but might also want to watch my stream of it and my experience of it without being spoiled, and let them get ahead of me, and I can go ahead and complete it on my own pace. There is a door over here that's been waiting for us to enter for quite a long time. Because we didn't have the security to get in before. Ah, here we go. More power bombs. Yeah, so physical. Now my dad was a big fan of Metroid. The last Metroid games to come out on home console was on the Wii, and so he doesn't have a Switch. He does not know that. He doesn't know that a long time ago when I visited him, I've hidden a Nintendo Switch in his house in a place where he wouldn't look for it, and that I have a copy of a physical copy of Metroid Dread coming to him. So unless he's watching the stream, which he watches sometimes, I know. So unless he's watching now, what's going to happen is he's going to get a copy of Metroid, because I addressed it to him. He doesn't know it's coming. He's like, and I'm not even sure how aware he is that it's coming out, because he plays like traditional sort of hardcore games, but doesn't follow the game news. So he's going to get a copy of a new Metroid game, and he's going to be like, what the heck is going on, son? Like, you know, I didn't know a new Metroid game was coming out. I don't even have a Nintendo Switch. And I'm like, oh, check in the secret place where I hid it. It's going to have a Nintendo Switch they didn't know he had. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be extra fun. Samus, we're done here. Leave the rest to the Federation. We should be preparing to evacuate the station. Are you joking? Do they know how dangerous the X are? How quickly they reproduce? The Federation has taken an interest in the X and SAX. They believe this life form has endless potential applications. This is ridiculous. The X are heartless abominations. What potential could they have? It is not necessary that you understand such matters. The Federation is coming now. You must leave quietly. This is madness. This is Metroid! No, yeah, I had to go for it. This is madness. They won't stand a chance here. The station will devour them. What could be worth the risk? Capturing the SAX, of course. Are you serious? Do they really think that they can succeed? It will certainly be difficult. They don't expect your help. They knew you would try to destroy the SAX. That's why they stopped sending you support data. That plasma beam modification was ready some time ago, but they withheld it to keep you from engaging the SAX. Yet somehow you restored that function on your own. They also tried to withhold the diffusion missile upgrade, because they didn't want you to grow too powerful. But they already sent it, and you tracked it down. Bravo, Samus. They must cancel this mission. Something. I won't let this happen. They are already on their way. Fools. As soon as the Federation ships land, the X will overwhelm them and absorb the knowledge and power of their occupants. The X are just waiting for the hunt to begin, and when they spread across the universe, galactic civilization will end. I was going to gift a Switch Lite to Blast, but it turns out he already had one, so now I'm just going to sell it. As soon as the Federation ships, and so galactic civilization will end. The X hunger for form, knowledge, and power. They mimic those perfectly, but they cannot copy the soul. They're single-minded, instinctively seeking to increase in number. They're a plague, and the Federation underestimates their threat. The X must not leave here. I must destroy them all before the Federation arrives. This station has a self-destruct mechanism. I must use it to destroy the X here and on the planet. I must send them to oblivion, them and the station, and myself if I have to. Good job saying all this out loud to the AI commanding officer that's obviously loyal to the Federation commands. As long as I can get 120, I can cover Dread and Shin Megami 5, I'm happy. Open the hatch. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that, Samus. I didn't quote it right, but I haven't been ordered to I have been ordered to confine you until the ships arrive. Don't let. Excuse me. I'm gonna change my performance as the ship's computer for dramatic effect for what's coming up next. Don't let them do this. Can't you see what will happen, Adam? Adam. Who is Adam? A friend of mine. Yeah, right. We'll pretend Other M is non-canon. Well, Other M is now Galactic Apocrypha. A friend of mine. And what would this friend advise you to do now? He would know that the only way to end this is to start the self-destruct cycle. He'd know how important it is. Did this Adam care for you? Would he sit in a safe command room and order you to die? Yes, based on Other M, but we're not going to talk about Other M. He would understand that some must live and some must die. He knew what it meant. He made that sacrifice once. So he chose life for you, our fair warrior, Samus Aran. Your Adam gave his life so you might keep yours? For the sake of the universe. How foolish. How dare you? How could you hope to understand, machine? You know that detonating this station high orbit would not guarantee the complete extinction of the X-Parasites, even though the station would be utterly destroyed. You'd only succeed in removing one obstacle to the galaxy's ruin, yourself. You would ignore this simple fact and choose death. When Adam, who decided you would live, he chose incorrectly. If you were to alter the station's orbit, then you might be able to include the planet in the vaporization field of the self-destruct detonation. Huh? You would have to start the propulsion sequence now, before the Federation arrives. Samus, this is your last mission. Go to the operations room and adjust the station's orbit to intercept SR-388. Then return to your ship and escape. Move quickly and stay alive. That's an order. Any objections, lady? Yes, I hope I did the voice transition effectively. The epic music here, of course. I hope I did the transition as Adam stopped being Adam the computer and started being the actual Adam Malkovich. I hope that was effective. By the way, we can actually, for the purpose of this stream, we can... I should have done this a while ago, actually. But we could get rid of this and this. Yeah, we can get rid of those. They should... Come on, please disappear. No, where's the time? I need to get rid of also... Yeah, we can get rid of the stream ending. This will be ending within the half hour at the absolute most. I'd be shocked if this went on more than another half hour, but, navigating room. Go to the operations room and set a course for SR-388, then return to your ship and evacuate before impact. Now the logic of this, the logistics, I guess, of this, I will call into question, but it's still epic setup here. Oh no! I was heading towards. I know I was heading up in the station's layout. I just forgot exactly where I was supposed to be heading to. So, excuse me. Okay, so we're gonna head to the right. Love the music here once again. And those of you who are spoiler free for this, I look forward to your take on what's going to happen next. And I wonder how many I never looked into it. I wonder how many casual Metroid runs they are, because for something like, especially a Metroid game, I imagine that a good number of the people streaming this are people who know the game like the back of their hand, streaming speedruns attempts. All these chambers are shut. We gotta get up here. Uh-oh. It's time. Lost a lot of health already. I forgot exactly the strategy for dealing with her. You know, I'll have to get used to that. No, as I remember, you freeze her, and then you charge up the charge beam, and then that penetrates her armor and deals the most damage. That's my memory of it. I wonder which save room. And it's a bit of a distance. Next save room. Not severely. And I do like that they got rid of all the enemies here. Nothing they could put here will really pose a serious threat at this point anyway. Yeah, they got rid of the zombie researcher person that was here. Wait, can I? No. Actually getting back to operations deck and power point. So we're gonna freeze. Ooh, if she's in, man. Like, I remember, once I got this far in the game, like, once I beat the game myself, I got to the point where I just pick up this game just to play through the ending, just to play through the final battle. And I learned how I could very easily cheese the SAX, where I can just charge, jump on one side, charge, jump on the other side, charge. Yeah, freeze, charge, jump on the other side, and blast her, and just go back and forth, and she really couldn't get in. It was pretty safe. You just gotta learn that pattern again. Yeah, it's a bit of a chore going through all this again. Last time we did that... Yeah, Ocarina of Time I did that for a lot. Twilight Princess I did a little bit, and then I did something, like, because the Wii was silly in that you could only have 3 save files of any one game. I think I got it already. Oh, no. Man, it's... Man, my problem right now is that I keep forgetting, like, I charge the beam, but I just shoot the missiles, because the missiles have the charge effect, so I'll start charging the missile, and I don't need to. I do like how it takes all of... I mean, it doesn't take the diffusion missile to be fully charged, but it takes the ice missile, and I do like the notion that, like, because Samus now has Metroid DNA in her, and Metroids are vulnerable to ice and freezing, that she, like, physically, biologically cannot handle using the ice beam. Yeah, so they gave her the ice missiles as a substitute, so I guess the freezing effect stored in the ammunition instead of, like, within the suit. Oh gosh. Man. She has, like, some iframes after becoming unfrozen. Man, it's really her... It's actually getting caught up in the screw attack that's been the most serious... Yeah, it's getting caught up in the screw attack that's the most serious threat to me so far. And it's funny because I do... Yeah. And at this point, I mean, we almost used the Wii Virtual Console save state function, or restore point function, I guess, more as it's formally called within the game's UI, within the system's UI, to skip that long path leading up to the spider boss. By the time I finally made the restore point, we played it again. By the way, anyone who doesn't know, I am playing on the Super NES pad. You can see from my console camera, I'm playing on the Wii U Virtual Console. I'm playing on a monitor in front of me. I'm not peeking down looking at the gamepad screen. I don't even know how to set up my camera to do something like that. Oh man, we're doing good so far. Ooh. Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh man, she like shot me with the beam the second she unfroze. Alright, we're getting closer and closer. It's me getting The main hazard isn't her beam. I feel like the main way I'm getting taken out, I'm losing most of my hit points from getting into a situation where I try to jump over the SAX, and she uses the, I keep bumping into her screw attack is the main problem, I think. Yeah, the main problem is me, running into her screw attack, so I have to avoid that. Because if I try to jump, she's too close to me. She tries to screw attack at the same time as me. I feel like we were pretty close that time. Yes, I am actually... Oh my gosh, that's what I don't want to happen. Okay. Man. I have to start charging the... Yeah, I have to start charging the ice beam sooner. I have to start charging the ice beam sooner. That way... I mean, it's charging the ice beam. Charging the charge beam sooner. I don't need to charge the ice beam. That's probably one of the... I don't know if I don't think I'm still charging the ice beam at this point, but it's definitely a major mistake. I just wish there was a save point a little closer to this, but at this point, we've played it 100% authentically as though we're on a GBA, so we might as well finish it legit. Okay. No. Yeah, the second. I think I got the pattern, the timing down. Yeah, I was getting too aggressive. I was trying to shoot. I was using the charge beam too much. I needed to shoot with. I needed to be more cautious and shoot with missiles. But I'm getting the timing down good. I think I saw some graphical signs that she was getting closer to being defeated. I forgot if the Varia suit actually... I know it lets you go into lava and ice zones and not take damage. I forgot if in other Metroid games, the Varia suit actually does reduce the damage that Samus takes when she is struck by an enemy or hazard. I forgot if that's the case or not in this game. Actually, yeah, I'm going to... How did... That was rubbishy. That was... Oh, that was bad. This run, something went wrong where I just didn't get in the right rhythm. Yeah, that was the shortest. I think even my very first try went quicker than that. No, really, the beginning is what went wrong with that one. The beginning was off, and that just threw off my whole rhythm. So it was even less. I didn't even make it as far as the last couple of times before that. No, that was me being silly. Man. Whew. Hey, Samino, how you doing? Yeah, this is my first time playing this since 2017. I did not realize Metroid Dread was coming out. I thought for some reason, I guess because Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion came out in November, I somehow convinced myself that this was that Metroid Dread was coming out in November. So I started playing this pretty good. Yeah. Things have been all right. Yeah. So fortunately, like a couple of days ago, I streamed Mario Party 2, and for like an hour, then started with Fusion. I guess Mario Party 2 and Metroid Fusion. I was playing those two to get ready for Mario Party Superstars, and for Metroid Dread. And I didn't realize that. I thought Metroid Dread and Mario Party Superstars were coming out within days of each other, and it turns out that they were actually coming out about a month apart. Because I thought they were coming out October 8th and not November 8th for Dread. Yeah, I remember when I was a teenager, I used to beat this boss, like just sort of habitually on my save file that was at the end of the game. I just beat the game over and over for the heck of it. No, that was clumsy. I was just running into her because I was trying to be hasty. So next, this... Oh, man. Oh man, I ran right into her. Yeah, Mario Party 2 is my favorite Mario Party, and there are at least 2 boards and a bunch of mini games. And Mario Party 2 is mini games from Mario Party 1 and 2. So the fact that there are going to be mini games from Mario Party 1 and 2, and at least 2 boards from Mario Party 2, and I did enjoy the boards from Mario Party 1. Now, one thing I was interested with Mario Party Superstars is the fact that there are many elements to certain boards that are very clearly balanced with certain mini games, with certain, like, there's certain elements of the boards that are tailored with the specific rules to that unique Mario Party in mind. So I wonder how they're going to find ways to adapt some of those things. Now, when it comes to, like, for instance, I was actually talking about this just in the context of Mario Party 1 and 2 back when I was playing it. Like, there's certain mini games, like the crane game mini game and the mushroom grabbing mini game, where you're in the arena and you grab the other players' knapsacks to try to steal mushrooms out of them. Both of those games are very specifically balanced and created with the context of Mario Party 1 in mind, because in both of those mini games in the original version, you were directly stealing coins from other players, and they removed stealing coins from other players in Mario Party 2. And really, the rest of the Mario Party series, they just sort of eliminated that. I guess maybe they thought it was too cutthroat or whatever. But they brought the minigames back and sort of changed what you were doing. But especially in the crane game minigame, it kind of, without the ability to steal coins, the minigame just flat out didn't make sense anymore. And they probably would have been better off to eliminate it entirely. So I wonder how they'll balance things like that, where something that made sense for a certain board or certain, maybe even board hazards in Mario Party games, were tailored for the rules of that specific Mario Party game, and might not. I know there's certain maybe custom elements, like for example, in Mario Party 2, there's the single-player minigames. I wonder how they're going to incorporate, or if they even will, the ways in which you collect items, which was minigame items, or items that could be held by a player and used on the board at will, or something that were introduced in Mario Party 2, but I don't know whatever rules they might be trying to go to for Superstars, how they'll be able to adapt those. And I'm so dead. I'm just getting all the experience I can. And man, I ran right into her. No, because the thing is, that crane game minigame only makes sense in the context of it's a 1v3 minigame, and the player controlling the crane will choose the character that has the most money and that they think they can grab. And then once they choose a single item, and get it into the thing, or if they miss, then that's the end of the minigame, and no coins change hands. In Mario Party 2, without the coin stealing mechanic, it's now a matter of the player with the crane has to grab all 3 of the other players within the time limit, and by the player struggling, they could get free and waste their time. But if the player operating the crane grabs a single time icon, there's virtually no way they could not have enough time to grab 3 other characters. No coins change hands, just a matter of the team that's playing as the dolls being able to waste the crane operator's time. And in that sense, the game is weighted so heavily in favor of the crane operator that it's if you get that game and you're the player operating the crane, it's basically an instant win for you. So that minigame flat out shouldn't have been in the Mario Party 2. Yeah, if you're playing as the person operating the crane, and statistically, that's going to happen a lot less often. So, we're going to, oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this to Mino. I know I bring it up every once in a while, but I'm playing with the Super Nintendo gamepad plugged into the Wii remote. Because the Super Nintendo gamepad that came with the NES and Super NES Classic Edition are both compatible with the Wii and Wii U for virtual console stuff, many games that don't need a motion control or analog sticks. Oh man. Oh man, I'm doing the thing where I'm leaning into my movements because I'm so into it. Woo, yeah! Oh, I think I took a hit there. Oh man, Samus, I've never had the SAX jump into me like that. And it's also kind of funny how between this and Metroid Prime 2 in 2004, now the whole Metroid franchise suddenly became about evil versions of Samus in a bunch of different games. it can only take one more hit, so I'm probably not going to last too much longer. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm playing this on a Wii U, and I can tell you the story about the Wii U. This Wii U has a unique history. Oh no, I didn't type that in right. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, it did come in. Alright. Close the chat there. There we go. Alright. So that's the story of the Wii U. Or the Wii U that I'm using. 99% of my 99% of this Wii U's gameplay has been virtual console stuff. If you're not aware, if you care about, like, the Wii U, the eShop is still online. And it's probably, the Nintendo Wii U eShop is probably going to be the last way to legitimately purchase and download and play Nintendo DS games, because I don't see them making DS games available in any other form anytime soon. So I'm going to take advantage of while you can, if you care about that kind of stuff, and have a Wii U. Oh man, okay. The key is charging before you go to jump out of her way. The second she's frozen, that's when you have to... The second you launch that... Oh man, I missed. Man, I ran into her. Whew. I love to go on the count of how many times... I mean... Yeah, when I was a teenager, I could tear through here and take Samus Aran X out at will, pretty much. It's all that stands between me and Dread. Because I don't want to stream tomorrow. If I needed to, I would have, but at this point, we're pretty locked in. We just gotta beat this and we're good to go. I can't remember how many times this may take. Oh man. Too close for the hit to register. Man, I keep forgetting that she's, like most enemies when they're frozen, they can't damage you. This one damages you even when she's, like, frozen. Man. Whew. Let's... You know, maybe I could try some new strats. No, it's not the worst idea in the world. Because I remember my pattern back then being something like that. But let's try some. I mean, we have a big arena to work in. Let's use what they gave us to work with. See if we can find some new. I mean, it's like a cat and mouse game either way. We're freezing and then hitting her with the charge plasma beam. Alright. It just occurred to me, yeah, there's the wide beam. There's no wave beam in this game. Too slow. She's too slow, at least there. Other times she's typically the one that's a little too fast for me to deal with, but oh man. It's that doggone... I'm on low health now anyway. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking of new ways I could approach this. Man, I was so... Yeah, I remember getting so good at this that I just casually picked this up and beat her. Just pick up the SP. And this game, I guess, Samino, if you're still around, my history of this game, I ordered my purple GBA that I got on launch week, North American launch week. I was a self-conscious nerd in high school, and, you know, the purple, more toy-like, regular Game Boy Advance, you know, wasn't the coolest thing to be seen with. So, like, a self-conscious teenager not realizing that kind of crap isn't gonna matter anyway, but, and plus, I wanted to get a black Game Boy Advance, because it looked a little more dignified than the purple GBA I had, and then get the Afterburner mod installed with it. Then Nintendo announced the Black Game Boy Advance SP, and I would have possibly waited, except for they made it clear early on that the Black GBA was going to be Japan exclusive, so I went ahead and pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered the Japanese Black GBA SP from licksang.com. Rest in peace, you scoundrels at Sony. Because it's not like Lick Sang wasn't selling like modified PSPs or modified Sony hardware. They were just selling Japanese PSPs to American customers. And basically, when they got... Sony sued them and couldn't afford to defend themselves in court. It's not like Lick Sang was pirating materials or was found to have... I mean, I remember Lick Sang. I remember first going on Lick Sang back in the 90s, actually. Like, they were one of the old school sites that you get import games off of. I don't remember if they sold mod chips. Like, if they were even selling mod chips, but I believe, if I remember correctly, the official reason, the official trigger for the lawsuit Man, stop. She needs to chill. Oh, man. She needs to chill, I say, as I prepare to attack her. Man, if only Noelle was here, she'd freeze her right to death. Okay. Yeah, so... But anyway, that was what I was getting at. I pre-ordered the Japanese Game Boy Advance SP before anyone in North America, and I had the Japanese, and this was like before a lot of teens had cell phones. But yeah, it's before a lot of teens had cell phones, and if you had a flip phone, you were the coolest of the cool. So from having this dorky purple toy-like thing to having this sleek flip-top black thing, people were like, whoa, what is that? That's so cool. And I was really advocating at the time. And really only with the emergence of mobile gaming and the Nintendo Switch could you say it's come to full fruition. But I wasn't advocating for a long time, even in the Game Boy Color era, really, like, for the legitimacy of handheld portable gaming on portable devices is something that deserve to be taken just as seriously as home console gaming. And with the Game Boy Advance SP, I was able to make that case a lot more. Look how sleek this is. It doesn't have to look like a dorky toy. And then with the DS, with the more, and PSP. I mean, I'm known as a Nintendo guy, and I was rooting for DS to beat out the PSP, I guess, in the sense that the common knowledge, I guess, was that the PS2 dominated the GameCube, so obviously the PSP is going to dominate the DS, just like the PS2 dominated GameCube, and then that'll be the end of Nintendo, because the only thing carrying Nintendo at the time was the Game Boy Advance, at least perceivably at the time. So people were like, I remember people were like, yeah, like PSP is it's a lot better than DS, but the only thing protecting Nintendo with the DS is the fact that the PSP obviously is going to be at least like $400 or more, because to get that kind of power into a handheld, right? And then when it was revealed that the PSP, I think the DS was going to be, was launched at $150, and when the PSP was, its US launch bundle was announced as only being $200, EGM depicted that in their magazine as an atomic bomb falling on Nintendo headquarters. They had a cartoon with an atom bomb with PSP $200 on it falling on Nintendo headquarters. They really thought, oh wow, PSP is only going to be $50 more than the DS. Like that's the end of Nintendo. No one's going. This thing has no chance now. Man, I was doing really good while I was running my mouth. I guess I was a little not too busy. I was keeping myself distracted enough, not worrying about keeping my pattern up and everything. Okay, Form 2, here we go. I can't survive even a single hit from this thing. Oh man, I didn't realize... Man, I really did not realize that, that's not fair, because that thing, within the context of the game universe, that thing should not have been able to fly through the barrier like that. You were young enough now to really care about graphics in the GBA, DS, PSP era. Like, for me, that for me was kind of like in the early 90s with Game Boy versus Game Gear. Or even like with comparing Game Gear, like, because my first system was Game Gear, right? And I'm very proud to be able to play with my analog Mega SG. I'm able to play my own, like, here my console cam has the Wii U on it. I have my Mega SG with my childhood copy of Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear on it. So when I was a kid then, I really didn't recognize the difference in graphic quality between the 8-bit Game Gear and the 16-bit Sega Genesis. The difference I noticed between the Genesis and the Genesis and Game Gear versions of Sonic the Hedgehog was more the difference in terms of the level selection, because the Game Gear version of Sonic doesn't have Marble Zone, instead they have Bridge Zone. It doesn't have Starlight Zone, instead there's Jungle Zone. So that's really more the difference but at least we got to the SAX's second form, its sort of beast form. Oh man. See, look, I got like locked into repeatedly running into her. Man, yeah, I got stun locked, sort of crashing into her repeatedly, and that's what ended up getting me to take that death earlier than a lot earlier than last. At least, man, if I realized that she was able to like fall like in the foreground in front of the big barrier, I would not have made the move I did, because like the environment misled me. Like I thought the boss character. I mean, there's sometimes within reason, like yes, obviously, like that's not gonna be a safe spot, but like, yeah. So I really, and the thing is, I was like advocating for like the DS in terms. I wasn't advocating for the DS like the DS deserved to beat out the PSP, or what I was advocating for in DS versus PSP was just the idea that PSP was not like it was such common like knowledge. It was like common wisdom that the DS was going to just the PSP was going to destroy the DS. And what I thought was really weird is that people made the same mistake with PlayStation Vita versus 3DS. I remember the articles, including like on IGN had a couple of them, like like the Vita, like obviously is just going to destroy the 3DS because it has better graphics, it's more powerful, it's more sleek, it's, you know, like no self-respecting adult want to be seen with the toy of the 3DS when like the PSP is clearly the more powerful and sleek and suave thing to be seen with. And I was like, I'm excited with the Vita being like approaching the power of PS3, right? But these are the same mistakes, and the PSP did good too. PSP was a very successful system. But when the benchmark for, I guess, success was that it was going to just destroy the DS. Like, I guess I had a perception of being a failure when it wasn't. And then the second that Vita didn't, like, instantly destroy the 3DS. And that's another thing, is that Nintendo would put their top-tier teams, they put AAA level development resources into 3DS. Whereas with the Vita, Sony was put like their minimal effort and minimal resources into Vita, and then the second, like Vita Sony, like Nintendo treated 3DS just as importantly as their home system. Whereas Sony like would not dedicate that much resources into it, and then wondered why like the reception was not as good. And I miss Vita in terms of being like the last really truly pocket size. And that's, oh wow, we got this far with multiple energy tanks left. All right, we got it. It's this kind. It's the kind that has the hole that opens up very gradually. I forgot what this. Oh, no, I didn't. Actually, I just remembered. So I won't spoil it. Yeah, if you're not familiar with Fusion, oh, we got it. And you're going to just let me collect you? No, you're just going to conspicuously pull it off to the side. So you didn't get to absorb that one. Now, if you're not familiar with Metroid Fusion, Simneo, in this game, every enemy you fight releases an X-Parasite, which is a giant amoeba, space amoeba thing that copies, it infects the host, copies their DNA, then kills it. Then it floats free in that gelatinous form, and then turns into a copy of the host. So the backstory of this, that Samus got infected by this parasite, and they had to surgically remove parts of her power suit, which is why she has this sleek, sort of more wetsuit-like design. They had to surgically remove the metal parts of her suit. It was sent for quarantine on the space station, this laboratory space station, and then the infected portions of her suit came alive into clones of herself, which have been stalking us throughout the game. Only in this encounter was Samus powerful enough from restoring her abilities to be able to fight this creature, Samus received a vaccine after they surgically removed her outer suit that with Metroid DNA, and Metroids are the natural predator of the X virus. So because Samus has this fusion suit and the X DNA in her system, she can now absorb X parasites. So every enemy you kill in this game releases an X parasite that it restores health and weapons. So to counteract the fact that every single enemy in the game releases ammunition or health, Samus takes a lot of damage per hit. Now, it turns out the Federation was secretly breeding Metroids, which were supposed to be extinct after Super Metroid, and also were trying to breed and weaponize the X-infected Samus clones. And so Samus, realizing this, decided to set this space station is orbiting. Now, this is a huge space station the size of like a huge meteorite. Hey, Azure, so to give him the backstory, now that we defeated the clone of Samus that's been stalking us throughout the game, so when Samus realizes that the Federation is going to come and try to take over the station, she knows the X are so powerful that they're going to infect the researchers and the soldiers, and the X are going to take over and spread across the galaxy and destroy civilization. So she's conspired with her computer, their ship's computer, to set the space station on a crash course to crash into the planet that is the host of the X-Parasites as the self-destruct explosives go off, destroying both the station and the planet and eliminating the X-Parasites from the galaxy. So that's what we were doing when the SA-X, as it's called, destroyed us. Orbit change implemented, 3 minutes to impact. It's not a Metroid game unless making something go big boom and having to do a daring escape. Okay, that's not the way out. That's this way. Yep, so, And another aspect is, because the Metroids were the natural predator of the X, the SA-X, the X-Parasites taking the form of Samus, were in the Metroid lab, and they were trying to destroy all the Metroids. Because it was the first time that the X was able to attain a form capable of... Oh, can we save here? Can we save here? No, we cannot save here. Alright. Oh, no. Actually, no. We can't save, but we do have to keep moving in this direction. Yeah, so we're heading back to our ship, so that we could escape before the ship enters the atmosphere of planet SR-388, which was the home planet both of the Metroids and of the X-Parasite. It looks like something had a field day coming through here. There's our ship, and there's a giant Metroid shell. And, it's an Omega Metroid, which is the most powerful form of a Metroid, except for the Metroid Queen itself. And our Samus, just a little more backstory here. Now, Samus normally uses her Ice Beam to destroy Metroids, which are vulnerable to ice, but because she has Metroid DNA in her system now, she is unable to use the Ice Beam, because it would harm her physically, because her weapons... we're taking a lot of damage here. So throughout the game, we were never able to restore the Ice Beam, which in the Metroid games, where the enemy, it was reconstituted itself into the clone of Samus. But she has the clone has the Ice Beam, and can damage it. But the Mega Metroid was very weak due to our last battle. So now we have absorbed the X-Parasite that was a clone of us. So that allowed a loophole that lets us reabsorb the Ice Beam ability. So now we have this final battle between between Samus and the Omega Metroid here. It might take away a bit of the tension, but this battle really isn't intended to be challenging. It's just sort of for story purposes. You can't actually die here. You can actually die in this section, but this section of the battle really is more for a symbolic final battle. Alright, we defeated the Omega Metroid. And notice how Samus is back to her traditional orange, because she originally had this... yeah, they really do make some interesting screeches and screams. You have 30 seconds left till the station crashes into the planet and explodes. And that right there is GG. We completed We completed Metroid Fusion. There's the station re-entering the atmosphere and exploding, destroying the planet and the space station. Samus flies away in her ship triumphantly. So thank you, Mecha Kong. Thank you, Samina. The perfect military... And by the way, for those... I know some people may be watching who may be unfamiliar with Metroid in general. Samus here, she's usually concealed within her parasuit, but she is one of the first female protagonists in an action game like this. So she was pretty groundbreaking back in the 80s when she first came out. The perfect military mind, the wisdom of Adam Malkovich, continued to serve even after death. Until today, I had no idea that the minds of leaders and scientists who were frequently uploaded to computers. My incredible reunion with Adam may have saved the universe. But how will the beings of the universe view our resolve? I doubt they will understand. What we did, the danger we barely averted. They will hold tribunals and investigations. They will hold us responsible. Adam understood this, and he spoke to me in my anger. Do not worry. One of them will understand. One of them must. Mission accomplished, that's right. I have reflected upon his words, and I see the wisdom in them. We are all bound by our experiences. They are the limits of our consciousness. But in the end, the human soul will ever reach for the truth. This is what Adam taught me. Just one detail still bothers me. This ship can only be started manually. Yet before I faced the Omega Metroid, the ship moved on its own, guided by someone's hands. Is it possible, Adam? Lady, what's troubling you? You wonder how I started the ship? Just think about it. They lent me a hand. Or perhaps a paw. Yep, the animals from Super Metroid, the Metroid 3 that we saved at the end of that game, they were on board the station, we rescued them, and they were on board our ship. So that was the end of Metroid Fusion. Now, my imagination, my concept for how Metroid 5, because this is Metroid 4, how Metroid 5 could continue, is that, like, perhaps the black box from the space station drifted off onto another planet, and that Samus is now, like, a wanted, like, as a fugitive of the Federation, who she disobeyed in doing what she just did. Perhaps Samus has to recover the black box of the space station from a planet that it crashed on in order to clear her name after the events of this game. That was my most obvious idea for how the story could continue. Now, this game came out in 2002. It's been 19 years since then, but we're finally... So this is Metroid 4, Metroid Fusion. We're finally getting Metroid 5, which is Metroid Dread. And I look forward to seeing how this will continue. Now let's see. Now for Metroid Dread, which is currently in the mail, or will be in the mail probably tomorrow or on Friday itself. I do not know how. I'm not sure exactly what they'll do. Hey, there's Nathan Bildorf. He's appeared on Nintendo's E3 stage a couple of times alongside Nick and alongside Bill Trinan. Yep, Cutie Pies were running our escape ship the whole time. Now, in Azure 714, you'll love to hear this. And the famous, rest in peace, Satoru Iwata, the president of Nintendo, soon to become president of Nintendo at this point. It's canon that you save these creatures that at the end of Metroid 3. But within Metroid 4 itself, you have the option to go aside and save Samus, to save these animals, or to run to the end of your ship as it's exploding. If people donate enough money, the runner who plays Super Metroid during the big game marathon, games done quickly, will take time instead of clearing the game as quickly as, wow, exactly 5 hours in-game time. That's cool. We collected 40% of the items. So if you get a lower time, Samus will actually take off her helmet, and if you get a really great time and completion rate, Samus will actually remove her armor entirely, and you get to see her in her bikini. So, and actually how Samus was originally revealed to be a woman was that you play through the game assuming that she's a dude, and then at the end is when it's revealed that it was actually a woman, because if you beat the game in under 2 hours. And so you see Nintendo presents Metroid 4, and that's how Metroid Dread is going to open up. So let's actually you have a minute here. Let's see if we can let's see if we have enough time to perhaps close this software out. You're gonna end the scene soon. Sonic and Samus both enjoying saving animals. Yeah, it would seem so. Now let's see. Do I have? I doubt I have. Do I have? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't have Metroid. I don't have the original Metroid on here. You see, some of the games I'm considering playing in the future. We already played Stinger. We have Donkey Kong Jr. Math for sometime in the future. But, excuse me, I don't want to rename the folder. So, my plans... I don't have an end card ready for this, but what I'm going to say is that for my plans for Friday, with the release of Metroid Dread, I have to wait for the game to ship to my apartment. I don't know how soon that will or won't happen. I just don't. Hopefully it arrives earlier in the afternoon, and maybe, like, say, no earlier than 3, perhaps 4 or 5. If it arrives later than that, I'll wait till Saturday. Hopefully Friday and Saturday I'll be streaming it at least a little bit. We'll see how I feel on Saturday. But no stream tomorrow. Earliest Friday, say 4 or 5, even 3 o'clock if it arrives early enough. And so let's see who's around right now. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and end the stream right there. So Super Metroid is the 3rd game, because in the start of that, I don't have Super Metroid on here. I have it on Nintendo Switch Online. So Super Metroid is the 3rd game, and that starts, and that's it starts the intro. It says Metroid 3, Super Metroid, and that's how Metroid Dread. Because when they did the reveal trailer, actually. Nah, it's not quite worth it. Actually, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do something. We're not gonna end the stream quite yet. We're gonna use my powers to switch to the YouTube playlist thing. Okay. We're gonna pull up for the public. Okay, please. Non-first person Metroid. A new non-first person Metroid is. Come on, Metroid 5. Metroid 5! Oh my gosh, I called it! I was so scared that Other M was going to be like the Hindenburg of non-first-person Metroid games, where Other M did so bad that Nintendo would be afraid to ever do non-first-person Metroid again. So this is a sequel to the game we just finished. Is this going to be about Samus clearing her name after the incident on the BSL space station where she was framed for destroying the Federation's evil experiments? Oh my gosh. No,
yeah,
so there's some elements like this in the last game. You play where Samus is being stalked by clones of herself. This time she's being stalked by killer robots. So we don't know why or what's going on yet, but we'll see. Oh my gosh! Oh. Okay, no, like that. This is a different apartment with thinner walls, so I have to keep my voice down. The name specifically Metroid Dread is something that had been rumored since like 2004.
One thing I have to get used to in this,
and that had been canceled several times behind the scenes, but it had been rumored and teased it, but it had never been officially announced to begin with.
They actually called it Metroid
That's
Dread.
my wall calendar. It's still up there. It's just that my camera and the wall calendar are in a slightly different place now. And wasn't Dread supposed to come out? And I wonder, like, if this has any relation, like, in terms of, like, the development history. Does this have any true relation to the original Metroid Dread project that was supposed to be on DS, I think? Or is this, like, a completely 100% new project that they started and they just gave it that name, like, as a... I just remember on DS there were references to something called Metroid Dread that were leaking.
That was the trailer for the first new 2D Metroid game in roughly 19 years. the brand new Metroid Dread game. As the name Dread implies, this is a Metroid game with a new feel showcasing a variety of threats that Samus will encounter. It's scheduled to be released on October 8th, so it won't be too long until
So only a few days now.
On that same day, we'll
Nice.
also be releasing
I don't want the
amiibo figures
Samus
for
as
robot
much
is
as I want the
and
robot.
Emmy,
That's
the
a
robot
cool
seen in the
robot.
video.
Emmy.
Let's move on.
All right.
to
I'm probably gonna
more
hate them when
Nintendo
I
Switch headlines.
encounter them in the game. I can't wait to go back and watch the VODs of
These
familiar franchises return on Nintendo Switch.
Alright.
These are going to be things we haven't seen on Nintendo Switch before, presumably. So
Get ready
that's
to
just enough. So I'll be back Friday no sooner than, say, 4 o'clock, and I probably will only be playing for a few hours. And then maybe Saturday, maybe around 2-ish if I stream then. Otherwise, we're just gonna go back to my normal schedule, streaming every other Wednesday and Saturday. If you look on the About page on my my Twitch page, I tend to keep the schedules and countdowns to the next stream up to date. And then also I'm on Twitter. I'm at STSH if you care to follow me there, and I post notices there too. So I will see you next time, and thank you very much for watching.